Hello, everyone, and welcome to round two of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony, and I'm delighted to be joined by Grandmaster Irina Krush. Irina, how are you today?
I'm great. Good morning, guys. Good afternoon to some of you. I'm excited to be back here for the second day of our coverage of the candidates to see how Hikaru is going to bounce back from yesterday's tough game against Caruana.
Yeah, yesterday, a tough start for Hikaru. I have to say, I was incredibly impressed that Hikaru both showed up on the stream, but also did a YouTube recap of his game. So if you haven't seen that, go and check it out. He seemed very, collected to me. Of course, disappointed, but this is such a long tournament. I saw a comment in the chat earlier, and hello, chat. Good to see you as always, saying, "Oh, so sad to watch the candidates now that Hikaru doesn't have a chance." Like, what are you on? Like, this is a 14 round event. Like, 14 rounds is incredibly long, and absolutely anything can happen still. It's very rare, actually, to go through a whole candidates tournament without a loss.
Yeah, definitely rare. And yeah, I think, Hikaru has good chances to come back. Today he's white against Radjabov, and we'll already have the opening on the board. So let's take a quick look at that. It was interesting to see what he would do on the first move. I was going through their game history, and Hikaru's actually opened with d4 more often. And I was thinking, out of all the possibilities that can occur between them, perhaps the King's Indian is the most interesting opening that could have happened. Actually, they both play the King's Indian as black.
Let me ask you just real fast. As you said, both of them are huge specialists of the King's Indian. Do you think we'll see many King's Indians in the candidates, or do you think the players will choose more solid approaches as black?
Well, let me tell you who can possibly play the King's Indian, right? So there's Radjabov, Firouzja, Nakamura, and Report. These are like the main players I think of to really play the King's Indian. Do I think we're going to see any King's Indians in this tournament? Yeah, that's a good question, right? It would be good if we saw any, because generally the players tend to go to their more solid openings for something like the candidates, unless they really feel like they need to win some games. Like, I mean, I think there's a decent chance. I would be willing to say that we'll see a King's Indian in this tournament. And, I mean, because, Radjabov and Hikaru are really, quite like specialists in this opening. And I think Firouzja and Report are just like, they have the style that they're willing to go for it, right? So I think there's a decent chance. So it's interesting to me that Hikaru decided not to do it, and it's probably because he figured that Radjabov would not be going for the King's Indian, and he would choose some kind of a Queen's Gambit, which is also featured in their games, right? Like that. Like, so Radjabov has different things in his repertoire, but I thought d4 was like a very possible choice by Hikaru. He went for something he's done less often against Radjabov, which is e4. And now Radjabov had two main choices here. He could have gone for the Sicilian, but again, we see the players going for the more solid stuff. And
don't you think in the candidates in general, the players try to be as solid as possible with the black pieces and try and get something? I mean, these days it's so hard to get anything out of the opening. Don't you feel in general they try to be as solid as possible with black and try to get a little something with white?
Yeah, I mean, that works for most of the players. I mean, I would say maybe Report is an exception, although it's only been one game in the candidates for him so far, so there's not like a large record. But I mean, even judging from what he did yesterday against Duda, again, managing to make it like very offbeat with his choice of the Sicilian and not like, I have to say he chose the Sicilian. I would say it's Duda who chose a more offbeat line against the Sicilian. So maybe it wasn't quite all due to him. But still, I think maybe Report is like this one exception that like he might just stick to his style, not really go for more solid, which I think makes sense for him. There's only going to be one winner in this tournament, right? So it makes sense to stick to who you are.
True.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like most of the players, when they have choices of what to go for in their opening repertoire, they're going for the more solid lines. And we'll see if that changes as the tournament gets into the later stages.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So Hikaru went for the Rui Lopez and Radjabov, trying to go into the Berlin like Hikaru did with the black pieces himself yesterday.
Yeah, that is a pretty funny observation, right? That Hikaru did this opening against Fabiano yesterday, and Fabiano also answered with this move D3. So Hikaru kind of follows his footsteps for now, but I think the game goes in a slightly different path, right? Because there was a pretty early exchange by Fabiano on C6 in their game, and later on, like knight D2, bishop E6 happened. So for now, Hikaru doesn't take anything, and oh wow, that is our current position on the board. So I mean, he's played this all quickly as expected. But Radjabov, for some reason, is thinking, I don't know, is the move, I mean, I'm not a big theoretician of this position, Fiona, but is knight d2 on move 5, like, is it that much of a surprise that it should put Radjabov into the tank?
Well, actually, you know what? Let me just give me 1 second. I was looking at my database, but then I realized I wasn't properly logged in, so I couldn't see all the games. 1 second. I see in the chat that people are surprised that that Radjabov seems to have gone into the tank already. And now I have the opening tree. So knight bd2 is the fourth most played. But yeah, all c3 castles and bishop takes c6 are much more common.
So bishop c6, is it the most popular move or not?
It's the third most. The most popular is c3, and then castles, and then bishop takes. But yeah, knight bd2, quite rare. I see games still by, let's see, who do we have as white? Well, Magnus has tried knight bd2, as has Levon, Topalov, Fabiano. So there are still some big names, and actually a lot of those games I'm seeing have Hikaru on the black side of it. So a position that clearly he is familiar with on both sides.
Yeah, and I would say Radjabov makes a slightly surprising move. I mean, there is an opening, Fiona, right, where this early knight d4 move. I'm trying to remember where does this occur? Is it like, well, I mean, and even what is its name? Is it here that this move exists? This knight d4 move? I think so, actually. I mean, it's not supposed to be a very good move. Yeah, it's not supposed to be very good, but it's like, I do remember something like that, I mean, these days you can sort of shut down all these lines with the computer, but I think something like that exists. And that's what I'm reminded of when I see the move knight d4 over here. So, okay. What can we say about this move? Well, I mean, d6, of course, looks like the normal move, right? Or castles.
So knight d4 seems like a very concrete approach, right?
Yep. I mean, you're attacking the bishop and you're basically, let's say, forcing this trade to happen. Okay, c3 makes sense. So why did Black want to get rid of the knight? Well, that's a good question. I think the reason is Black wants to clear that square in order to be able to play d5. So actually, I would say that, the approach makes sense, right? He's going to go back to b6, of course, because there's no point going here and just staying closer to that pawn, right? So he's going to go bishop b6 and pretty much go for c6 and d5. And let's see what Hikaru is going to do.
So for Hikaru, what are the plans? Are the plans to just for now complete the development, get castled, and then where is the knight? The knight from d2, for example, where is that usually headed?
Yeah, well, I think, it's interesting. I don't think he's going to have much if he just castles, because I think it's actually a big bonus to Black to be rid of the knight on c6, right? If you compare this position to like regular positions from the Spanish opening, right? We know that the knight on c6 is a problematic piece for Black in the Spanish. And in fact, that's why in the Chigorin variation, it goes to a5, and then the Breyer variation, it goes to b8 and d7, and Black really struggles to get rid of that knight. So, I am starting to understand, Radjabov's like weird knight move here a lot more, because, what's weird about it, okay, just to explain why I found this move strange, is that you're moving the same piece in the opening twice, right? I'm basically breaking a very basic rule of development, but as it turns out, there is a pretty good point for it, because that knight, c6 is kind of struggling to find a role for itself. Once white gets like c3 and d4 going, they can keep attacking that knight. So I think actually it makes sense that Radjabov had a long thing here and came up with this. I'm sure Hikaru not going to be too shocked by this move, although he's also starting to think a little bit in, he thought a little bit over c3, not too long. And now after bishop b6, it looks like Radjabov is still thinking over that. I mean, I'm sure he will play this move. So basically, I think white needs to try to do something quickly. And I see that, the engine is offering up this move d4, which looks interesting. And I would like to try to understand it, Fiona, because it is a pawn sack.
Can I just ask you, why do you think Radjabov is even thinking at all in this position? Because surely bishop c5 is not an alternative.
Yeah, I would say like maybe he's in the bathroom would be my guess. Like, I don't have a chess reason, Fiona, because bishop b6 is pretty obvious, right? And I'm very confident that move will be made. So, getting himself a cup of tea, like something like that, non-chess reasons. Like, yeah, and there you go. He played bishop b6. And so
so let's have a look.
Let's take a look at this move and just try to understand, like, what is the point? I mean, especially like, okay, if black takes, what are we getting for the pawn? Or are we just getting it back? Like I see, so this is the line. By the way, I mean, it's not the most obvious line. So, I mean, unless this is like Hikaru's preparation, he'll have to think about this. For example, there's a lot of little non-obvious things. I guess if the knight goes there, it starts to resemble like a c3 Sicilian somewhat. And with the idea that like if you move the knight on d2, there's going to be a pin and you can get back your pawn. And the knight has many squares it can go to, c4, e4, f3. Even.
Yeah, this is one of the positions where I'm not completely certain as white. Do you try and just get the pawn back, or are you happy to give up the pawn and play for the initiative?
Yeah. By the way, Fiona, so he has played d4 on the board, and that's a good sign actually for white, because
for sure.
It means like, well, this is preparation basically.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't normally play this move so fast if you just weren't familiar with the position, because there's a lot to think about here, right? Black has a lot of choices. He can like take your pawn. He can do that intermediate move. He can move his knight. Well, those are really the main two. I mean, we can also take a quick look at pawn takes pawn. So in this case, what do? I mean, if we take on f6, they take on d2, and it looks like we're probably not getting enough compensation, right? Like,
yeah, because suddenly black's piece is also active. We have some problems on f2 here, on b2 as well.
We're down 2 pawns, so it's a bit too much. So we got to take back. Okay, so now we're still only down 1 pawn. The knight has to, well, I was going to say the knight has to move, but they can use this idea from the Scotch opening where they pin the pawn, right? Developing queen. So let's see what this is. You can't take the pawn, of course, because of rook e1. So you got to go here. Okay. Not an obvious position at all. I would say knight c3 is hanging. So I mean,
getting really messy.
Yeah, I'm happy that this is Hikaru's preparation, because I have no confidence in the position otherwise, right?
I think it would be a great sign, especially if Radjabov now starts talking, especially as we know he's just come from the bathroom or from getting some tea or whatever. So if he starts thinking now, I think that would be really great news. Maybe knight BD2 came as a slight surprise to Radjabov. Like, as you mentioned earlier, Radjabov had a lot of preparing to do today. He had to expect one D4, one E4, all these different moves. Hikaru can play pretty much anything. So you can't be very deeply prepared against everything. It's just not possible, basically. So maybe knight BD2 came as a slight surprise. And if he didn't look at D4 before today's game, this could potentially be very good news.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like Hikaru has managed to surprise Timur in this opening. And I mean, I feel like if Timur thought that long over knight D4, he's certainly going to have to think even, kind of longer after D4. But maybe, one thing is that he doesn't necessarily have to take the pawn. And actually, well, the problem is he can't go D6. I was going to say it would be nice to be able to do that, but he's pinned, right? So maybe C6 is actually a very interesting move, because the point of C6, we know this move makes sense anyway, and the idea is to block the diagonal so you can just go D6. I do think, like, in general, Fiona, when you're facing a move like D4 and you know that your opponent has it prepared, you're actually a lot less psychologically inclined to go for a move like that. Oh yeah, because that you're going to be entering a forcing line and you can have a lot of calculation to do. So most players, I don't know, maybe the players at the very top level are super confident in their calculations and they don't mind doing that kind of work. But I would say, from my experience, like, if we can make this move work, that would be like the choice of the lesser prepared player.
Yeah, for sure. I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. You don't want to play into your opponent's prep. And it's actually something that Hikaru talked about yesterday in his game against Fabi. One of the reasons he went what he went for, this starting with rook b8, was to avoid Fabiano's prep, because he said, Fabiano has some of the very best prep out there, and it clearly worked out. That's, I think, the main reason that he was so disappointed yesterday, because he got everything he wanted. He avoided Fabiano's prep. He was up on the clock. And yeah, I think especially in the candidates tournament, in all tournaments, but especially in the candidates tournaments, preparation is so deep. It's so thorough. They have prepared for so long. So very often, these battles can be not decided, but given a clear direction straight out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, there is, like, I've been putting on the board a line which is possible that it will emerge from the move C6. I mean, if C6 is played, then this is a very likely line where white takes, black takes, and takes. And it's a really unusual pawn structure, right? So we have 7 pawns on the board. You don't really see these kinds of doubled pawns capturing away from the center very often, the isolated pawn. The black has the bishop pair, right? And so it's going to be interesting how Radjabov evaluates this position. Like, is he going to decide that the bishop pair is enough for black here, or is this a problem structurally?
Yeah, very interesting moment. Irina, I'm seeing in the chat that Van is letting us know that Fabiano against Nipper is already on fire. So maybe we can briefly have a look there. Before we go, I just wanted to let everyone in the chat know what is the head-to-head between Hikaru and Timur going into this match, at least in classical games. So it is promising. It's 2 wins to Hikaru, 12 draws, and 0 wins for Timur Radjabov. So that is promising, at least. And Hikaru, of course, today with the white pieces will try and bounce back right away.
Yeah, I have to say, like, I don't know, to me, C6 is a plausible move. I mean, I wouldn't say it's obvious that white is better in a position like this, right? With, like, black having 2 quite good bishops, right? So we'll see if C6 happens, or if he does go for the more principled pawn takes pawn. It's actually, you know, kind of like a critical moment, I would say, at least in terms of the opening, right, for Radjabov. And you know, he's basically choosing the direction here. But I think the two main moves are c6 or the capture. I had to guess, I don't know. I mean, he might decide that he doesn't like the structure there and decide to go in for the complexity of this type of position. I wouldn't be shocked by that either, right? Because this doesn't look.
But I'm with you. I think it's more unlikely because he knows he wouldn't just be facing Hikaru there, but Hikaru and, you know, his preparation with the speed at which Hikaru played d4. I'm more with your first feeling that I don't think Radjabov will take on d4.
All right, so let's take a look at Nepo versus Caruana.
Let's do it. So the two leaders, both of them won their games yesterday. In case you missed it, Nepo actually won with the black pieces against Dingli Ren. Fabiano, well, this one I'm sure you know, beat Hikaru, and they played an Italian, they are playing an Italian game here, but one that very soon is going to get exciting.
Wow. Okay. So of course, the part that makes it exciting is that black goes for this move, and not just to stop bishop g5, but to actually play g5 himself. So yeah, that is of course a very aggressive plan. And it's nice that black's bishop is already tucked away to a7. Where did he manage to move him away? Just recently, right? So he made this prophylactic move. These kinds of moves are played to step away from the d4 advance. And now black generally, I would say, would like to, well, first of all, I want to say it's probably a good thing that white's bishop is not on g3, where it sometimes gets stuck in these positions and then it kind of gets under that pawn attack, actually like Caruana faced yesterday against Hikaru. So it's a good thing that white's bishop is not there. Black, I think, generally wants to do something like bishop e6, queen e7, castles queenside, of course, attacking on the king side. Maybe knight h5 to f4 is an idea at some point. You kind of have to watch out for, of course, discovered attack tactics. I mean, I wouldn't say like g5 is like immediately looking like a huge threat, although now that I think about it, I mean, after g4, where is this knight supposed to go? If you go to h4, it's your only move, then maybe black
can take on e4.
Tactic like that.
So let's try and make a random move to see, like just play bishop a2 or whatever. Yeah, rook b1.
Yeah. So this is okay. It's an idea. g4, knight h4, and like knight a4. It does seem to work. It does seem to be a possibility. I mean, it's not like crushing black because there is just like the recapture and white starts opening up the center where black's king is. Yeah, so it's not, I mean, but I think it's enough of an idea that he has to deal with it. You know, that's the point. You know, so you can't really ignore the possibility of that move. So what did he come up with? b4.
b4. One of the things, by the way, that immediately caught my attention in this game is my eye was caught by the clock times. Fabiano having spent only 3 minutes. So as always, he came to this game very, very well prepared. So b4 must also have been some kind of preparation, I imagine.
Well, yeah, it's interesting, but so it says, it seems like, yeah, Nepo is thinking quite a lot, right? And I guess the point of this move b4, he wants to, on g4, he's going to go knight h4. And when this tactic happens, the pawn on b4 is very useful because, I mean, it's going to go immediately. Well, I was going to say it goes immediately to b5. Well, it's an idea. You have to be a little careful of opening up the a file because there are tactics.
What's funny is that after b4, g4 is actually the most played game, but not by the highest average. But wow, knight g4 is actually a novelty now.
Wow. All of this has been played before, yeah?
Until b4, yes, but then there was your choice of g4, knight h5, knight h7, knight e7, all the knight moves.
Yeah, knight h7, a little ugly looking move. But I guess, it has its points that you want to play h5 or maybe even f5. Yeah, well, maybe probably h5 would be the main idea, just going here to protect g5, going h5. But I would say, yeah, knight h7 looks a little bit ugly. Also, I guess knight h7, you want to go g4 and trap the knight. Yeah, that's actually the point. And then maybe even come out with a knight to g5. Yeah. Okay, it was interesting. But he played knight g4, rook e2.
By the way, rook e2, like, it's clear that knight g4 caught Jan by surprise because he spent almost 7 minutes on rook e2 here.
Wow. So, I mean, it's interesting because the knight on g4 is not necessarily that great, right? Because it actually blocks the g pawn, takes away some of the attacking ideas that black had. So we're going to see what is Fabiano's point. So he's going queen f6. Does that even make a threat? I think it does, right? The threat is to take, and then g4 in the end. And then
maybe we can show it. Let's say white goes h3 to kick the, no, actually h3
not h3, yeah, anything but that. Yeah, rook b1. Yeah, so there is a threat here. Let's not accidentally stop, black's idea. That threat is in the end, after you've given up 2 pieces for the rook and pawn, that you go g4 and you win one of those pieces. And then you're actually going to have extra material. You're going to have an extra exchange. So there is a threat. Okay, so how did he set? So he played here to overprotect that square. Makes sense. Yeah, I would say now the sacrifice is pointless because, of course, you're going to take with your queen and there's no issue. But white just has 2 pieces for the rook and black has no attack. So now Fabiano plays queen g7. Interesting maneuver, right? 2 moves with the queen. That's a little bit of a danger, right? That you just like moving, your king is in the center. We saw that can backfire, like in Hikaru's game yesterday, right? And knight f1 probably, yeah, so this is a nice move. Fortunately, also easy to play. Go ahead, Fiona. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think a lot of this theory that we see at the top level these days, it's like, do not try this at home. Like, I often feel, when we discuss openings during commentary, it's so hard to explain the moves to like an audience that, might be averaging around beginner level or intermediate. I mean, I would not play like that. Not that I'm, very strong with, I think just so much chess theory and the way chess is played has evolved so much and has been influenced so much by computers that sometimes it gets more and more difficult to explain it in human terms.
Yeah, I agree, Fiona. There are definitely things where, when you try to find top level games to show to beginner students, you actually can't just show everything. Not everything is equally instructive. Like there are things there that maybe they shouldn't be seeing, that early on. And yeah, I know that sounds, maybe a little patronizing, but, but yeah, there are things that are not necessarily helpful, right? For like a beginner to see, it might even like kind of confuse them. So you have to think about, what of the top games is going to be instructive. Like in this game, like I would say, okay, the black has in castle, they moved their queen a couple of times. It looks a little bit dubious. I like the move knight f1 a lot because he spotted that weak square and he wants to go there with one of these moves. Now he castles. I mean, I don't understand that much of what's going on, Fiona, because like what has all of this been? Like he's moved the pawns up just like Hikaru, he castled short, doesn't he? He remembers yesterday's game, right? He knows how badly that worked out for black. So he's not really going to have an attack, I think, on this part of the board, but okay. I mean, yes, he has the fianchettoed queen. It is unusual. By the way, I mean, when I think about it, like, ideally, could probably play king h8 and f5, right? That would make some of this make sense.
Well, I think Fabiano, what I see, I can see his clock time. He hasn't spent any time at all when we actually had a couple more moves. Nepo played knight g3 and knight e7 now. I also liked your suggestion of king e8, but I think we just need to trust Fabi here,
Yeah.
that he has seen this all before and looked at it at some more depth than we than we have.
Yeah, I think there's just no time for this, especially after knight g3. Well, I would be concerned about some kind of knight f5, actually, like that. Well, one idea that I noticed was that, for example, in this position, you can get the knight trapped. It's not so easy to win the pawn. But, yeah, of course, black can like actually save the knight like that. Still rather strange position for black, especially with where this queen is at the moment.
Yeah, suddenly the queen looks awkward there. So maybe, as you're saying, just no time right now. But what's the idea behind knight e7?
Just stopping, I think, first of all, stopping knight f5 completely. That seems to be the main idea. And of course, he can think about knight g6, but I'm not sure that knight g6 is really an idea yet, because then there's going to be like knight h5. It's going to get quite awkward for that queen. So I think the main purpose of knight e7 is just prophylactic, just to stop knight f5 ideas. And Nepo is thinking now.
Nepo in the tank, by the way, someone else that's in the tank is Radjabov, who still has not made a move after d4. So that's fantastic news for all of us here, especially in this time control. I don't know how you feel, and if you and Benjamin talked about it yesterday, this time control without an increment. I think a lot of these players will not be so used to it. They will have used it in the course of their lives, of course, but it's difficult sometimes to adapt between time controls. And if you're left without no time towards, the end, like, you can actually flag.
Yeah, I mean, it is really fantastic news, I think, for Hikaru fans, to get like a 30-minute edge on the clock, like what they've played, not that many moves, right? And I mean, I knew it was a critical moment for black, but I think it's like, obviously Radjabov kind of is confirming that with his long think. It's like, I guess it's an even harder decision than I thought, because giving up that amount of time means that, he feels like this is a really important moment to think. And yeah, I mean, for Hikaru, it's all preparation. So it's going quite well. I'm sure, this is the part where people kind of enjoy, building up their time lead as their opponent wades through, their choices.
For sure. Hikaru. Irina, let me ask you one quick question from the chat. Hello, Kunjinsu is saying, these ladies use the word prophylactic a lot. I don't know what it means. So can you maybe explain in simple terms what we mean when we talk about prophylactic moves?
Yeah, well, yeah, you're going to hear the word prophylactic and prophylaxis a lot in chess. And it is a favorite word, I think, of chess players. Basically, it's referring to one of the most important things you can do on the chessboard, which is stopping your opponent's ideas. Right? Chess is it's a battle of two sides, right? And this is, something that beginners, have to learn. It's like that you're not just playing the game on your own and carrying out your ideas unimpeded. Your opponent is doing things to stop you, putting stumbling blocks in your path. You got to change your plans and adjust because of that. So what is this move? Why we call this move 97 by Fabi prophylactic? Well, because, we know that this is an idea for white, right? Whether he does it immediately or in the future, it's a weak square, what we call potential outpost square, because no black pawns control it. And knights love those kind of squares. So when you go back to defend it, it's like you're defending against something that hasn't yet happened, but can happen, right? And therefore, we see a lot of these kinds of prophylactic moves in chess. If you look at these players' games, you're going to see that a large part of their game is spent on prophylactic moves. And I even remember a quote of Levon Aronians. I think he said something like chess players spend 70% of their time thinking about their opponent's ideas, right? So it's super important in chess to focus on that.
Absolutely. I think one of the most common types of prophylactic moves, when I started out, the first time I heard about prophylactic moves is a move like h3, when the king is castled kingside. h3 often does a lot of things. It stops a black piece from coming to g4, but it also gives some air to your king, makes sure you don't get back rank mated in the future. So that's another example of a prophylactic move. But yeah, 97 and Nepo is in the tank. Radjabov, however, has made a couple of moves, so maybe we can go back to Hikaru's game.
And so, you know, we kind of guessed it, Fiona, right? Like he did go for this move c6. He went for the more solid option and deciding to take on the weakened pawn structure in exchange for the bishop pair. It took him a long time to decide on that. I don't think Hikaru is too surprised. Hikaru played, so castles, yes, of course, you got to stop the checkmate. This is not the POG championship, right? Is that what it's called? You know, I know
that's a bit harsh on the
well, I know a game finished like that, right? There actually was a checkmate on F2, so that's you know, just a matter of fact.
You are correct. We are the candidates, not the puck champs. So we want
So white castle protecting castles, and now Hikaru goes interestingly. So he doesn't put the knight here, which is one of the obvious moves. I guess he didn't want to get into that possible pin later on. So he brings out the queen and attacks b5. Okay, so black has a big choice here. Does he want to spend time protecting that pawn? Because if he does, then the way to do it is a6.
So let's have a look. If a6 is the move that instinctively you would want to make, right? To defend this pawn. The question is there any problem with it? Is it too slow for whatever reason? So knight f3. What's the idea behind knight f3? You want to?
Well, I just need to get these pieces out, right? So it's quite poor. We're improving him. I can see Hikaru's point here that, you know, he wanted the queen on h5 instead of d1, so as not to allow bishop g4 pin. Queen is interestingly placed, I would say. And let's say d6. So what can Hikaru make out of this structure?
I guess it's, well, first of all, d6 could be a long-term weakness, right? It is an isolated pawn. I like this move that you've just put on the board, bishop g5, hitting the queen, so gaining another tempo, developing the last minor piece, and then maybe next up we can start bringing the rook to the d file, to the e file, and put some pressure on d6.
Yeah, something like that, right? Although in this position, black is going to seriously wonder, can he trade off that weak pawn? And it's really looking quite close to equality, isn't it, Fiona, in this position?
Yeah, I mean, if black manages to get rid of this this pawn, it looks like he'll be fine. Can we try e5?
E5, yeah, let's try it. So the pawn is, of course, vastly better on d5 than it was on d6. And now black has some nice options. Yeah, I like this one. Yes, this is very nice. It's kind of cute. We're making a little pin and threatening h6, trying to win the bishop. And, you know, also giving this bishop like scope to develop. You know, the thing is, the bishop pair works very well together. This bishop is not so impressive at the moment, but this bishop certainly is. And I suppose positionally, right, strategically, white wants to go something like this, going maybe back with the bishop, trading off the dark squared bishops, and then playing against that guy, you know, taking the outpost. That's strategically the dream for white. So if he can achieve that, he's going to be a lot better. But of course, you know, black can put some obstacles in the path. Let's actually take a look at this move, right? Rook e8. And so let's say I try to achieve my goals. Now, this is very interesting, guys, very instructive moment, especially for beginners. So it's a good moment to stop spamming the chat and learn some chess. You see, when you're offered a trade in chess, a lot of beginners, they just automatically take, right? It's instinct, take pieces, right? But in chess, you have to think about how these trades are helping you. And the reality is, well, this trade doesn't help you at all. It helps white. And why does it help white? Because the knight is better than the opposing minor piece. And how do we know that? Well, the knight has an amazing outpost coming up, while the bishop has not a lot of future, because most of the pawns on the board, especially the key center pawn, is on a light square, right? So this is like a dream for white. I mean, he has the better pawn structure, better minor piece, and he's on his way to winning. Therefore, in these kinds of positions, black actually needs to make a withdrawing move from the trade. Much better, even though it's a little sad, right, Fiona, to like move the bishop again and retreat, but the bishop has still more potential and can serve you better than if he's off the board.
Absolutely. And especially I think that d4 square, that d4 outpost you were highlighting, if the bishops get traded, no piece will ever be able to contest the knight on d4. No pawn there, no pawns on the c file, no pawns on the e file. So bishop c7 here, I'm with you, makes a lot more sense. Also now black can put some pressure of their own onto the pawn on e5.
Yeah, sorry guys, I went into my teaching mode there. That was me, like that's how I am with my students. I was like, let me just really explain to them, what white is going for here, and like what are the typical mistakes we want to avoid for black. So
I think they like it. They're taking note, as you can see. I don't know if you can see the peepo, the frog that's taking notes.
Oh no, oh yeah, oh good, because I see a lot of wings, like pink wings. What does that mean?
I have no idea. I'm also, I mean, I'm probably a little bit more in the know than you, but only ever so slightly more. So I also need to be educated on a lot of this stuff still. Yeah. Let us know, what do the rings do? Does Irina have BTTV? Do you
No, I don't. And we talked about that. I know that such a thing exists. So I'm already one step ahead of yesterday, but I haven't yet. I haven't yet downloaded it. Benjamin told me about it, but I plan to. I think that will be pretty cool to know what you guys are like doing there in the chat.
I like it, a little spam the swing to protect Hikaru's king.
Oh, nice. Nice.
The chat is so thoughtful. What would we do without you?
Yeah, we got some rhymes going on. Okay, so basically, this is an important moment for Radjabov, and to be honest, it's a little similar to his like big think over like what to do after d4. Why is this an important moment? Because a6 is obvious, right? It's like the first instinct, something is attacked, defend it, right? But I mean, at the same time, I'm sure he knows there's also like more interesting options on the board. This move like might be a little slow. Like he knows that it's going to give white time to improve their knight. There's some chances for an edge, although I still think like black's position is very, very solid here. Like I wouldn't look at this position for black and panic, despite, the fact that there's this weak pawn. But he might be looking at other things here. And I see, honestly, a move that is, well, not the most obvious. This engine is pointing out the move d5. Oh, wow.
Okay, I mean, d5, seemingly just giving up a pawn.
Yeah, it really does seem to just give up a pawn. Like I can tell you that, like, it's not obvious why black would want to do this at all. Like when I take the pawn, right? Like, well, okay, so it was a weak pawn, but you just gave it away. Like, how is that so awesome? I suppose it helps you develop. And now we're threatening bishop d3, attacking the rook, which is protecting the f2 pawn. Actually, I mean, yeah, the two bishops are giving black like very good compensation.
Yeah, I mean, this position already looks quite uncomfortable. Maybe knight f3 to cut off the queen from looking down at f2. But it feels like at the very least, black should be able to regain that pawn, right?
Yeah, no, this is why the move a6 is not a given, because there's quite powerful options like d5 that he's considering.
There's a question in the chat. What if white recaptures captures with the queen?
That's a good question, right? I mean, I guess what I would say here is like the d file is open, so we might catch a tempo. Seems like, I mean, should I just show you like more crazy engine stuff? He wants to give up a second pawn. Well, I mean, it's a lot of pawns. It's a lot of pawns. I can't really believe that he'll be playing like that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, here's go with the second pawn. There is a lot of compensation, yes. And the compensation is simply coming from the two bishops and the better developments. Like, all these pieces are really good.
I think if Timur had looked at this beforehand, then there might be a chance that we could see something like this.
Yeah.
But
it's hilarious, Fiona. We're down 3 pawns now. We literally play only moves that lose pawns.
These lines are so crazy, right? And still we see the bar is somewhere in the middle. The bar is not phased at all. But look at Timur's clock time, 1 hour 16, which is already he's down 40 minutes compared to Hikaru. This is not a situation in which you want to start giving pawns, especially when you know your opponent is still in his prep. I mean, maybe he will, but I'd be shocked.
Yeah, look, I think there's a decent chance, because there's a decent chance something other than a6 will happen. The reason I think so is because he's down a lot on the clock, but he knows like the game is simplified. We're not in a very complicated middle game anymore, right? So he knows like, okay, there's pretty much a couple more critical decisions to be made, and then it's going to get easier to play.
Yeah,
and he's probably quite close to getting Hikaru out of his prep, right? I mean, there's always coming a point where, the prep ends, and I'm sure he feels that, right? So he needs to make a couple more decisions. And so he's like, okay, this is the obvious one, but is there something else? And of course, he knows that the power of the two bishops, right? So is d5 like completely out of the picture? I don't think it is. I think, for such a strong player, there is actually a decent chance that he's going to go for this kind of pawn sacrifice. And I mean, it's hard to give up 2 pawns, but on the other hand, the bishops are really fantastic.
Yeah, d5 maybe, b4. We'll see. We'll let him think about it. Irina, I'm so disappointed. I just had a quick look at the other games. Maybe we can quickly pull up Richard's report against Aliweza Firuja, where the queens have already come off. Okay, I mean, what I can see, and you'll enlighten me and enlighten all of us, I see like a black bishop pair and it actually it reminds me of a game we saw yesterday of this report game.
Right? Yeah, it's a complete copy of it, yeah. And I mean, in a lot of ways, I mean, it's not as bad. Report's position was worse as black than this one is. But you're right, Fiona, because what you're seeing is the
pawn structure.
Yeah. This is actually a very interesting development because Report played e4 and Firuza played the Sicilian. So I thought this game was starting out in a really promising way. I mean, we know the Sicilian is one of the most exciting openings in chess. And they already got into a slightly offbeat line with white, instead of capturing knight takes d4, going for queen takes d4. And, it's still a main line, but it is more rare. Wow. And Firuza, instead of going for bishop d7 main move, goes for a sideline where he forces the bishop to give himself up for the knight. However, these positions, I've even looked at this kind of stuff, and generally I thought white was a bit better because, it's not obvious, guys, but this tempo that black spends on attacking the bishop is basically a wasted tempo. And black is going to be somewhat behind in development. White's going to put the pawn there, get the knight out. I thought it's a bit more pleasant. And so he goes for this. Ali Reza really looking like he's like playing from Report's playbook from yesterday.
I know, but no g6.
No, it's like hilarious. And so Report plays c5, which is what Duda did against him. This is really, really funny. But I guess, So, okay, the idea of c5 is that you're trying to split up these nice center pawns, right? So the idea is very thematic. You want to weaken your opponent's pawns, really similar to his own game yesterday against Jan-Christoph Duda, where he was black.
I'm sure he's having more fun on the white side of it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there is a chance for black to try to win that pawn. Actually interesting why black did not go for this check, because you can just try to grab the pawn. Now there is this move, right? So perhaps he wasn't enthused by the prospects of like trading the queens. And
yeah, let's have a quick look. If queen c5, the queens get traded, and yeah.
So white has a better pawn structure here. Of course, these pawns wouldn't make anybody happy. You can make a draw, by the way, probably with this kind of pawn sack, right? Because the pawn is so terrible, you would rather give it up and just activate the bishop.
And funny enough, maybe white doesn't even have to take the pawn.
That's another lesson, right, guys? We don't have to take the pawn, and we don't have to take the knight. And probably the best move, step away from the trade, plant the knight on a nice outpost square in front of the isolated pawns.
And just look at all the nice squares that the knight is looking at, potentially d6, b6, e5, a5. The knight is just looking at so many nice squares.
Yeah. It's interesting, like here we can put the knight on the side of the board to support the other knight, which is not normally where we want to have him. But I guess in the long run, once we get the bishop out, put the rook somewhere here, I mean, the knight can improve himself, right? This knight can move somewhere, maybe the other knight can take his place. And yeah, this is just kind of suffering for black. So no one wants to get an end game like this, and Report got himself an end game like this yesterday, but it was not intentional. It is certainly not on purpose.
No. So let's catch up with the game. So queen a5 did not happen. Instead, Alireza went knight g6.
On takes. And yeah, we'll go back to Hikaru's game soon, because Radjabov did make a move and it was not either of the moves that we were thinking about, Fiona. But we'll get back to that in a second. So knight g6, pawn takes, queen takes. Okay.
Anyway, this game after the queen's off.
Yeah.
I'm not thrilled any longer.
No longer any interest with. I mean, yeah, what can I say about this position? Well, black has these separated pawns. That's a weakness. Black has the bishop pair. That's in general a strength. You know, white will probably try to do something like knight d2 to c4, or knight c3 to a4. Might castle queenside. Pretty decent chance of that. Or not. Could castle kingside. So, you know, white's going to try to probe the weaknesses of the pawns. And let's see if he gets anywhere in this game. So let's go back to Hikaru's game.
Yeah, and speaking of Hikaru's game, now is your time to get some juices, because there is a prediction up. So vote now. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Irina. So the question is, does Radjabov play? No, oh no, that's the answer. Don't mind me.
Oh yeah,
I just had a boomer moment. La la la. Okay, back to the game.
So he played queen c6. So he didn't protect the pawn like that, and he didn't go for the really cool double or triple pawn sack with d5. He went queen c6. Okay, I mean, I would say very understandable move. And the point of it is you're protecting the pawn and simultaneously attacking this pawn. So the knight can't really move because of queen e4. And that is why Hikaru answered rook e1 quite quickly. Okay, so Hikaru, of course, the move he's waiting to play, can't wait to play really, is knight f3. And out of all the moves that black has here, I mean, I would say, so now there's no more point to d5, of course, because now you're going to lose the pawn with a tempo. So there was no point putting the queen there if you're going to sack the pawn like that. So either you're going to go d6, just quiet, allowing white to improve, Or you're going to go for this move, which is interesting because it tries to open the rook towards the f2 pawn.
F5 is a very, very interesting try actually for black. Do we have to allow him to open the F file? Can we go E5 or do we have to take?
Yeah, I think first of all, well, I do think E5 is a big alternative, right? So white might just look at that. And again, if you give white enough time in this position, like if you give white a couple of moves to do that, they would just be, I think, better. But it's a question of time. Is white going to have that time to, like for example, like I find this move, I see the engine offers this one as kind of like very surprising in a way, right? Because you're leaving white with a pass pawn. Your bishop doesn't look that impressive. I mean, I know you can put him here. It feels like it could be a worse position for black, right? And so the engine offers this up as equal, but I don't think this is an obvious like equality where you would look for as black, right?
Not at all.
Yeah, like this move also, like d6, like you have to consider e6. It's a little scary.
By the way, F5 is off the table because in the game, Timo has actually played rook E8.
Yeah. So he's not going for any of these crazy pawn moves. Yeah, I think
which I think is good news, right? Because the pawn moves, like the pawn sacks we saw, seem to be more critical. And I think if after spending so much time, he goes for more prudent moves, I think that's suits Hikaru perfectly.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No, that is, by the way, the scenario of this game follows a pretty common scenario where the person who's out prepared starts playing very solidly, right? The strong instinct in a chess player, go for that safety when you're in unknown waters, right? And sometimes, and the risk, and it happens almost all the time, is that you're going to just keep doing it. Like in the beginning, it works, right? Like it's fine. It's good to stick to that strategy, but then you kind of like, you continue with it and you miss some better opportunities, right? And I think that's what's happening to Radjabov. But of course, as he's using more time, he's basically letting Hikaru, well, finally Hikaru gets to play this move, right? Now we should figure out why the pawn cannot be taken. I think there's probably a lot of reasons. Black has like no development. Perhaps we even go something like bishop f4. It's kind of interesting.
Bishop f4 is interesting, using the fact that black cannot capture because of the back rank problems.
There's even like bishop h6, you know, Fiona, like there's some interesting things. Like I know it's probably not necessary, but like, I mean, even this move is kind of funny, isn't it? Seems to be not working.
Not working, but funny.
But I mean, the idea is that I'm trying to like very quickly connect the rooks. And if you take my bishop, I was thinking, okay, maybe this is worth looking at, but apparently not. I think you can just go queen. Even queen g6 is possible. There is like some attack here, of course, right? Like it's not like white is losing in all the lines.
No, for sure. I mean, it's always that's the problem with looking at these lines with a computer. If we were computerless, we might think that this could be perfectly playable, right?
Yeah, exactly. We found some line where apparently white is equal. All right. But no, bishop h6 is not going to be played. It doesn't have to be played. Actually, bishop f4, like I mentioned at first, is quite good. Bishop d2 is also good.
Yeah, just a simple move, right?
Yeah, because like you just want to take the rook, go rook e1. And unfortunately, black is not able to get coordinated in time. I think also knight g5 is a big threat, right? So like if you go d5, let's just to support the rook, then this is a problem. You
got all these weaknesses, and f7 as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I think Hikaru will play knight f3 pretty quickly. Yeah, so he's out of book, but you know, getting out of his book is not a bad thing, because it just means Radjabov, you know, hasn't
played the best.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, he just put knight f3 on the board as expected. I mean, the knight dreams about finally going there, so of course he's going to do it at the first opportunity.
So we are, well, knight f3 has been played, right? You said.
Yeah, he has played it. And so it got a little bit of an initiative, right?
For sure. I think 1 hour into the game, this is looking very promising for Hikaru, who clearly got in some big prep. He is up over 40 minutes on the clock. So really liking what we are seeing. And Irina, I think it's the perfect time for us now to take a quick first break. We can all hope that Radjabov will take on e4, which would be great news. I don't think he will, but regardless, this is looking promising for Hikaru already early doors. So we're going to take a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome back to round 2 here of the FIDE Candidates 2022. We are back with Hikaru's game, and well, Irina, we didn't miss much because while we were gone on a break, Radjabov, he's still in the tank. He's getting very close now to dropping under an hour, and it's still only move 14. For anyone who might have just joined us now into the second hour of play, maybe you can quickly recap what's been happening in the first hour in Hikaru's game.
Yeah, so Hikaru managed to surprise Radjabov in the opening. Clearly, much better prepared, as we can see on the clock. He's only spent about 10 minutes. Radjabov has spent almost an hour. And, in terms of what was going on in the chess part, I wouldn't say that Radjabov, was doing badly, but he chose some conservative options, rather some interesting, more sharp ones. And at this point, I think Hikaru is finally kind of going to consolidate his advantage. So he just got the time to play this move, knight f3, which was really important, unblocking his bishop and getting ready to develop the rest of his pieces. And basically what we have here is a structural advantage for white, right? Being the theme of this position is pawn structure. There's an isolated pawn on the board. There's doubled pawns on the board for black. And the compensating factor for black is these two bishops. Of course, one of them is completely undeveloped for now, but the other one sitting on b6 is really quite good looking at white's king. So white would love to, I think, neutralize that bishop if possible. And I think we will be seeing some ideas with the move bishop e3, perhaps. So let's say black in this position goes, well, let's just say how black can blunder. Black can play d6 and lose the game in one move, Fiona, because now knight g5 happens and we get a simple double attack on these two pawns that black cannot defend.
Yeah, so d6, a normal looking move would just lose. Well, there's the prophylactic. I don't know, in this case, maybe it's not so prophylactic as in just stopping knight h5, and that's the move h6.
Yeah, so black can do that, right, in preparation for d6. Although, yeah, I guess if you go d6, I doubt that like white will have ideas of sacking the bishop just yet. So now white needs to figure out what to do with his bishop. He's got 3 squares, which all look possible.
You talked earlier in a different position, but about the exchange of the bishop. So let me ask you the same question here. If bishop e3 now, what do you think black should do in this case? Should black still avoid the trade? Should black trade actively, or should black say, if you want, you can take me, but I'm not going to take?
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I do think this is a really big idea for white, and it's important that this pawn seems to not be hanging, right? Because we're going to take on b6, and well, we'll saddle you with 3 pawns, 3 doubled pawns.
The Irish pawn center.
Yeah, how can I say 3 doubled pawns? And tripled pawns. It's a little simpler to say it like that. And then I'm going to take here and just exploit my better harmony. With the rook coming to e1 and to e8, and black's undeveloped bishop completely useless. Right, so the black king is coming under a big attack here. We're actually threatening some cool stuff with rook e8, king h7. Perhaps knight g5 would be a cool checkmate using the pin.
Yeah.
So if you go, like, let's say here, to keep your queen protecting g5, now in this position, maybe we can just take, because actually, and just play a3. You're gonna lose, not from getting checkmated, but you're gonna lose from like the horrible pawn structure, the pin on the back rank.
I mean,
yeah,
it's so funny that black is actually a pawn up here, but it's one of the saddest positions I've ever seen.
Yeah, you don't see a grandmaster getting into this kind of position very often, so this is not going to happen for sure. But it just is. We're showing it to illustrate like some important tactical points of like why this pawn is immune, right? Because otherwise, it's a logical question why black can't take it. And that's why he also can't take it. He can't take it under any circumstances. The pawn is just poisoned. It only helps white get control of the e-file.
Yeah. Yeah, so that pawn always taboo.
So let's say black plays d6.
D6.
Right?
Yeah.
So now we have a big question. I mean, we can think about bishop d4. We can think about bishop takes b6, and then maybe just pawn a3. Actually, I mean, that's kind of a simple move, isn't it? And just like really important move like a3, because we don't want you going, b4. But on the other hand, that's why you're going to go a5, and you're going to really try to liquidate those pawns. And if you manage to, then you're going to be completely fine. So in this position, I actually don't think that white's position is that much better. Although I suppose you're not really threatening b4 at the moment, because I can take, and you're like still going to have that hanging rook. So we do have a little bit of time to prepare. So maybe white has a bit of an edge still, but black is very close, right? Very close to kind of getting that move in, and I think equalizing the game.
Let me ask you one thing. Do you think that the time difference, which is at almost an hour now, do you think that adds like a certain amount of points to the evaluation,
Yeah. I definitely think that Radjabov is going to be feeling uncomfortable, because that's inevitable. When you're down like an hour on the clock, no matter what the position is, like you're going to feel psychologically pressed, right? And as that keeps on going, as he's not able to like resolve the tension, as long as there's tension left in the position, he still keeps having to make choices. It's going to be uncomfortable for him. Like the best outcome for him is finally to kind of like get something where he knows exactly what he needs to do. Right. So for Hikaru, he wants to keep the tension for as long as possible.
I think it's on the time situation, in my opinion, is already pretty critical, because Radjabov has to make 27 moves still. And he has only 55 minutes. That's an average of 2 minutes per move, which that's not a lot of time for a lot of moves. He also has no way of really simplifying the position at any point. So I think it's a big concern. BK the Infamous in the chat is, by the way, telling us that in the current position after knight f3, only 2 moves for Radja keep the advantage under +1 point. Yeah. And that's h6 or d5.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel that he's not comfortable, and these moves, it might not seem so difficult, but when you're like playing the game over the board, and I mean your pieces aren't developed, and you're still having to make some kind of pawn move on the side of the board, it's not the easiest move to think of, right? Like I can see why he's taking his time, and maybe he's still looking at this pawn sack. It's like probably a worse version than the one he had before. And I'm not sure, like, for example, like if he takes and like goes for this position, is there enough compensation? I mean, sure, he's thinking about it, in fact, because he really has a lot to think about. Like, when should I finally sack something and just try to?
Yeah, how do we meet this? Do we go for a4, just try and open another front? Is there any way we can try and hold on to the pawn on d5? What are our plans? What are they?
Yeah, I mean, I guess bishop f4 is the obvious move. Try to get the pawn to d6, the rook to d1. That's maybe the first thing that I would think of. This move is kind of interesting, but I'm more concerned about the pawn here, right? Because there's like rook d8, and I don't really see, like, I don't like the knight on e1. And I feel like if you push the pawn, you're just going to lose the pawn when the king gets to e6.
Are we not in time if I go rook d4, clicking out your bishop?
Yeah.
I'm not sure where I even want to bring my knight to.
Yeah, like maybe something like that.
Can I bring the knight via d2 somehow?
You have some ideas like this, so maybe I need to spend time on that. And if you go to f3, I still play king f7. Oh, wow, he put it on the board, d5.
d5 has just been played. Sorry, I was laughing at the latest copy pasta. Spang this bong to make Radjabov take long.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. The long to make Raja take long. Yeah. I mean,
So,
D5, you see,
D5.
this is kind of what he wants to do. He wants to, like, these are difficult decisions for him, but once he sort of makes these concrete decisions, takes the game in a more forcing path, it gets easier for him, right? So we're gonna see, because it looks like there is a decent chance that we're gonna be getting an end game with a trade of queens now.
The thing is there any way for Hikaru to keep? Because I think with this time situation, I think Hikaru could already be influenced, and I'm curious on your thoughts. He could potentially be influenced on making not what he believes to be objectively the best move, but the move that he thinks, not if it's a bad move, obviously, but the move that he thinks might be slightly inferior, but keeping more pieces on the board, keeping more tension.
Yeah, I mean, he would like to do that, definitely, Fiona. But the problem is, like, what can you really do against D5 that keeps a lot of tension? Like maybe E5, yeah?
Or even just taking with the pawn, even if I just, me, if I can just keep my queen on the board, right? That's something.
Yeah, by the way, I would say this is kind of interesting, E5, but I still think it's more likely he's going to take the pawn, although well, E5 is a possibility for sure. But let's go back and just take a look at that end game for a second, right? Let's see if there's any way that he can hold his pawn, right? So Black is relying on his nice bishops, better development, and rook d8 coming to win back this pawn. So what if we go?
And just to answer a question from Bikos, who's asking, what does the engine say? What's the best move? I think the engine was saying that queen takes. This is the best, right?
Yeah. We're looking at like what the engine says is the best line. Bishop f4, it's just kind of my try because it feels natural. Like I want to understand why we can't try to like hold the pawn like that. And it seems to be like a lot of little reasons. So like Black can even try not to win this pawn immediately. I think he's trying to go to E2.
What if is king F1 just trying to...
Yeah, you can go to F1. You can't move your knight yet because you're going to get hit with that. So then Black just kind of goes positional and starts giving the king a square. Let's say we go rook d1.
F6 is such a move that I would never expect, I would think that Black is going to do something to try and attack my pawn on E5, not such a slow plan.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is this knight, right? So like, let's say I try bringing him out. Well, what's going to happen? You're going to play G. Well, okay, let me play this move first because I know you want to go G5 and like expand. So let's try that. You can probably still go like, let's say you go H6. Because I'm not really going H5. And let's say we're okay. Now on this move, I don't know if you want to go bishop G4. That doesn't seem that dangerous. Okay.
By the way, Creamsicle is asking a question which is very similar, I think, to what I was asking you. Do we think that queen takes d5 is the best way to convert this to a win, or do we think that it simplifies too much? My first instinct is that we haven't, the thing is we haven't looked at the alternatives yet. So we should figure out probably like how many chances do they offer. My first instinct is that Hikaru is not going to play queen takes d5. What do you think, Irina?
Yeah, I haven't yet worked that out. I mean, like, because, it depends on, he's going to look at this move. Like, it's the critical move for sure, right? So when your opponent offers you a pawn, the first thing you do is you think about taking it. Does it, he's gonna need to evaluate like how much compensation does Black have? Like, it's obvious that Black has some, right? I mean, that's actually, obvious from, just the first few moves, right? You guys have noticed, the knight on the back rank, no development. So there is this element that like he might not want to give Radjabov this type of clear play, right? Clear compensation. And so maybe even if he thinks the advantage is less, he might prefer a move like e5. I can believe that for sure. And I think maybe psychologically, it's not even such a bad idea.
I think it really will depend on how he assesses moves like e5. I think if he thinks that they give him decent chance, I think if he thinks that d5 is much stronger objectively, he will go d5. If he thinks that this also gives him an advantage, but yeah, it's hard to, I mean, even with us with the engine, it's not easy to
yeah, like for example,
so.
in this line, Fiona, like, I mean, like how much complexity is really left in the position? Like okay, you've kept the queens on the board, and let's say black goes and just pretty much forces a queen trade. Why this move forces a queen trade? Because if you don't trade, this queen is great here, and it's helping the bishop come out. So let's say you trade, and then he's basically facing the prospect of this end game, except he's not up a pawn yet, right? Yeah. And so he goes here, and again, black is going to say no to the trade. And yeah, I mean, like, look at this. It's quite solid. I can even go bishop e6, pawn a6.
Yeah, which is that one move, queen g6, you've already pretty much discouraged me of this e5 idea.
See, it's not that simple to just say, oh, I want the game to be more complicated, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he would like that, but it depends on what's possible. It's not like black is under a ton of pressure after this move. And I think he will find queen g6 is like a very simple idea. You just challenge white's queen and you help your light squared bishop get developed to a better square. So I think, this is a difficult situation for Hikaru. He needs to have a big think here.
Let me ask you one final question. What happens if we take on d5 with the pawn?
Yeah, if you take with d5 with the pawn, so pretty much a similar scenario. I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe it's even worse because with your worst developed pieces, maybe it's more helpful for black to have a queen on the board. I don't know. On the other hand, you can't go bishop f5, right? Or bishop e4, which is nice. So we can take a look, something like that. So I'm threatening bishop g4. And that's why, yeah, you can try like some h3 move, stop it. I suppose you're kind of holding on to these squares for now, like nothing tragic is happening. And if I go just for something like that, maybe trying to go bishop f5.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, black has the two bishops and the queen is beautifully centralized here.
Yeah, I think this is why we still kind of have to go back to this move. Yeah. I know as much as we don't want to.
Yeah, the more we look at this, the more I'm changing my mind and thinking he will actually go for queen takes.
Yeah, I think he will try to find some advantage here. Maybe we can do a little better, like, and try to be more precise here for white.
Okay, so after bishop f5, I mean, bishop f4 looks so natural. Are there any, I think bishop f4 is not where we need to look for alternatives, surely.
Yeah, it looks very natural. I mean, looks very natural, bishop f4, but this plan is quite powerful. That eventually black goes to it. He can go to it immediately. He can go to it after rook d8 or after rook e8.
It's interesting as well, because we see here, and you can see it on your screen, the bar says 0.4. But someone in the chat was saying that at a deeper depth, it's +1. So yeah, that's, I mean, it makes a big difference, right? The depth of the engine. So rook e8, Can black also start with just f6 immediately, or why does it make sense to start with rook e8?
Yeah, rook e8 doesn't hurt anything. I think because you're threatening rook e2, so basically forcing king f1. f6 is just a nice positional move. It's just like improving the position and saying like, okay, you got your extra pawn. It's not really going anywhere. You can push it one more move and that's it. These bishops really good on an open board. The rook really good on the open file. And the king coming out, some expansion on the king side. There's just a lot of compensation. And I mean, I do think that Radjabov kind of made the right call. I mean, he's trying to equalize, right, in a difficult position. He knows the game has been not going super smoothly for him. And he's basically, again, like, it's a very smart thing to do. Try to force things before you get so low on time that you can no longer calculate properly, right? And he's making, and I still think, with 52 minutes on the clock, it's actually plenty of time for this kind of position.
Yeah.
Right. It's like once he's made that decision, committed to it, now his decision is actually going to get easier, right, Fiona?
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think Hikaru is going to take a little while longer here. I think very likely he will take on d5, and we'll see an endgame like this one arise. I was thinking, while Hikaru thinks, maybe that gives us the chance to check out the last game we haven't seen yet, and that's Jan Krzysztof Duda against Ding Liren.
All right, let's see it. So we got the top Polish and the top Chinese players here. Really unusual position. So they had an Italian opening. And, by the way, that's interesting because Jan Krzysztof Duda is really more of a d4 player. And so he has played e4. I would say he's dabbled in it, but it's really not his main move. So he definitely is stepping a little bit out of his regular territory here. So we have the Italian with knight of 6, d3. So quite similar to some other openings we've seen today. I guess that is actually, when I say some other openings, I'm talking about the game Nepo versus Caruana, to be precise. It's this line.
Funnily enough, I mean, I saw a poll somewhere on Twitter before the tournament, and it asked, what do you think is going to be the most discussed opening in the candidates? And I actually voted Italian. It feels like lately the Italian has been really all the rage.
Yep. So rook e1. Okay, but Ding Liren is not doing like Fabiano's much more aggressive plan of h6 and g5. Well, he did play h6, but I don't think he's going to go g5. Whoa, interesting. I mean, that deserves some comment. Wow. That's really cool. I mean, he's going to go to a7, isn't he? We know this is such an old idea, guys, and I can't remember the very famous legendary player. I mean, you know what I'm talking about, Fiona? It's like probably from Nimzovich's book, from Nimzovich's book, My System. I don't know if it was Nimzovich himself, or actually it could have been, or Rubinstein, or some, there's this kind of like queen to the side and developing like that, which is super unusual. And that's therefore beautiful in chess, right? What a cool move, this queen b8, right? Like, it's not usually the queen comes out from the center, not from a move like queen b8. So what is that about? So not only this, but also if the bishop takes the knight,
the b file opens.
Pretty cool stuff by Ding. Yeah, I like that. He found a way to attack that pawn, which is different from the way Fabi was attacking Nepo's f2 pawn.
A lot more subtle. I mean, Fabi literally just went for it, throwing all the pieces forward.
Yeah, no, I actually like what Ding is doing. What he's done with that queen has been quite nice. He has treated that queen very well. Okay, so he steps away. By the way, what is that? It's a prophylactic move, guys. Let's get some practice with that word. Just stepping away from all potential attacks by the bishop. And of course, white wants to go d4. I have to ask myself, or ask you, Fiona, why?
Probably better ask yourself.
Why white didn't go d4? I guess, I mean, guess bishop b6 anyway, right? Because it's such a typical idea for white that you really wonder. But I guess it's not so dangerous. The bishop just steps back. Okay. But now he stepped back anyway. King h7. So what is that about?
Too prophylactic a move for me.
Very subtle, isn't it? Oh wow. Is he like, well, he's not really thinking about knight g8 and f5. Maybe Fiona.
But even if he were, why would the king have to be on h7?
Yeah, why h7, right? Where like the queen is, that is unusual.
Could he be defending h6?
Yeah, you know what I think he wants? I think he wants knight g8,
g6.
And then maybe f5. That could be the idea. All right, we'll see. All right. So I mean, I would say, you know, this is a big decision, guys. Like it might seem just like a not very consequential pawn move, but actually all pawn moves carry consequences. And like, for example, what does this move tell us? Well, it tells us that white is less likely to go for any plans with d4, right? And the queen goes back to a7. Bishop c3, knight g8. Yeah, so he's definitely, maybe even going, I would say g6 is seems to be the main idea. Why don't you talk for a second, Fiona, as I clear my throat?
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the position, wondering about this king h7, but actually, regardless of if the follow-up is g6 or as we will see in the game, he actually went for g5. The main idea of getting the king to h7 was not linked to the king itself, but linked to freeing up the g8 square for the knight, so that the knight could jump back there. And then he can decide, depending on how white reacts, if he goes for g6 f5, if, as in the game we'll see, he goes for g5.
Yeah, I mean, like, so white plays rook d2. I mean, obviously interested in pushing this pawn. And now c5. This is so cool, I have to say. I mean, we're seeing a lot of weird things by Ding in this game.
I mean, he brought the queen all the way to a7.
Yeah. And to go c5, guys, it's so paradoxical. It really is, because like you're literally breaking, you know, key chess principles, like don't block your bishop. When you have this sort of relationship, it feels very effective, right? You like those diagonals for the pieces, but what does c5 do? It totally closes up the queen and bishop. And why would you do such a negative looking thing? Well, I mean, he really doesn't want to let white push over here and open up the center. That's a big idea for white. So he stops it. And I think the plan is that, well, he can always, I mean, in the worst case, he can like put his bishop here one day, trade off white's bishop, maybe Fiona, even like c6, I would say, and rerouting the bishop somewhere.
I like c6 a lot, because not only does it allow the bishop to reroute, but also it allows the queen to potentially rejoin the game via the 7th rank. So c6 seems to make a lot of sense. And now white starts maneuvering his own knights. And we don't get g6 f5, but actually f6 g5.
Okay. Well, what can we say about this position? First of all, I mean, Ding is definitely played in an interesting way this game, I would say. I mean, I like his position, actually. Of course, you know, white's knight is well placed at this moment because those squares are available. And I would say that in general, white would love to get like that second knight here. He can't quite do it yet. It would mean a pawn sacrifice, which I don't think he's ready for. Actually, I mean, it wouldn't be like a total shock if you considered ideas like that, even sacking a pawn, but, you know, and then getting the knight into f5. Not really like a shocking idea. I think you can definitely look at it.
I would love to take that knight though, because I feel my bishop on e6 isn't really doing much at the moment. So if you give me the chance to give that up and win a pawn.
Yeah. Oh, the problem is I can't even go to f5, right? That's one of the issues, is because my rook is hanging.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And I can't attack your queen because my knight will hang. So, whoa. Oh, I can attack your queen. It's a draw or something after queen g3, bishop e1. Or am I'm trapping your queen. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. It's an insane line.
That is really funny. I mean, f3 is actually interesting then because you can't take my knight. It's a poisoned knight.
So that's I have to drop back. Yeah.
You drop back, and now problem is that this square is beautiful, but you're going to get challenged immediately. So there's not so much point going.
I wonder if you can somehow use the h file.
Yeah, you go to h5. I mean, I don't think he's going to do any of this, to be honest, because, you know, the reason he's not going to is because it's not like very forced. It's interesting though, right? You can like go for g4, but there's just too much like, it's just too unclear. And does he really need that kind of stuff right now? Maybe he can prepare this better.
Yeah. By the way, Irina, we've had a move from Hikaru, and he actually decided to take on d5 with the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Also, someone in the chat was saying, I think it was Cutie Jelly, was saying that the more the computer, the more depth it went to, the less it liked queen takes d5. So all in all, I'm happy. I'm happy to see e takes d5.
Yeah, definitely interesting. So Hikaru chooses to keep the queens on the board. Okay. Like we said, the advantage of keeping the queens on the board is that you're not making it so easy for the light red bishop to develop. And I think, okay, definitely Radjabov is going to trade on e1. I mean, who can resist such a trade, putting the knight on the back rank? And plus, you don't really have many options because, I mean, queen d7 is not like a serious move here. So this trade is going to happen. And then you have a large choice of moves. I mean, you can go queen c4 that we looked at. You can even consider queen e8, I would say. I mean,
by the way, I just want to say I misquoted Cutie Jolly. He actually had said the less it liked e takes e5, and then said actually it liked both less. I think it just means that the position, maybe at first the engine thinks, oh, this is a pawn, this is good. And the more it thinks, it realizes maybe black's compensation.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I mean, as we went down those lines, we could see, Fiona, that, you know, white's advantage was very difficult to maintain, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I think queen c4 is more likely. Why would you put the queen on e8 where it's more passive and, you know, not letting the rook come to e8, right? So I do think that queen, oh, and he played it, right? Queen c4. So here we are, guys. Black trying to demonstrate compensation for the missing pawn with the two bishops and the better piece activity.
And the question is now, how is Hikaru going to react? Earlier, we briefly looked at h3 to maybe stop bishop g4. What do you think the candidate moves are for Hikaru here?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very interesting to consider the trade of the dark squared bishops. I mean, it's a kind of a weird move in a way because it does lead to white's pawn structure getting weakened after the trade, but at the same time you're neutralizing a very powerful piece of black's and opening up your rook. I think you can at least consider this move, and I would say like this is an important type of position to try to evaluate. So it doesn't look
how do you go on about evaluating this? Like, where do you start?
Well, honestly, I feel like bishop e3 makes sense for white. I actually think he will go for it. It's a very, very like human type of move. I mean, we know that we got to try to neutralize our opponent's strong pieces in chess. And I don't think like, I mean, even though I can see that black has some compensation, like I wouldn't say, I mean, one of the problems is like, we can't really move the rook because we might lose that pawn. We would, you know, we can't really go knight f3. I mean, there's issues, right, with like the black queen coming in. But still, I feel like let's say you go bishop g4, right? So you're putting yourself in this pin. And now you can't, you know, you can't take the pawn because you're tied to the bishop. And you know what's interesting? I guess like queen e4 is very interesting. This isn't like not an annoying attack on e3.
I mean, the top engine lines here, I'm so confused by both. It suggests king h1 and h3. The point is, I guess that, okay, after king h1, black cannot capture the pawn because the bishop would be hanging.
Yeah, the problem is just that it's like, it's the knight, right? It's the knight is so passive here. And like even with some sort of like normal move like rook e8. Looks like black is getting quite good compensation because I mean, just can't go anywhere with this knight. You can't even put your rook on d1.
I mean, it looks like we have to go h3 here, and the bishop drops back to f5.
Yeah, and after queen takes, bishop takes, and we're actually getting something similar that we looked at, didn't we, Fiona? Like even, you know, this kind of stuff like this. Like we already saw plenty of this kind of.
It's very similar, yeah, to the exact position.
Yeah. So what can I say? I do think, you know, well, first of all, of course, we want Hikaru to pose as many problems to Radjabov as possible, but you know, you got to give credit to the players, right? This is something that the top players are quite good at. They can feel these critical moments. They feel when they need to change the tide of the game. And I do think that just in time, Radjabov played this move d5.
Yeah, I think d5 was really crucial in this situation here. And he did very well to, I mean, he spent a lot of time, but I think, as Irina is saying, so important for his sake. Unfortunately for us, we wish he hadn't done it, but d5 was such an important move.
Yeah, he basically started fighting back for the initiative, right? It's a very good chess strategy, sacrifice some material for the better pieces and for the initiative.
Yeah, so now, well, Hikaru has gone h3, right? Let's see.
Let's see. Yeah, he has played h3. Okay, we looked at this move earlier. So the purpose of it is to stop bishop g4. And also to give the king a square off the back rank. So what do you think black will do here, Phil?
Well, okay, I think black has a couple of things he can do. Even if the bishop cannot come to g4, we can still develop the bishop to another square. There's only one other square available, that's d7, because we are covering both e6 with the pawn and f5 with the queen. So the only square the bishop can go to is d7. Not as active as g4, but still it fulfills the same role of just opening up the back rank for the rook, which can then come to e8. The other question is, can we also centralize the queen? We talked earlier about the central queen, so potentially a move like queen e4 could be an option, but to me bishop d7 at least looks the most natural. Yeah,
Fiona, so I'm trying to come back to life. You know, I don't know what was in my throat. That was terrible. It was like, it just wasn't letting go and it just coughing. And, you know, it was very tricky to deal with that. But hopefully it's getting better. You know, guys, I'm sure you noticed you were probably watching an amusement. Is Irina going to survive this, you know?
I always like when I see the Zoom call, I'm just like, oh, it's muted. Okay.
Yeah.
Good luck, Irina.
Thank you. Okay. So h3. All right, quite logical move. And we looked at the move queen e4 earlier. I mean, I suppose, you know, the most obvious move here is actually bishop d7. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he did that move. You know, just wanting to go rook e8, right? Getting the rook into the game. What could be more natural? Yeah, I mean, because I can see there is some engine move like this queen e4, but overall, you know, bishop d7 is a lot more natural. And especially if he's getting like lower on time, he wants to play a fast move, he might do that. right? And so there is some move like queen f3.
I'm with you actually with the time situation. I think Radjabov most likely will play a move like bishop d7 quickly. I think for his sake, it wouldn't be advisable that he starts going into the tank again.
Yeah, although, you know, he's really like close, because he's close to that equality. He might think it's still a good investment of time just to like make the most precise moves. Well, let's see this line, right? Because we try to neutralize the bishop again. This one, I kind of like the queen and f3 protecting things.
Yeah, I much prefer this to what we saw earlier when the black bishop was on e4 and we were completely restricted. Here it feels like the black bishop at least needs a bit more time to get into the game.
Yeah, I mean, we can go rook d1. We can, I hope we have time. I don't know, do we have time for a3? Can we just go a3, or that just invites the queen in? It probably invites the queen in, and we're gonna have trouble defending that pawn. So let's say we go here, sacking that pawn, and knight.
Finally, we get the knight out.
Yeah, we got the knight out. We still have kept the pawn. No, I mean, I can't say I feel like white has very much here, but, you know, they do have a center pass pawn, and eventually they could push, right? This plan. So there is something here.
This, I mean, out of all the positions we've seen, this is the one I like best for Hikaru.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe rook f1 at some point. Yeah. It's a possibility. Yeah, I mean, I think he'll play bishop d7, actually, Fiona. If I had to guess, I'm still going to guess that he's going to make that quite obvious move, because queen e4 is very subtle.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit mysterious. It's not so clear to me what. So let's just put h3 on the board. So after h3, it's not so clear to me what bishop e4 is supposed to achieve.
I mean, queen e4, I think the idea is basically to stop the queen from coming back. So it's very subtle like that. And you know, the knight, so the knight can come out, or bishop d2. There's basically just two reasonable moves, right? So if the knight comes out, we didn't try bishop f5 earlier, did we? But bishop f5, I think, is very reasonable.
By the way, thanks to Fan Beingold for the 25 months, and he's saying he's a big fan, Irina, of yours.
Thank you to Fan Beingold. You know, of course, you must be a fan also of Ben Feingold. Yeah, that would be my guess. And yeah, thanks guys for your support, and that you're just here with us enjoying the games, and it's good to have everyone here.
For sure. Big shout out to everyone in the chat.
Yeah. So bishop d7, right, would be reasonable for black, and the queen is quite well placed here. I guess that's really the point of queen e4. So is he going to find it? If he finds it, I'm going to be very impressed. If he, like, with 44 minutes on the clock, down, like, you know, not quite an hour, but like close to an hour compared to Hikaru, if he's going to like have the accuracy and so that, like, kind of the foresight to like play such a move, I don't know, it's not obvious to me, but we will see. I wouldn't be totally shocked if he did find it either. You know, these top players, they got a good sense, you know, for these important moments.
I think also a lot of people underestimate, you know, Timur Radjabov. He hasn't had the best of forms lately. I mean, just last week in Norway chess, you know, he had a subpar showing for his level, let's say. But especially people who are new to chess, sometimes they don't know just how good a player he is. Like, he was one of the best in the world. He was at some point very close to 2,800, and then this disaster candidates happened for him in 2013, and it looks like he never quite came back to where he was, but he's been around, you know, like Hikaru. I think these two players are really the most experienced in the whole candidates tournament, so never underestimate him.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
Will
you
be
know, Radjabov is, you know, basically he's a prodigy. He was winning like under 18 World Youth Championships when he was like not even a not even a preteen, right? He was like probably like 11 years old or 12 years old, something like that. And he was also famously beat Kasparov in his, I think it was must have been his first ever Linares tournament. Maybe it was like 2004. So he was a very precocious chess player. I mean, really got everyone's attention in the early 2000s because you just don't see, you know, kids winning world youth championships like many years above their level, a world youth and a European youth. So he's one of the most talented players of his generation for sure. And, you know, yeah, things have kind of quieted down in his career a bit. I mean, I think it's not so much a chess talent thing, you know, maybe just maybe character thing, life priorities. I don't know exactly what it is.
I think he had a lot of, well, he had a family, he has a lot of other interests. So we never know exactly, but yeah, I think chess hasn't been his full prime focus for a little while. But Irina, we are going to take a quick break now as Timer here is figuring out what he wants to do next. His time is ticking down, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes here with this game as well as all the others from round 2. So we'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back to round 2 of the FIDE Candidates 2022. We're still looking at Hikaru's game, and there's only been one move, Irina, since we left, and that is Radjabov played the move we were expecting, probably also the move that's good news for us as Hikaru fans, that is bishop d7, which was maybe just the tiniest bit less precise than queen e4.
Yeah, I mean, bishop d7, we spoke about this move, really natural move for black, just getting the bishop out, getting ready to get the rook out. But it does give white the chance to bring the queen back slightly more into the center. The queen is a really good defender, very good at gluing things together. And I do like the queen on this square. She keeps on protecting the pawn. She gives some extra support to that square. And obviously also covers a lot of these center squares that are important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, queen f3 is the move that we are expecting now that Hikaru has the chance to bring that queen back. He still has, I mean, look at the time difference. It's actually so crazy. 1 hour 20 for Hikaru, while Timur is under 40 minutes. So queen f3, the move we're expecting, I think we prefer it to the alternatives that could be what, bishop e3. I think maybe we prefer having the queen on f3 first.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this move is also quite possible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't look like a huge difference, so I wouldn't be shocked if Hikaru plays this move either. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's basically one of these two moves are the most likely for whites, but in either case, bishop e3 probably will happen shortly. Because it's important to neutralize this bishop that is pointing at the king. So maybe we can go to another game that we haven't checked into for a while, the game Nepo Caruana, the two former challengers to world champion Magnus Carlsen.
And the two leaders as well.
Yeah, that's right. They both won yesterday, Fabiano with white and Nepo with black. And we last saw them around this point where black retreated this knight to cover the f5 square. White pushed. This was very logical, by the way, this push in the center, because this pawn is pretty much untouchable. If you insist on taking it, you're basically just going to wind up opening up this bishop. And that's super dangerous. Oh, wow. Well, okay. He took it. But he didn't take it the second time, right? He didn't take the pawn here. He went back. Rook a3. So Nepo is basically sacking this pawn. Definitely looks, I mean, looks like white's going to have a lot of compensation, I would say. Black's king is pretty open. White's pieces make a good impression, especially this knight on g3. The bishop on c4, the rook that can do the rook lift. I mean, the only problem is white kind of wishes they could have taken that diagonal with the bishop, which they didn't, right?
Yeah, I mean, that queen and that bishop are doing a great job of preventing bishop b2. I mean, in general, the bishop on d4 is a beautifully centrally located bishop.
Yeah, really interesting how he actually decides not to capture with the pawn, which looks like by far the most natural move, just maintaining the bishop on the square.
But was then maybe bishop b2?
Yeah, I don't need to worry too much about bishop b2.
There were tactics. You can just take a knight f3.
Yeah. So it's a little strange that he did with the bishop. I mean, I do find that really weird, because this is like, you know, this is an isolated pawn. Why wouldn't you want to like straighten it out and get yourself two connected past pawns? It's really strange, right? I mean, normally we do understand the player's decisions. Even if they surprise us, we can understand it. But this is a difficult thing to understand. Like, why would you take your bishop off the beautiful diagonal and stay with the isolated pawn on d6? The only advantage is that you get a tempo.
Yeah, very confusing stuff. Let's see if the next moves give us an answer. But okay, what's b5?
b5 is something to do with skewers and opening up the rook. That's what I think it's about. And if you don't want to I mean, I'll probably take you or move forward. Basically just getting a pass pawn. I think he's just trying to use his 2 against 1.
He's like, oh, damn, I missed my chance of getting a passed pawn a move ago. Better make it right.
Yeah. Knight f5. But it's interesting. I mean, black has still a very good bishop, a very good knight. And I can't really say that these pieces like make such a great impression on me at the moment, right?
Yeah,
so
they
goes
really
in.
don't.
Yeah, and by the way, you know, Caruana is up on the clock a bit. Yeah, there's no real danger to him. I mean, he can move his queen or he can take the knight.
Let me ask you a question, not about the position itself so much, but about this game. Do you feel that if one of the 2 players manages to win, I mean, it's quite rare to see someone start with 2 out of 2 in the candidates tournament. Do you think that player could be taking like an early option? Do you think it would be significant?
Yeah, I think it would be a really big deal, you know, for someone to win, and especially for someone like Caruana, who in general is quite stable.
Yeah.
Right. So he's not a guy that loses a lot of games. Like, he can be solid, and he is, you know, well suited for tournaments like this, and with his style, I think with his psychological profile. Right. So he is one of, really, I would say in this tournament, he is, oh, actually, he is the most stable player, isn't he? I mean,
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm looking at these names now, everyone is
I think
very
even
strong,
in the world,
in the
world, he's one of maybe the most stable.
Yeah, he is, for sure. Like, I mean, there's a reason he was number 2 in the world, right? Yeah. And he has experience in these situations. So I definitely think Fabi has alligator blood. I really like the way that sounds, because I kind of agree with that. You know, his character, you know, has been definitely one of the strongest parts. I mean, he's very resilient. He's very professional, you know, and that makes him just very stable. So if he gets a 2-point lead, like winning like that against Nepo with black, I think it could be like a huge thing for him.
Yeah, for sure. I think, as you were saying, especially with the black pieces and Fabiano, once again, just repeating what you're saying, he doesn't lose too many games. So I think he also senses, he has that experience. He senses that he could have a chance today. He played Queen f6. We see that the engine was saying that maybe it was interesting to capture that knight.
Take, and just keep taking. Yeah.
Very good. The greedy approach.
Yeah, black is up 2 pawns here. Of course, his 2 pawns are doubled. What is the concept here? On h4, do you just want to play? Do you just want to play g4?
I do. I just want to say, I see that Chidok was saying the poetry police are here. It's something that I'm gonna side with Andarium here, because I'd been meaning to say about this latest copy pasta. I'm also on the poetry police. I don't think that horse and worse rhyme.
Oh, I don't know. I think it sounds pretty good. Spam this horse to make Radjabov's position worse. No, it works really well. It works really well.
Nah, I'm on the poetry police. I think this one not as good as the others. It looks good, but it doesn't sound as good.
Which of these games does it look like it's going to be decisive? Well, I would say this game has a good chance, actually. It's probably the best chance of being decisive. I'm still wondering, like, what happens on h4? I mean, it must be g4. I don't see any other way to defend this pawn. And somehow there's no problem, right? Because you can't really add the f pawn in. This is well guarded. Doesn't really make sense to sack the rook just to get that pawn. The king will be pretty safe. So that seems to have been the best move for Fabi. But I mean, his move was very natural. He was just thinking, like, why should I take the knight just yet when I can take him on the next move and maybe even win a pawn? I get that. Although, yeah, the computer's point was that you don't need to move this queen, and this pawn is just more valuable. So it's an interesting point. So let's see what he's going to come up with here after queen f6. So there's this move h4. How is this different from h4 that we looked at?
I mean, h4 is such a crazy move.
You know what the difference is, Fiona? That you can't play like g4 without losing h6.
Okay.
You see that? Now you can't close everything like you could before. Now, and when you take an f5, we have the intermediate move. That's the difference.
That's clever.
Right? It's a little like, I don't know if it makes like a huge difference, but there is that h file. I mean, I still think everything is fine for black. Maybe this open file doesn't really matter.
Because also the open file works both ways, right?
Yeah, if you take on, okay, am I threatening anything here? 1 second. Oops. Am I threatening bishop g5? Let's figure that out. Queen takes, rook there, knight g4, and like rook e4.
Let's put it on the board, maybe,
I would say,
it's easier for people.
Yeah, I would say that, like, let's say you go, like, take my pawn, right? Well, yeah, it seems like this is the move to play, but like what I'm looking at is—
You're wondering, could we do it the more forcing way?
Yeah, it was, oh, well, we can't. Yeah, I guess now that we put it on the board, we can see the pin, Fiona.
Wow.
Oops.
Really shouldn't have missed that.
I know, right? Oops. All right, so now let's go back.
Yeah. But doing it the other way around worked, just to be clear. So starting with rook g3 and just attacking the pawn on g5 was winning for white.
Yeah, we just go here, and on g4, what are we going to do, Fiona? Are we going to sack on e5? Yes, because I think now we can sack because the h file is open. Now this is a different situation, right? Look at that. This is where it matters that there's no h pawns on the board, because now we take their knight. And
that
now,
would be a demolition.
Yeah, now we're gonna, like, there's a very good chance that we are going to get to that king. Oh, hold on. How are we gonna do it though? Queen d2? Yeah, queen d2 looks good.
Queen d2 threatening mate on h6. And how does black, what if black tries to stop us with queen f6?
Yeah, I think we can then just go like queen f4 maybe and just threaten queen h2.
Yeah, that's convincing.
Yeah, so there is like his move was not perfect. Let's put it like that. This move, queen f6, like very normal. I don't fault him for that at all, you know. But there is this element that white can go h4, which I think Nepo will do, because Nepo knows this game is not going great. And I mean, his only chance is really to attack the king, and that's what he's good at, right? So I think the chances that Nepo will play h4 are quite good.
Yeah, especially knowing him, right? I mean, this is his style. We saw it yesterday. He excels in those kind of positions. So I'm with you. I would be shocked if h4 doesn't appear on the board, but it also makes sense for him to take some time. By the way, Nepo, we are not used to seeing him so low on the clock. So maybe even for himself, this is a new situation.
Yeah, I need Irina emote to make a good poem. Oh yeah, an Irina emote. Just work on that, guys.
What would you like your emote to be?
Like some kind of a cat. Yeah, anyone in the cat family. You can do like a Black Panther or any kind of cat would work.
I'm sure someone can get working on that.
Yeah. What even rhymes with Irina? Oh yeah, Athena is good. Athena is like, she was the goddess of wisdom, right? Yes, and she was also, was it the goddess of war, I think, actually.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah,
right. I think it's actually both, right? I'm actually pretty sure that she had both of those qualities, of wisdom and war. And that is really interesting, because my name Irina, in Greek, it actually means peace. Not war,
not war,
right? Yeah, that's very interesting. But
hyena.
Hyena, I like that. Yeah, that's a good one. Feasting on the bones of the opponents. Yeah, let's see.
Some good suggestions in the chat.
Yeah, I like where we're going with this, guys. Irina Crimea. No, I don't think that's one's gonna work. No. Irina.
Yeah, John Cena was a good one. I saw you, whoever brought it up
Oh,
first.
that's a good one. John Cena, yeah.
Man-eater, I saw you there.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. So I'll keep
Hyperina. No, I'll see myself out. That was terrible.
Irina, well, we can do Irina the Dreamer, Irina Sabina. I don't know, that doesn't rhyme.
No,
so
it doesn't work at all.
I'm thinking. I'm sorry. I can't come up with anything that quickly. No, I still don't have the BBTV installed. I'm gonna do this. Actually, I'm gonna do this in the next couple of days. Yeah.
Yeah. Before the next round for sure.
Yeah. Hikaru is still thinking. And so, you know what I'm curious about? I just want to show this line. So, like, if Black tries to keep things closed with G4, he hangs this pawn, which can be taken in two different ways, but apparently the bishop is the strongest. And now if you try to take my knight, well, I take your rook. Do I? Oh, maybe I don't. Because look, you go back and my bishop is trapped.
Wow. I mean, bishop d7 is such a cool little move.
Yeah, that poor guy got trapped. So what am I supposed to do after bishop takes f5? It's a good question, isn't it? Bishop f5. Oh, I have this intermediate move. Only that. Well, this is not an obvious line, by the way. I mean, I wouldn't say that this looks obviously bad for Black, like this position. Like when you look at it, Fiona, I mean, it looks.
By the way,
yeah.
Sorry, but I just see that Jan didn't go h4.
He decides to go for the completely difficult to understand and making
prophylactic.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm assuming he wants to play f4. Like I had to.
Let's put the move on the board. We haven't even revealed what the move is yet.
King h2. I mean, the only point of this move that I can see is that you just got out of the pin and you want to go f4. And I mean, I would say it makes some sense. Right? I mean, definitely. I mean, we understand the computer doesn't like this move and it's not nearly as like fast as the move h4. But that's his idea. Now let's see what FIDE is supposed to do. And I mean, I suppose if pawn takes on a4, he wants to go like rook g3, threatening f4.
It's such a wild position because like usually there's just a couple of, very often there's just a couple of obvious candidate moves. But here there's so many different ideas that Black can think about. Or so many different moves anyway.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Fiona, about my last name, what we can rhyme it with. Crush can rhyme with lush.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, Hikaru has been thinking for quite a while, Sam.
And with blush.
With blush, yeah. Good one. Rook g3. So now how are you going to stop this f4 move? Like you're gonna, I really think you should, I mean, you can take the knight or you can get off. Then you have to calculate like knight h6. But I guess on knight h6, you have queen h6 and maybe it's not the end.
It always looks, I mean, it's one of these moves that the engine is just going to say it doesn't work, but.
Yeah, but you always got to look at it. But
yeah.
It seems like the Black queen escapes and like nothing terrible is happening. This queen is rather passive. You know, when you're trying to attack, you'd like to have your queen actually involved.
Yeah.
So King h2 really, I mean, not our favorite move, not one that makes the most problems. And Black has a very nice choice here. Interesting other option is like not taking the pawn. I think taking the pawn is the most obvious. I think there's a pretty good chance he's going to do it. There's like stuff like this.
Spend this crush to make Hikaru rush.
Oh.
Yeah, I see that people in the chat are getting a little bit impatient for Hikaru to make a move. Hikaru is still thinking after bishop d7, so he's gone deep into the tank, 24 minutes and counting. We'll wait until he makes a move to go back. But yeah, rook g3, and what's going on here?
And then well, what are we threatening? Are we threatening this? It actually feels like maybe now this is more of a threat, right? Because bishop g5 will be a bit more painful to black when the king is on g8. So this is probably why we're going here. And it's really interesting idea that basically you put the bishop there in order to encourage them to take. So you can take with the f pawn and get rid of the knight.
And we would love to get rid of that knight because the knight on f5 is always a monster piece.
Yeah, no, I'm just so thrilled that we have so many poets in the audience. It's a very creative, and it makes it a lot of fun.
For sure. I mean, I think that's what Twitch chat are known for in general, their poetry talents.
Yeah, and I'm just discovering this now,
Yeah. Better late than never.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, this position, very wild. I think
like this one. Look at this one. Spam this crush to turn Timur's brain to mush. It's great. Fantastic, guys. What can I say? Yeah, I mean, Hikaru is thinking for a long time, and well, it's an important moment for him, right? Because we know that queen f3 move is kind of tricky. That
I'm sorry, can I read out?
Yeah, read one.
Maybe I shouldn't read it out, but Beelzebub chess. I love it. Spam this Maxudlu to make Radjabov's moves poo-poo.
Nice.
I'm a sucker for poo jokes, sorry. So a big up to Beelzebub chess. Okay, back to the chess.
Yeah, all right. So let's see what Fabi comes up with. Shall we take a quick look at like Duda versus Ding?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, it's interesting. Did he wind up playing Rook B1? I think he did, and I think the computer likes this Rook B1 move. Knight went back to E7, B4. Okay, so interesting. He actually is like opening up this bishop. Not the most obvious plan. Then Ding just decides like, no, I don't even want to open up my bishop. Let's keep him closed. Okay, I want to open up the A file instead. Interesting. That was none of that is obvious to me, right? Because I mean, I would say taking like this is also a very real possibility, but I suppose he didn't like, this pawn hanging.
Yeah, because like how do we defend that?
Yeah, you have this queen A7 move, but this very interesting pawn sack with bishop C5, and the advantage here that black has is that the bishop is actually quite good, and then you can start like making your pieces better. That was actually a lot of initiative for black, right, for the pawn.
Yeah, so it looks like, yeah. Not sure what made him shy away from this. Very interesting line.
Yeah, so he decides to keep the bishop bad, look at a much more conservative option by Ding, and then go here. Right. Well, okay, so it's fine for black. I mean, because black's position is very solid, and as you can see, guys, actually black has something that is quite rare in chess, which is a one pawn island, right? Like just all the pawns together, and that makes the structure quite solid.
Yeah, and I guess the white A pawn is never really, I mean, if anything, probably more of a weakness for now. Maybe if we get to the end game, then we can start thinking about, could this pass pawn be a strength? But for now.
Yeah, it is kind of strange. So he didn't even try to get the knight in. Okay, queen E8 is a bit surprising. Okay, so we don't understand any of that, right? I wonder what Ding is doing. Like
this whole game
I get a little sad when I see this, because honestly, he had like such a bad game yesterday, and when I see this kind of stuff going on in his games, like it doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence, does it? Like, because that was literally just like a total loss of tempo. That was just terrible. Why would you just like all that black has achieved is like letting the rook in? Even like, what's weird though? Why couldn't he go queen C8?
I'm so confused. I mean, could this be surely it's not a
relay error?
error.
Probably not. Probably not. I mean, oh, someone has said, so ZZ Hideon says, I've heard that Irina is super strong with Queen's Gambit declined, isolated pawn position. Is this true, Irina? Well, if they say it, it must be true, right?
Must be.
Yeah. But okay. I mean, yeah, that is something that I'm not so bad at. I appreciate the playing against the isolated pawn. It's definitely a classical pawn structure in chess that I've spent some time studying. So he goes, well, yeah, if he goes queen c8 attacking the rook and queen b1, maybe bring the rook over, triple them. Black's position seems to be getting more passive. Like, this is just a very sad thing because, you're supposed to improve your pieces, right? Well, the bishop is not the best, but we can live with that. Right.
I'm so confused by queen e8 because rook b7 is the obvious move that white wants to make. Like, what could he possibly have missed?
Yeah. No, I mean, like, this is pretty clear plan. Yeah, I don't know why he said no to that and in favor of just like trudging around. Queen d1 is interesting. Oh, that's a cool move. That is actually, that one I understand because he wants the rook here and he wants to open up the queen here. That's really quite nice, or at least to support the knight going here. Yeah, I mean, it's still not the end of the world for black. Like, black probably needs to start kicking this rook out. But it's going in a better direction for white, I suppose. Although
it's crazy that even after losing all these tempi, the position is still not that bad for black.
Yeah,
actually,
because his position was very, very strong.
Yeah.
At some point. By the way, Hikaru, after a long think,
half an hour.
Yeah, he played queen f3. Good for him. Yes, you see, guys, sometimes it's worth it to spend a long time to find those maximally accurate moves, and I'm quite happy that he he invested a lot of time, but he needs to at some point to cause at least some problems for black in this game.
And I think he just might here. I mean, the lines that we saw, and we can come back to this game and have a deeper look, but the lines that we looked at here, a lot of them looked reasonably promising for Hikaru.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we expect, I think the most obvious moves are like rook e8, bishop e3. I do think very high probability that we're going to see those moves on the board. Are there other things that black could do other than rook e8? Yeah, that would be like the move b4. Let's see what that is about. Like, if pawn takes, although I don't know, if you play queen b4, you're kind of
helping always me. Gets to d3, right?
Yeah, you're giving me a tempo to bring out my knight. So like, I'm not sure. I mean, it's, the funny thing is like, there's always so much compensation that like, even play like this, and this doesn't look bad either. He might, he might do this because, the more pawns that are traded, the better for the defending side, right? And for him, this is a bad doubled pawn. So do I think it's possible for him to do this? Yeah, I definitely think it's possible to think of such a move. And
do we have to take?
Yeah, maybe we don't need to take, right? Because like bishop d2, actually, it looks pretty interesting. That way you at least develop a piece. Right. I would actually expect him to
go bishop d2.
Develop a piece, yeah.
And I guess black, once again, this is a situation where black doesn't want to take on c3 because that would help us get our own bishop onto a beautiful square on c3.
Yeah. So another important, choice for Radjabov at this juncture. Should he just make the obvious rook e8? Should he go and try to change the pawn structure with b4? Well, we're going to let him think about that. Let's take a quick look at Nepo, because Nepo Caruana is gone a little bit in the direction that we talked about. So after king h2, pawn takes, right? So we did say that this was one of the obvious choices, and then just move the king. And so Caruana has gone for that. And now what to do for white. I mean, is he going to go f4? Actually, it looks pretty logical.
Yeah, f4. I mean, you kind of, all your pieces are looking at the black king, right? Your rook is on g3, your knight is on f5. The bishop on c1 is looking down there. The bishop on a2 even is kind of looking down there. So it feels like if you can, you want to blast open the black king.
Yeah, by the way, Radjabov has played rook e8. Okay. So, okay, there we go. Rook e8, very natural move. And now we're waiting for Hikaru to play there. What do you think, Fiona? Yeah. Quite likely he will do that move or not?
I think so. Because, I mean, you don't really want to let black, I mean, first of all, you want to develop your last piece. And second of all, I guess you don't want to let black in come into your position into e2, for example. So I think bishop e3 makes
yeah,
sense.
The problem with this move is that, I mean, you definitely want to get the knight off the back of the board, but it's not really clear where you're going with him.
Mm-hmm.
You can't play there afterwards because you're going to hang your knight. You can't really move him anywhere because of rook e1 check. So I suppose like the move that you would want to play after that is probably something like bishop f4. You also have to deal with like bishop f5 on that. For now, there's no bishop f5. So a knight d3 is actually, that's a plausible move. There's some move like that, just trying to directly win back the pawn.
Rook e4 is a funny way to attack the pawn on d5.
Yeah, but you know, it actually works.
Yeah,
that's kind of amazing. It actually works. And you know, white cannot move that knight here because you can never allow that check on the back rank. So yeah, Hikaru, I think it's, you know, needs to just get the bishop out. He really needs to get that rook in the game. So that just confirms for me that, like, you know, bishop e3 will be played.
I think so too, because also I don't think there's too many candidate moves apart from bishop e3 and knight d3. I mean, bishop f4 also gets the bishop out, but then the bishop on b6 is still looking down at our king. e2 is still unprotected. So yeah, I think bishop e3 just...
Yeah, right. The problem is that this kind of leaves that square open, right? To like, I guess rook e2, maybe then we go knight d3. Maybe that move is not so dangerous because we get to protect the pawn and attack the rook at the same time. And probably, are we actually trapping that rook like with queen d1? Because I think we at least have that idea. Yeah. As one of the things that we can do. So they don't want to do that. They can go in with a queen though. And the difference is they're getting the queens off the board. So if we go knight d3, probably bishop f5 is very problematic.
Yeah. And here we suddenly have to be careful not to be worse because f2 is hanging, b2 is hanging.
Why not push the pawn to d6 is asked by our audience. So that's a good question. The problem with pushing the pawn here, it's kind of multiple problems. The first one is that the pawn's not really going anywhere. And the second one is that you're allowing bishop c. Well, first of all, in this position, you're also hanging the knight. So yeah, that's the immediate problem. But even if it wasn't for that, right? The general problem of pushing the pawn is like you're also allowing the bishop to go here. Another great diagonal for that bishop. So the pawn not going anywhere, black's piece is getting better. So
yeah, I don't think that pushing the pawn, as long as that bishop is on d7, we can almost never afford to let that come to c6.
Yeah, like the pawn does a good job of constraining that bishop a bit, right?
Yeah.
We are fighting against the bishop pair, so we have to be careful, like not to let it get too strong. You like b3 here. Well, yeah, b3, don't forget, guys, at the moment, we got to just deal with the attack on the knight. There is a tactical threat on the board. So let's see. Okay, Hikaru, I mean, we're going to come back to his game. Right now, things are not like super exciting, right? They're like in a pretty slow maneuvering, consolidating phase, right? Where the excitement happened a couple of moves ago when Black made this big decision to like sack the pawn. That was critical. Once that happens, like things kind of clarified, right? And we know what we're in right now. There's not any questions. Like we understand white is up a pawn, black is compensation with the two bishops. White needs to neutralize that, you know, that activity that black has. And that's what Hikaru is doing. And so far, you know, it's working out fine. We're waiting for him to play, you know, another one of those moves. He's got to build the harmony of his position, really, because right now it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, I would like him to, I think like everyone in the chat, I would like him to play bishop e3 quite quickly, because time is starting to evening up. He still has, you know, that 15-minute cushion, but it would be nice to keep that.
Yeah, I'm really curious, guys. I just got this very unique compliment. Like, I think it's a compliment. I don't know.
I think it is.
Irina has favorite coworker vibes. Like, what is that? What are those vibes exactly, guys?
It means you're very likable, very easygoing.
Nice. Okay, you're like, you can talk to me by the water fountain in the office, right?
Exactly. Someone we like to have a coffee with on our coffee break.
Well, in that case, thank you.
There was a request to see Ali Reza's game. Maybe we can do that briefly. We haven't been there in a little while.
Ali Reza. All right. Yeah. Okay. I know why we haven't been here for a while, but let's go ahead and check out that exciting endgame play. Okay. I mean, I would say some weird things have happened. Like, whoa. Like, seriously,
you need to explain this maneuvering to us. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Yeah, I can't explain things I don't understand. Like, that is a really weird move. Like, if I had a student do that, I would be like, why are you playing moves without, you know, thinking about your opponent's answer? Like, obviously he's not going to hang the pawn, right? He's just going to chase you away. So why are you doing that? What are we missing, Fiona? Is there some, I mean, you know what I'm thinking? Like, is there some possibility that he wanted to play knight g2? No, it can't be, right? Like if I go g3, okay, it's not, it's not nothing crazy like that, but there's bishop g4.
And if we go f3, then you take on d2, okay.
Yeah, and the pawn hangs. Okay, so there was
very sneaky.
Yeah, but the question is, but then he just took the bishop. I guess he wanted to make, did he want to make him take the bishop? Because it opens up his rook. And then he goes g3. So he did wind up wasting a move with that knight. So here's our current position.
And what do we make of this? I mean, b4 seems quite weak. How do, but a2 is hanging also. Can we take that? Do we deal with b4?
I would love to take that. I wonder if there's a way to trap the bishop after b3. I actually think that might be the problem, Fiona, like in this line that we're going to take. And it's the famous shut the trap on the bishop. He's caught there like a greedy mouse.
Yeah, and although black can defend it with rook a8, maybe white will simply be able to bring the king over.
Yeah, so you know, this kind of reminds us of that famous Fischer-Spassky game, right? Where like he took this pawn, got the bishop trapped. Okay, so let's say you're not going to take the pawn. So you don't, what is black's main problem in this position? It's actually the knight, right? This is a very irrelevant knight for the moment, and he needs to make him better, but that's going to take more than just one move.
Actually, Bazing was asking, why did the knight go back to g6 instead of g2? Could we actually have gone to g2? Surely not.
Yeah, the problem is that you're not, like, no one's going to let you take the bishop. The bishop is not trapped. So the bishop moves, and then your knight is trapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be super careful going to your opponent's side of the board like that, guys, because the knight is just basically on his own, right? And no help. If there was a pawn protecting him, you might consider it more, but even then, like if he has no way out, he could just, there's the risk that he's just going to be irrelevant in this position. So I understand him going back, but unfortunately the knight is still the worst piece. And even if you move him back, he still stays bad. You move him back, you need like literally a couple of moves to bring that knight into like a normal position in the center.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you'd like the knight maybe on d4, but it's a long journey. You'd have to clear the bishop from e6, bring the knight to e6. So it just seems like that would take too long.
Yeah, I mean, so the only way to not lose this pawn if you don't want to take this one is rook b8, right? So now we have to see if white can like use their initiative before black like does that maneuver. That's a question. I mean, it is interesting to go for this kind of thing where you like wind up with an outside pass pawn.
And how do you recapture with the pawn?
Yeah, definitely like that, yeah, because we want to create that pass pawn. It's unpleasant for black, I would say that. Like, I mean
and Alireza has gone for rook b8, actually.
Yeah, he's gone for rook b8. So we might see this position on the board, because I wouldn't say this is fun for black at all, right? Like there's lots of end games that you simply lose because your opponent has like the better pass pawn, the outside pass pawn that we call it. And the bishop
Can I ask,
go ahead.
Ask you a question, maybe that the chat might be wondering about. There are opposite colored bishops on the board here, but with the fact that there's still 2 rooks on the board and 2 knights, does that change things here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we took away the rooks and the knights, it would just be a simple draw for black. But those presence of those pieces does change things. It's still attacking chances for white. I would say like, if like the computer is offering some move like this, but I really wonder like who would want to give up the open file? Like that doesn't seem all that easy at all. I mean, also like this move is a possibility. I guess black would probably have to take a knight like that because that knight is just really strong there.
Yeah, I mean, I would not want to be Alireza here in this endgame. I mean, could be very unpleasant.
Yeah, like what's going on here? Can we go knight c4? No, it's a check. We can't go there yet. Well, what is this position? This is very interesting. But yeah, no, I mean, objectively, like once the knight is improved, I think black can hold on.
And maybe it looks like black will just be in time to get the knight out, huh?
Yeah, he's going to go there and maybe even c5, king c6. Yeah, actually, I would say that still like a draw is the most likely result in this game, which, is not shocking or anything, right?
No, definitely not. Actually, today I did my predictions on chess.com in the vote thing. I predicted 3 draws and a win for Hikaru today. For today, I believe. So a draw would suit me fine. I actually think from the positions, though, I think there's a great chance that Fabiano will win as black.
Yeah, let's take a look at his game. It's definitely one of the more exciting positions we got today. So after king h7, there's only been 1 move on the board. I'm kind of fascinated and flabbergasted by White's like slow playing moves in this game, right? Like, because I mean, why wouldn't you go there? What was he afraid of?
It's very strange because earlier I was certain Jan was going to go for h4, which he didn't go for. Now I was certain he was going to go for f4.
I mean, it seems like very natural, it definitely seems like an obvious possibility. So like queen d1, what is that about? I know what it's about. He wants
running to bring the queen to, and then bring the queen to h5.
Yeah, kind of like Duda, right? Duda also made a similar move, queen d1, and it's about this square. Looking at that square, and he's like, I just gotta get this rook out of the way, and then I can make that sack work. It's interesting.
So
So how
Fabi
are we gonna
went
do it?
bishop d7. So let's see, is there any way to get the rook out of the way?
Yeah, and also, yeah, that's true. He also attacked that pawn that he would like to
Mhm.
get back. So bishop d7. Okay, so unfortunately, if you sack the bishop first and then try to move the rook, like you don't really have anywhere to move the rook all that quickly.
Mhm.
Right. And I think just to show the audience, like let's say the rook moves here or like here. All black needs to do is to stop that move. And he
I
can do
mean,
it
we
by
can
taking
even
the knight.
just take, because then we can block the check with queen h6.
Exactly. Oops. Yeah, you're gonna have that. So what if we move our rook somewhere?
Mhm. Setting up the threat.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of moves. You can go with this prosaic rook g8.
Mhm. I mean, also, I remember earlier in the chat, someone was saying, Fabiano, better take on f5 before it's too late. So that's always an option to get rid of that pesky knight.
Yep, and then this is also not a threat anymore. And actually, black is up 2 pawns, right? So, I mean, it's pretty comfortable for black. Strong knight. King feels safe. Bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
By the way,
chances to win.
for sure. Just a very quick message for anyone in the chat asking us why we're not looking at Hikaru's game. So Hikaru's game is in the top right corner up there. We've looked at it plenty. Of course, he has been thinking for a while. So that's why we're not watching right now, because we have spent a lot of time analyzing this position already. But of course, we'll go back there as soon as there is a move. And well, for now, I don't know, do you want to stick around here? Shall we quickly check in elsewhere? What do you want to do, Irina?
Yeah, I wanted to answer the question from our chat. Is h4 just losing? It looks crazy, but nice for white unless I'm missing something. So I'm assuming you mean right here, Itang Karenas. And I'm thinking I will just take. I mean, I suppose I can also play g4, right? Just keeping everything closed, but I don't see anything wrong with just taking. Also, yeah, right now it's actually black's turn to move, but even if it were white's turn, and like let's just take some random move for black like that. I would say like this move, yeah, I think I can just take. Right? Because like nothing is happening on that file. And all those squares are under control by black pieces. And at some point, there's only so much you could give away, right? Like, you know, my rooks will get those open files too, and I'm going to get a lot of play. Before the knight trade, you meant. Okay, right. So, you meant like after bishop d7, like right away, you want to play h4 before I get to, you want to play rook g7. Got it. Okay, let me think about that. So h4, okay, so g4 is hanging the h6 pawn, which we got to consider. And I can also allow you to play rook g7 and go king h8. So that is interesting. That actually might be what I need to do. Maybe I still take it. I let your rook come in. I just go back. And the problem here is you can't take my pawn with a knight because you hang your rook. And you can't take the pawn with the bishop because I take your knight and then you hang the bishop.
Basically, all the pieces are just too loose, right?
Yeah, and I'm actually threatening just bishop f5 anyway. So it seems like it's not working out. Yeah. Just looking at the chat, guys. The sack on h6 looks very juicy. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, by the way, Hikaru did play bishop e3. So let's just quickly go to that. Yeah,
I'm actually very curious to ask him about this moment later on, what he was thinking about here, because especially once you play queen f3, I think, as the chat was saying, like one of the ideas, well, is to bring the bishop there as well. So I'm curious what maybe he was considering knight d3, but bishop e3 played, and back to Radjabov, and time has evened up completely actually in that game.
Yeah, Hikaru has been thinking for a really long time, ultimately made the move that, we thought, he would make much faster. They're completely even on the clock now. Not a great sign, right? Because he just basically gave up that whole time advantage factor. But on the other hand, he is making the right moves, right? So that's actually more important, trying to keep some play in the position. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see him go for this. I think it's his best chance.
Yeah.
And we're likely to see this trade on e3 happen now.
So Radjabov now the one thinking, does he even have any good alternatives?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't lose my time moving away and letting that bishop sit anchored on e3. So I think his best chance is to take weaken white's pawn structure, because that's what it is. These pawns are rather weak for white, and play this position and then figure out what he wants to do from here. I would be shocked if he did anything else.
Yeah. So this is very likely the position we will see on the board in a second. So Irina, with 1 hour to go until the time control, maybe now before the time takes down too much, is a good moment to take a very quick break, and we'll be back with all the action here from round 2 in just a minute. And we're back here with round two coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament. The action is definitely heating up in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Radjabov. Irina, just as we left on break, Hikaru had played bishop e3. And after a little bit of think, Timur decided to capture. So we will now get this position that we've been looking at for quite a while.
Yep, that's right. I mean, it all got to where we expected, Fiona. It just took a while to get here. And what's interesting to me here is that b4, what happens on this move? Because it seems like a reasonable option. You want to break up white's pawns, kind of open up the position a bit. Why would it be so bad, right? If I take, queen takes, knight over, like queen d2. So let's take a look at this move.
Okay, so the first question, as always, is do we have to take? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that rook c1 is an interesting option, actually trying to like get in with the rook. So I think it's a big option, but let's take a look at like what happens when you take, right?
By the way, big shout out to Maria, aka PhotoChess, who has just subscribed for 29 months. She is in Madrid, providing us with some great pictures. She will also make an appearance on this stream at some point. So good to have you with us, Maria.
Yes, thank you, Maria. It looks like it's probably a fun time to be in Madrid, isn't it, Fiona?
A fun time, but a very hot time. So you win some, you lose some, but now for sure, a great time to be in Madrid. And of course, we hope she's having a fantastic time over there.
Yeah, so queen b4 and now knight d3. Now I was thinking queen d2 could be a bit of an issue here. But you know what? I just realized maybe we go rook d1 and sack the e3 pawn and then go knight c5. Actually, it looks pretty good to me.
Okay, and just try and use that pass d pawn.
Yeah, like that. Finally, you know, it's always a good sign when white's pieces are kind of getting together, right? And the idea is to give away the pawn, but, you know, jump in with the knight and just promote that pawn. And we know that rooks are really good at supporting passed pawns from the back, and that's what we're seeing here. And I think white is just winning.
Yeah, crazy that this position is already winning, and as black just cannot stop the pawn. Yeah.
There's also queen d2. Kirk, you're correct. You know, actually, queen d2 also protects the knight, and e4 protects the knight in a nice way. So I don't know. Either of these moves look pretty convincing to me. Rook d1 gets the rook in the game. I mean, e4 should probably be played soon anyway, right? It's just a good move.
Irina, sorry to interrupt you, but I see the chat is getting excited because Timur has just played rook e5, which apparently is not the best.
Ooh, okay. All right. Let's figure out why it's not the best. So he made a move that like we didn't consider at all. Well, yeah, my guess would be like, so I'm not going to put it on the board because I don't want to give away, you know, let me try to figure it out. One guess is that we can just go like rook d1. It's my first inclination. Go put the rook on d1, support the pawn. You know, we've seen a lot of lines where you give away the a2 pawn, but then you have to figure out like what you would do on a2. And maybe it's just e4. Maybe it's as simple as just going e4 and then going knight d3, getting a tempo on that rook and having a good position. And I think that's important because, yeah, like maybe Timur kind of assumes like, you know, that white doesn't want to give away that pawn, but we know that white does, right?
Yeah.
So let's see.
I like this suggestion a lot, actually. And rook d1 looks like the natural move. We want to, of course, hold on to the passed pawn.
Yeah, and so, I mean, the rook's only purpose here was to kind of attack the pawn, to drag the rook here so you can take. Like, if you're not taking, then honestly, I don't know what this rook is doing there. It's just very bad tactically because there's all kinds of, you know, ways that it can get attacked in the future, like that. It's like 3 different ways that the rook can be attacked. So the only purpose seems to be this. Now I was thinking e4, But that would allow probably like, maybe there's a problem. I mean, my idea was that e4 was good because you can't really take on b2 because of knight d3.
But maybe the problem is that we're suddenly giving a lot of pawns, right?
You're getting a lot of pawns. Still, I would say, I mean, I don't know. White is still, of course, better with the d pawn and the rook, but okay, maybe that's not the best. So what is this move? Oh, wait, let me just figure it out. Knight d3, so you got to take with the rook on d5. And now is there some discovery like knight b4, but then you just take on d1 and go back to e6. So this is very tricky. Let's figure this out, guys. Oh, wait, no. I was like, knight here, rook takes. I was thinking about maybe knight c1, kind of weird move, but then you just take me, check, I take back, you go back to protect your bishop with a queen. So that doesn't work. So let's see, what is it?
And whatever it is must be pretty powerful. I mean, to give a plus 2.4 assessment.
Yeah. So that's very interesting, guys. Sorry, I like to figure things out, you know. So this might take me a few moments. Knight d3, rook d5. Is it knight f4? But knight f4, yeah, it attacks the rook. You really basically gotta move the rook. And then when you take back, your queen can't come back. Like, how do you guard your bishop? How do you guard your bishop and the back rank? And the answer is you don't. You lose, don't you?
I mean, looks convincing to me.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. We try this. This. Okay. Well, it looks convincing. Oh, knight of 4 is only the second best move. Oops. How did I?
The problem is you simply go back.
Yeah, the bishop can go back, but I just thought we go queen d8. Like, oh, do you have a check and you come back here? So like this, like
what about king f8?
Even king f8. Yeah, I mean, you have, well, yeah, I thought that we were just winning based on this, but there's still this move. And then on queen d8. So this loses because of check and probably queen in. But the problem is this one. This one. And the queen returns to protect the bishop just in time. Yeah.
No.
And somehow we can't use this, I guess. We can't use that pin to win. So our audience is asking about knight b4. The problem with knight b4, guys, is that they just trade. Yeah, it's a check. And then the queen goes back. And that was the first thing that we looked at. Like, you know, without moving the pieces, it was like, because if black didn't have that move, yeah, white would be winning, right? Double attack. But the problem is the queen comes back guarding the bishop. And we basically got nothing. We're just worse. We're just down a pawn. So it's very tricky. I mean, I can see why he blundered this. I mean, I do hope that Hikaru will, you know, be really tactically alert and not be afraid. I don't know. He kind of has to go rook d1 like that. He doesn't really have a choice about that.
Yeah, I think it's probably calculating deeper because rook d1 looks quite obvious. And then here, I mean, so we have,
wow, he played d6.
Played d6.
Oh no.
Okay, but let's have a look. What's d6?
Yeah, let's have a look, but just for 1 second, let's try to figure out why he was actually winning here. And so the move that was far from obvious, right? But you know, once you're here, you can find it, is e4. So it is paradoxical, guys, because you're basically not moving the knight, and it's so tempting to move the knight and open up an attack on the rook. And by the way, the other knight move I was looking at was like, there's also this one, right? But then they have a lot of different things they can do, like including that move. Okay, so that wasn't working. So you have to attack the rook. Now the rook doesn't have that many squares. And then you go here. You control that.
But this is not easy to see from a distance.
No, there's definitely like, challenges, which is why neither player saw it. And the difference is that now when you come in, oops, not like that. When you come in, there is no queen e6. And
okay, let's go and actually see the game. So Hikaru didn't go for any of this. Instead, he pushed the pawn to d6.
Well, we were, kind of like hesitant about that move all along, right? Because we know like once the pawn gets there, it's impossible to protect it with your pawn, and it lets the bishop out. And like, what is his plan on this move?
Okay, I mean, of course, like we were hoping to see rook d1. On the other hand, we have a pawn that's 2 squares away from queening now. So let's see, after bishop c6, where does the queen go?
Yeah, where does the queen go? Oh, well, the problem is like if this is a line that is supposed to be one of the best lines for white, then it's really not very good for white. This doesn't win the rook because the rook can go back.
And if we take on a7?
Yeah, the problem is just all of this, right? It's just in general, tons of compensation. I guess we're down 2 pawns, yeah, but like, well, white's pieces have not gotten any better recently. And probably we can like organize some sort of perpetual, I would say, like, I don't know, if queen c7. Yeah, maybe even better than perpetual. I don't know, like, well, this one runs into that.
It sure is, yeah, I don't think we can stop defending e3, right?
So we let the bishop in. So okay, queen f4, but queen f4 is just sad. I mean, trading, and then you lose your pawn, and then the game ends in a draw.
Okay, is there nothing here that we can do? I mean, even in this endgame, is there no way to try after queen f4?
So bishop c6. Yeah, in the endgame, I don't think there's much. I mean, is there other move like queen g3? Queen g3. The problem is, Fiona, I think just queen d5, like somewhere, right? Queen d5, even queen c5. Queen c5. Well, queen c5, maybe you can. Even queen c5, knight d3, queen e3 is like possible, but yeah, maybe like that. Just like that, not letting the rook come in, attacking the pawn, the knight's still on the back of the board. I mean, letting the bishop to c6 was very surprising,
I'm curious to see. I mean, Timur is still thinking.
Yeah.
After d6. I'm also curious what is Timur thinking? Because surely Hikaru must have had some idea in mind, like, because what we are seeing right now almost seems too easy. It seems like surely there is nothing there in that line after bishop c6 that the players could have missed. So I'm a bit confused, also confused by the fact that Timur has been thinking for 5 minutes here already.
Yeah. Oops, let me just get back to our current position. Yeah, I mean, I'm so sad. It's hard for me to even hide it. Because this was really such an amazing opportunity. Like, this rook was so badly placed here, that he basically set himself up for, actually, I mean, like, well, what were we threatening? I mean, are we threatening this move just yet? Maybe not just yet, right? But we have some other ideas that we can do. Yeah, like involving rook d4, by the way, is kind of a nice move. Queen f4. So like, it's it's so instinctive, right, for like chess players to improve their pieces. That I'm sure Hikaru will not be so happy about missing it. And I really think that the main thing that prevented him was losing that pawn. Like, I think it's quite clear that, like, you know, maybe he didn't.
I think this is the
win here.
problem. If you don't see e4 followed by knight c5, then why would you ever go into this losing 2 pawns?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, but the thing is, like, right, Fiona, he didn't think that long after
Yeah.
rook 5. Like, and first of all, there's no way he could have expected this move, because
Mhm.
there's like a million other possibilities for black, right? So it's not like he probably spent all of his time preparing for rook e5.
Mhm.
So when Radjabov played rook e5, he didn't think that long on this move, right? It came fairly quickly, and I would feel like if he would have, you know, realized that well, you know, that it makes sense to try to work this line out, right? And I don't know how quickly he can do it, because there really is quite a lot to look at. Like,
Yeah.
look at this position before you look at this move. You're going to look at, like, you know, all of the knight before is knight f4, like all that moves with the knight, and only then you're finding, like, okay, it doesn't work, like it must be something else. So yeah, I think in terms of the time usage, it's been a little bit strange, right? Because like this bishop e3 move, which was, you know, kind of more obvious, took up a lot of time, right? But then when you get the big chance, then it's like, then that move came pretty quickly.
I mean, he did spend 6 minutes, but I agree. I mean, it's difficult to say in hindsight. I'm sure we'll hear his thoughts. But by the way, Timur did not play bishop c6, but played queen d5, offering a queen trade. And also, just to let you guys know that the game between Duda and Ding has ended in a draw.
Wow. Interesting. And I think reports Furuzia is also just heading in that direction. And so only Caruana has really good chances.
So let's look at queen d5. What's going on here?
Yeah, he basically just, I mean, he wants to win this pawn, or he wants to win that pawn. So like the most obvious move is rook d1, right? And so I think this is what we're going to see. Rook d1, queen takes, knight takes, rook e3.
But I think it's still too early to be sad. I mean, this position doesn't look like there is no life in it. I know you're sad, Irina, but we still have the time situation. We still have a tricky knight.
Yeah, the problem is black is going, look at this, look at what's gonna happen, Fiona. F6.
We need to be more positive.
Okay, all right. Let me stop crying.
They're saying we had a move, so let's just update the position again and get the live position. So
yeah, so it's actually something very similar. I think after rook d1, yeah, it actually is all on the board, right? It's actually everything is on the board. And I was thinking here f6. I mean, to me, that's like a very natural move, like restricting the knights. Like if the knight ever goes there, you can always play a6.
But d4 is a beautiful outpost. Let's try and find some positives.
Yeah, here's a positive, okay? Look what's gonna happen. If they attack the rook, we can queen our pawn. Positive.
I like the positivity.
Yeah.
Let's go, bishop c6.
Yeah, bishop c, exactly. But you know, on this move, I'm really not sure what exactly we're gonna do. I guess we can attack their rooks. I'm bringing out the king. Oh, maybe rook, maybe. Oh, I guess this is where the rook wants to go.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Yeah.
On the bright side, first of all, this is only move 24, which means Radjabov still has to make 17 moves, and he has 18 minutes on the clock. So that's a first positive. Second positive, I love knights. Knights are very tricky pieces. Third positive, there's no sterile draw or forced draw or anything like this. So there are some positives.
We have a potential king and pawn endgame on the board. Look at this one.
I'm not sure I've convinced you.
Yeah.
But I've tried.
I guess white's king is a bit better. Can white win such a king and pawn endgame? This would be very difficult, I think.
But you've gotten rid of my tricky knight.
Yeah, you know, well, how I did it was that after f6, king f2. So at first I played here. This is a good move to like not let the rook move to c5. And when you attacked me, I trapped you into the trade. And that's how we're getting this minor piece endgame. And then from there, Okay, it's actually quite a strong move by black, but black goes for that, gives up the pawn with a check. Seems like really surprising, but then they get to improve their king, and basically we get this
and
king
all of that was pretty forced.
Yeah, that would be most unfortunate for white.
By the way, speaking of positivity, I see that Gatches has just used the Hawaii command. So that's something positive as well. Even if this game, which is far from over, we are going to get one of you to Hawaii if we get to 2,500 downloads. So there's a link that was just triggered by the command Hawaii. So this is in partnership with Capital One. It's an extension you can install to your browser. It's a coupon website, and it's really a win-win-win because it will make you save money for every download. We will donate $10 to charity, and also they never sell your data. So you support charity, you get a cool extension, and if we get to 2,500 downloads, we will have a raffle and we'll send one of you to Hawaii for a week, all costs covered, or you can choose to take 10 grand instead.
I think the choice is like you can get the trip to Hawaii, 10 grand, or a pineapple shirt. Like personally, I think the pineapple shirt sounds like a really good deal, guys.
The pineapple shirt is included on the trip to Hawaii.
Okay. Oh, it's not a separate choice. Yeah, okay.
So the extension is the Capital One shopping extension. It's basically the way it was explained to me, because we don't have that so much in Europe, but I'm very jealous that you guys in the US do. You have to install it, by the way, on desktop. It doesn't work on phone. Is if it will just tell you if there's something cheaper elsewhere. You put something in your basket, it will tell you if it's a good purchase or if you can find it cheaper elsewhere. And that's basically
exactly.
Well, you're in the US, Irina, so you probably can explain it better.
Yeah. I've already downloaded it, but we need 2,500 downloads, guys, to open up the chance to win that trip to Hawaii. So hopefully throughout the course of the tournament, we can get enough people interested in that. Sure. Whoever wins, please gift the pineapple shirt to Irina. Oh yeah, please do so, guys. I promise to wear it on the stream. Can you guys?
I would love to see. Okay, we had a move, so let's get back to the game.
F6 happened. Okay, and then, okay, he didn't play King F2, so he went straight for Rook C5. Now, is there an issue with Rook D3 here, or is the Rook coming into? Oh, actually,
this is actually.
Rook D3 is a mistake, Fiona.
Yeah, and this is a big moment. Okay, Timo hasn't played yet. Apparently, Rook A6 is the only move. So now is the time to spam all you want to make Timur not play Rook A6.
Yeah, I was waiting for this invitation, guys. I was like, who is going to figure out, Emp Dave said, when I win, do you want to come with me to Hawaii, Irina? I was like, yeah, well, you can invite me. It's a trip for two. It's a win-win, right?
So many wins.
Yeah.
He did play it though. He did play Rook E6. Let's just see why Rook D3 wasn't working.
Rook D3 is attacking the pawn, but actually gives a strong move Knight D4. So white can protect the pawn and basically cut the rook out and then invade over here. That would have been nice, but unfortunately Timur, saw that and he went to attack the pawn in this more prudent way. And now on Rook C7, which we're expecting, wow, it's really just petering out. And it's Rook takes D6, Rook takes B7, maybe Pawn A6, I would say. Well, I guess you can play Pawn A5 as well, but let's say just, Pawn A5. You want to go maybe Pawn A4 if it gets attacked.
Okay, I got Knight D4.
Yeah, Knight D4.
So if
B4, do I have B4?
We are getting moves, so let's just see what happened in the game. So A5 wasn't played, right?
It's not on the board yet. He's still thinking about how to defend.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I think he probably will play A5. And the reason I think so, guys, is because chess players have this instinctive desire to put pawns on the opposite color of the bishop they have, right? So this is possible, but it's a little bit passive. This is a more active move, and it does give more of these B4 simplifying ideas that when the knight gets here, Really important that you don't get like all passive defending the pawn. I mean, I guess you can go rook d5. It's not terrible, but we really prefer like trading down pawns. And yeah, I think that he will be able to get a draw. So yeah. Shall we quickly take a look at Nepo, because that is where all the action is in this game.
Sure, let's have a very quick look. Remember, guys, we're leaving Hikaru's game at all times in the top right corner, so you can always follow that, and we'll come back, of course.
Yeah, so we left off around here. Actually, he played the move we were talking about, rook c2. So he was threatening that bishop g5. And Fabi finally took the knight. Yes, okay. Rook a b8, playing well. Okay, this pawn's under threat, probably rook g8. Yep. Bishop b2, does that even make any threats? I don't think it does, right? Oh, and black is thinking. Really interesting. Huh. I'm trying to figure out, I see the engine is giving this move, rook takes b2.
Wow.
And I'm trying to figure out why he thinks this is such a strong exchange sack.
But Fabi has been thinking for a while. Do you think he senses? He's been thinking for 10 minutes, which indicates that he's probably seen it and is thinking about it, right?
Yeah. And he
no,
not to do it. Okay.
Rook e8. Let's
really
have a look.
Figure this out. Like, so rook takes b2. Rook takes b2. So the idea is not like attacking the rook like this, because, you know, if you start dropping in the knight somewhere, like eventually you're going to lose that pawn. So that's definitely not the idea. So the computer was showing this move, and I'm still trying to understand, why is this so good? Like, what is the concept? Yeah, I get it. This is hanging, but why can't we just, I don't know, move the rook somewhere? Like, let's say we go, I don't know, d2, right? Or d2. What are you going to do here? I mean, can you try to chop my queen? I don't know. I was looking at like g5.
G5, yeah.
And, you know, rook g5, but it seems to be like more prosaic. It seems to be like you just take, and you have 3 pawns for the exchange and threatening a 4th. And just bad position for white. Like the rooks can't really find anything to do. You know, the knight is really good. Knight is actually excellent.
How much did Fabiano ruin with rook e8? How much of the advantage?
I think he still has an advantage. His move is very logical. You know what's interesting? Huh. So, like, it seems like white can take here and try to take f7. Why is that not a good idea?
Okay, let's serve takes.
Wow, like probably rook takes as my guess.
We have to go rook takes, right? Because if pawn takes, the bishop on c5 would be hanging. If queen takes, f7 would be hanging.
And then, so like the idea is if you lose that pawn, he's planning to take here and like get in on f2. So it's pretty clever by Fabi in its own way, right?
I think we should go back, by the way, to Hikaru, because a6 and knight d4 were played. And the players are getting shorter and shorter on time. So,
you know what is interesting in our board window, Fiona? Like, I'm looking at where I have this open on chess.com/events, and it like literally just put those moves back. Like it put the rook, put the rook back on g8 and the bishop on b2, and as if, yeah, it took away this move, like as if it hasn't happened.
Oh, that's weird.
Right? Like, was there a mistake and it wasn't actually played? That would be.
And maybe now Fabi bangs out rook b2.
Yeah, right. Like right now I'm looking at that board and it looks like it's Fabi's move, and like rook e8 is not on the board. And he's sitting at the board. I see him sitting there and thinking, and
no, they are repeating moves, Irina.
They're
just repeating.
That's really what happened?
Back and forth.
Oh, wait. Okay, let me refresh my board here. Let me make sure. Oh, they're going back and forth. That is, oh wow. He needs to find rook b2 now. Okay.
I
Wow.
think we should go back. We'll keep an eye on this one, but we should go back to Hikaru where a few moves have been played.
Okay. Let's do it. So, yeah. I think I couldn't understand how it was possible, like, that he would be repeating the position.
I know.
I really hope that that's not what it's going to wind up in. Like,
well, I mean, it makes sense for Fabiano to try and get closer to move 40, right? And he still has the shot. Yeah. So I'll let you know. Hopefully it's good news.
Yeah, so knight d4. Okay, wow. So Radjabov did play a6. Okay, more conservative pawn move. All right, knight d4. So there's no b4 now, so the knight gets to be stable here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, you can do a lot of moves. You could even like start bringing out the king. I would say g5 is also somewhat interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The bishop should probably just stand d7. It's pretty good there. I mean, if you really need, you can move him to g4. It doesn't particularly give you anything. Yeah, he's going for the counterplay. Yeah, g5. It makes sense. I mean,
okay, but g5, can that give us some hope?
Mm-hmm. Like, he probably wants to just move up his king to g6 at this point. I would say, like, maybe just, but not king g7. Yeah, not walking into the fork, but like maybe king f7 and king g6.
Okay, so let's see, king f7. I guess Hikaru will start bringing his own king.
Yeah.
I have sad news for you, Irina. I think Fabi is about to draw, but
no. How much can I take today, Fiona?
I know.
Did I just
sign up for this
punishment? I mean, yeah, no, this would be super disappointing. I mean, I can't even imagine like finishing a game and then being told that you just missed a win.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, Fabi is also, we talked earlier, one of the most stable players, but also I think emotionally stable. Of course, it's always going to be crushing, but I think maybe he'll react better than others. I'm still not sure. By the way, Alireza might also be in trouble, but let's stick for now with the position on hand.
Wow, so they're going right into this line.
Yeah.
Just improving the king, and so here we are. Well, so what can Hikaru's plan be here?
Can we ever try and run with the king? Okay, can we somehow use our queenside pawn majority?
Yeah, it's very difficult because this knight needs protection by the pawn, right? And yeah, I mean, of course, white's a bit better because the knight is quite strong on the outpost square, and it's limiting the bishop and the rook.
Mm-hmm.
But to imagine white winning this would be kind of shocking.
Okay, we need to find one plan, at least one plan or one way in which black does not, in which black messes this up. What's the way for black?
I mean, okay, like let's say you go king e3, right? Like, okay, so the king can't move. It really has nowhere to go.
By the way, the draw is confirmed in Nepo against Fabiano. They did repeat moves.
Great. Yeah. Don't forget to watch that post-game interview, guys. I'm sure it's going to be fascinating. If you want to see some drama.
I mean, for us, it's actually, for us as Hikaru friends, it's actually good news that nobody gets off to a 2 out of 2 start.
Sure. That is good. Yeah, I agree. Definitely for everyone who is not those two guys. And, everyone else is happy with the result, keeps them a little slower on a slower pace, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. But I mean, that was, surprising result for sure from Fabi. And, it's chess is going to be tough, right? It's hard to look back with regrets on your games. And
I also think it's a little bit the candidates effect. Like maybe if it was another event, maybe he would go for rook b2, but here he feels like it's too early in the tournament to take a gamble like that. On paper, a draw with black against Nip was a good result. So I think if it was another event, there's a good chance he might have maybe taken on b2.
Yeah, so after king e3, actually, okay, we still have to find a move for black here for Radjabov. The king is already as well placed as he can be. Is there a point in like moving that pawn up? It's kind of interesting. It's a little risky to put a lot of pawns on the light squares, but I wouldn't say it's impossible either. I suppose you're going to walk into some kind of knight f3. Yeah, I would take a look at this, Fiona.
Sure.
Yeah. So apparently this natural move is not that great because of this. And now, yeah.
I like it, Irina. We found something already.
Oh yeah, I'm trying, Fiona. I got it. You want me to find the bad lines?
You're doing great. I'm loving it. Loving what I'm seeing.
Because here, yeah, white's advantage is increasing because once you get rid of the king, then your king gets to go there. And then black is really getting like, he's dominated by all three of white's pieces, right? So he basically needs to be very careful. But so he can't move the pawn. Well, this pawn can't move. The king can't move. The rook basically has nowhere to go other than there, which I guess he could do, but.
I mean, just to remind everyone, we're still only on move 32, which means that Timur still needs to make 9 moves, and he only has 6.5 minutes. And it's not like it's a position where it's easy to make pass moves. So I think the time factor is still another thing. It's move. Yeah, so 9 moves to make for Timur. I think the time factor is still significant.
Yeah, and I found a winning plan.
Yeah.
There you go, Fiona. It's very simple. Look at this. We're going to go b3.
Yeah.
d4, just make a pass pawn and promote it.
I love it.
Yeah. So I mean, it was as
simple as.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, actually, no, it's not, the game is not over. There is chances and Hikaru will play on. Yes, we
got her, chat.
Yeah.
She's finally come to her senses.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I mean, okay, because the knight is definitely a much stronger piece than the bishop in this position. And also the rook is very active. So, and he just went, he actually went with king e3 and rook d5. I was thinking about that because it's sort of the only move. It does allow rook b6, but maybe rook b6 doesn't threaten that much because black can go a5, like protecting the pawn. And if we go up, I suppose you just give me a check and you send me away. So what can I do? Well, what about that b3 idea? Is it always that you play rook e5? Let's
create that pass pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're trying to like do something like that. It's a bit annoying.
Yeah, because now we have to pick a side.
Yeah, the problem is that you're giving me checks everywhere I go, which is like.
And if I go to f2, just to not let you give me a.
Well, if you go to f2, what if I go back, right? And I just don't let you play c4.
By the way, Irina, maybe we can just for 1 second open the Alireza game because people are shouting from all the rooftops that Alireza just blundered. And I think this move, well, we see it in red there. Rook a1, for whatever reason, wasn't good if we just go back.
Oh, wow. Well, so he basically gave away this pawn and invited the rook into c7. Yeah, I can see why that would be bad. Not good. I mean, I'm trying to put it mildly. Oh, wow. It's actually kind of insane, that level of blunder, because what did he actually blunder? I mean,
I'm very
kind of obvious that he's like behind in whatever he's trying to do, right?
Maybe he hallucinated that the pawn on g3 was not there, or that he could get to. I mean, it's, as you're saying, a very, very strange mistake.
Okay, I guess there's, so like king h8, you step away from the check. And then like, let's say I take you, you take me, I go here. White's up a pawn, clearly doing quite nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, actually, what do I want in this position? I just want to go b4.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not in a hurry to beat you, but I do want to save my pawn. And if you go for this move, yeah, this is winning, isn't it? This is just winning. I can just go here and come back for this pawn. And
yeah, I mean, yesterday I defended a rook ending a pawn down, but this one is a very different beast.
Maybe I have to go here so that you can't go rook g8.
Radjabov is still thinking, which is good. Spam this thunder to make Radjabov blunder. What was the other one in the Grand Prix? Oh, use your Prime. How could I forget? Guys, if you have Amazon Prime, use your Prime to get Radjabov low on time. Let's see those primes.
Yeah, like that. Spam.
Where are the primes? SJ did already. Thanks for that. Use those primes.
So let's yeah, I mean, he has a decent chance of winning this position. Of course, Report does, because Black has a bunch of weak pawns, right?
Thank you, Supremo.
If the pawns were, oh, it's so cool. What does that mean? Subscribed with Prime? How does that work?
It's if you have Amazon Prime, you get one free sub per month that you can use on any channel you want.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know
Irina,
that.
If you use Amazon Prime, use your Prime. Well, you can use it right now.
Oh, wow. That's very cool. I'm going to do that.
Get your flow on time. like empty.
Well, where do you go to do that, though? Like, where?
It should be like, okay, people will know this better than I do because I don't have Prime. If it's connected automatically, you should just be able to click the subscribe button and it will say use your Prime.
Twitch.amazon.com/prime. Aha, Twitch. I had no idea that they had that kind of partnership. I mean, I know you can support charity with Amazon Prime, right? You can
Twitch is owned by Amazon, right?
Really? I had no idea.
I mean, unless I'm going crazy.
Okay. That's like, it's not like well advertised, you know? I had no idea. Like, I mean, something like, that YouTube is owned by Google. Like, that's kind of a better known fact.
Shydog ruined all the fun by gifting you a sub. Now you can't use your Prime.
I can't use my Prime?
Well, now you can use it on my channel. No, I'm kidding.
What you can pick owned by Amazon. Yeah.
Any channel you want.
Very cool. Well, I'm going to take a look at this, guys, because I'm seriously learning about this for the first time. Actually,
let's go back to Hikaru, actually.
All right, let's go back to Hikaru. And, well, they're going back and forth, right? So let me just update the game. We'll come back to the last couple of moves. So he brought up the king, rook d5, rook a7, rook d6. Okay. Yeah, and I think b3 makes sense here. I think, using the fact that Black cannot check from here, trying to get that pawn moving, I don't really see any other plan for White. So I think Hikaru will have to go for this.
But I like it. Why not? We need to try something.
And the nice thing is that, really Radjabov is in a difficult situation, playing without the increments, still 6 moves left to go. About half a minute left per move. I think we got some chances here.
I like the prediction that's going on in the chat, and let me hear your answer, Irina.
Yeah.
What piece will Hikaru move? A rook, a knight, the king, or a pawn?
Yeah, well, I think it's the pawn, since I identified this piece as a pawn. No matter what it says, it's a pawn. Yeah.
So we expect, I kind of want b3 as well to be played. Let's see, what does the chat think? Most people are going with pawn, but this is your chance, gamblers, to take all the channel points. What do you think is the least likely piece? Knight, probably. There is no way there'll be a knight.
Yeah, there's nowhere there's going to be a knight. But now I'm quite confident he'll play b3. I mean, he has some time to think about it, but like, But really, like, what else can he do to improve his position? You have to use the pawn majority. It's a very sensible plan, right? You play on the part of the board where you have more material. So there's nothing mysterious about that.
Also 3 minutes for Radjabov, still 7 moves to go. So like 30 seconds per move. I'm reading that report blundered. Well, he definitely didn't go for the best continuation.
So we take a quick look there.
Yeah, very quick. I'm surprised actually that so the move that wasn't the best was first was to after rook h3. Apparently rook g7 first. Yeah, so on move 38.
Oh wow, so he was okay, so he's like winning at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably still winning. It will just require more work.
Oh, basically the plan is to promote this pawn, I think.
Yeah.
So this is not such a great move. It's also a bit of a weird move, right?
But he had plenty of time, so that's the strange thing. Like now 1 hour has been added, as we can see, but he had 15 minutes, so I'm not sure why he rushed with this king e4. Okay, so anyway, they've made move 40, so we'll have plenty of time to come back here. So let's stick with Hikaru now until the time control is
Hikaru decides to play b3, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Well, how about Fiona? We just wait for Hikaru to make a move. Oh, he just played it. Okay. Oh no. Did I brought up the wrong game? Where are we? Round 2. Hikaru Radjabov. Here we go. Yeah, he played b3. Right. Here we go. So he's getting that pawn going. Bishop e6. Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it? There's no way we can take the bishop.
No.
Take the bishop. Well, I wouldn't say there's no way. I mean, maybe you can take him and go king d4. Like you're still.
Can we do rook e7 and then if you go bishop d5? I'm trying to find any way to kick off your bishop off that diagonal.
You know what is interesting also, Fiona? Maybe like rook c7. Oh, he just played it. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, rook c7 with the idea of rook c6. Like maybe trading and actually going for the minor piece endgame, I think is actually really interesting.
Yeah.
Threat. And also, of course, well, also the threat is c4.
C4.
So, okay, look, I'm liking the little pressure that black is under.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's what we were saying earlier. It's just not so easy for black to make moves, you know? You don't have easy moves.
Yeah, no, it is an unpleasant position for black for sure, right?
Yeah. Like even if the bar says 0-0, I think from a practical point of view, this is absolutely not over.
Yeah, like for example, this, like, doesn't it feel that we're making progress?
Yeah, for sure. Look at that beautiful pass pawn.
Yeah. So unpleasant situation for Radjabov, still 4 moves left to play. And he's got to figure out where to move the bishop because he doesn't want to let that move happen.
Actually, he still has 6 moves to play. This is Hikaru's 35th. So 6 moves and 2 minutes. I mean,
you know what's interesting? So like this is sort of the move that makes, let's say, sense to me. But I see that there's these other moves possible, like moving the bishop somewhere else. And the question is, for me, well, like, how much of a problem is this move?
Yeah.
Because I was definitely interested in this minor piece endgame. But I think he's going to play bishop d7. I just don't think that he's going to like want to deal with calculating this rook exchange with his amount of time.
So let's have a look. If bishop d7, by the way, 1 minute. I hope the clock times are accurate.
Yeah.
Could he flag? I mean, 6 moves. He has 10 seconds per move at this point.
Yeah, he's really at low time. Okay, wow. So rook d5. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Well, not a move that I expected. It leaves the rook, the bishop hanging. But
okay, but rook d5. Yeah. Look at, okay, now is the moment, Irina. I told you.
You're getting happier.
Okay, so what's the move that we need to play? Rook c6. Rook c6.
Yeah, rook c6. So I mean, basically, you can't take the bishop because it's just a trade, and then they take back, and you're going to be in like some, more or less drawn endgame. I guess it still feels a bit better for white. Like I would certainly take white here. It's way easier to play as white, but probably that he's not going to go for that. So this move left the 6th rank open. The rook is trying to get there so we can attack. And if you give me a check, which you're probably going to do, well, you're actually, you're stuck in this double attack, right?
I mean, now you're just losing a pawn. So what happens after king f2?
Yeah, it does feel like you're just losing a pawn.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. Use those primes to make, use your prime to make Hikaru win on time.
Yeah.
Not even I've switched away from getting him low on time. He's already low enough on time.
I think we see Hikaru there in the video feed. He's thinking, he's probably feeling like, now it's his moment to pounce.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll play rook c6.
Yeah. I mean,
surely.
It's a great moment in the game, when you finally get that chance, that opening, right? That you've been like for the whole game.
I mean, Timo was really reckless with his time usage, actually, which is good. Okay, rook c6 is played.
Oh wow! And now he's
rook e5 check.
Where to move the king, right? Like which side of the board.
King f2 played.
Nice, good. These are the best moves, and so Hikaru is on his way to winning a pawn. And I don't know, that pawn on b5 will look quite weak, Fiona.
Yeah. Bishop d7.
He's trying not to lose on time, right? So bishop d7. Let me just refresh quickly. Go to the board. Okay, bishop d7. And rook a6 will happen.
Yeah. See a pawn, take a pawn.
Oh man, I mean, that is just kind of terrible how Radjabov just, gave up that a6 pawn. Weird, right?
Rook d5 was a big blow-up.
Yeah, I mean, his position was tough to play for sure. I can understand it, but like losing that pawn just like that, like pretty prosaically, just to a double attack. It's not a great situation. And well, what is Hikaru thinking about? I guess he's thinking like, should I attack the bishop? Then the bishop just protects the pawn. So he's not going to do that.
Yeah. No, he has to take the pawn. As Chidok, no, I was wondering, Bishop would say, on this channel, we take the juices. I think it was Chidok. Let me see. Wandering Bishop, no. Anyway, we take the freaking juicer. We just take it.
Take on a6, and really, what can black do for counterplay? I'm thinking like take on h4, maybe rook e4. Like that makes sense to me. What am I missing there, Fiona? Like rook e4, is it?
Hikaru has captured on a6.
Rook e4, is it going to be?
Timo has captured on g4, so we have this exact position on the board now.
Yeah, like it's like rook e4 is a really big question, isn't it? How are you defending that pawn? Maybe you're not defending it. Maybe you're just going like rook d6.
Going active, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're going rook d6. You're going to try to win this pawn over here. So I think that's what's going to happen. On rook e4, we're just going to go after the bishop so that we can try to win this pawn. Now, if he goes there, then we have a very nice move. I really
Two moves to go, 15 seconds. He has to make a move.
Yes. Okay, very nice. He's going for all my bad ideas. Right now, rook d6, like I'm saying, like rook d6 is a big time move, because if you can trade the rooks, if you can force the rook trade, I don't know, I feel like that really helps you, right?
Looks so good.
Looks very juicy. Yes.
I see what you did there, Irina.
Yeah. He's gonna find it, because I'll tell you something. Like rook d6 is almost impossible not to play. He needs that move. So like, there's literally nothing else to look at. Like you have no way to protect that pawn. You got to go on the counter attack, and then black's in trouble. Like black has to figure out where to move the bishop. If he goes to c8, maybe he will go to c8. By the way, I think he kind of has to, because honestly, going to e8 and going for this is pretty depressing. So I think he's going to have to go there. And
what? No, sorry, nothing happened. I got.
Yeah. And be like, knight takes b5. I am.
We see Hikaru, by the way, under the board, just debating. And he has played rook d6. Rook d6 is on the board and bishop c8.
Yeah.
Okay, we've made the time control. I wonder if that time is correct. Did he really make his last move with 2 seconds?
Could be. Could be. I mean,
oh my goodness.
Okay, now it's an interesting moment. First of all, the good news for white. There's a couple of pieces of good news, Fiona. One of them is that we can actually go knight f3, which we didn't have before because we were always worried about bishop g4, but now we have rook d4 ideas. Like really an important move. Like you're basically saving your pawn. And I would say this is very reasonable, right? Like setting it up. I mean, it's a little sad to move the knight back away from the b5 pawn, but like in the worst case, you can do it. So that's one option. Okay, but Hikaru didn't go for it. He went for rook d8, which I think is
he's already played. Wow.
Yeah, he's already played it so fast.
He's like, ain't nobody need that extra hour.
Right. Pretty cool. I mean, it seems like a good idea. Where is this bishop gonna go? Can't go there, can't go there. Doesn't really want to go there. So like if he goes there, then you're not attacking the pawn, right? So I can do some stuff like maybe like that. So I keep my knight protecting e2. So I don't really want to allow like rook e2 to happen. It just feels unnecessary. Where else can you move your bishop? Well, now Timur has an extra hour on the clock to ponder this question.
Yeah, so if not bishop g4. Okay, what is the rook ending after bishop f5?
Yeah, I was not even sure we're going to go for the rook endgame. I mean, we have a lot of things to consider here.
Yeah.
But I guess like I guess maybe this is not optimal. Yeah, like, although, I mean, you get your pawns. I start moving. But you get some counterplay here, right? This doesn't seem 100% convincing.
No.
Yeah, we would rather not lose the H pawn and like turn it into a race because bishops are pretty good at stopping passed pawns from like far. Yeah. So after rook d8, and you're asking about bishop f5, right? So yeah, the rook ending.
Yeah, I was asking about
critical. Well, I mean, the first question is, well, we're not going to go for that because we can't, but like, but maybe like this would be my question. What's going on here? But when it's only a rook end game and not like with the bishop supporting the pawns, then
but here we can again, trade has to be calculated, but
yeah, no, I think Hikaru will be in a better mood today when he joins us.
And you have learned also an important lesson, Irina, not to get depressed too soon.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, I was so disappointed.
So sad.
Six. I mean, I couldn't even believe it. You know, and Radjabov had tons of moves there, right?
Yeah.
He chose Queen D5, which was normal, like maybe not as good as Bishop C6, but like it just didn't look like Hikaru had much to work with. And then, you know, amazing. Like in the time trouble, people crack.
They do. And actually, I saw earlier Cutie Jolly in the chat was saying, did you guys, not us in the chat, actually think that Radjabov was going to flag? And it made me wonder, what do you think, Irina, are the chances that someone will lose a game on time in this tournament?
Very low.
Very low, you think? Huh?
Yeah, very low. But I mean, no, I mean, it's not impossible, but I still think it's very low, right? Like, I mean, losing on time, it's not what these guys do anymore, you know? I mean, and I know like you're putting them in a slightly unusual situation where they don't have an increment. So I wouldn't say it's completely impossible, but for someone to lose on time and like not be losing on the board, because, you know, I can see them like losing on the board and they just don't make a move, like that can happen. But for them to not be losing and just be forced to lose on time, I would be kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, I also think it's unlikely, but I think it's not impossible. But we will see. The tournament is still young. I think, Irina, maybe now, I think Timur, I thought he was going to take some time, but no, he's played Bishop G4. I was going to send us on a break. So let's have a quick look at Bishop G4, and then we will take a quick break as the players both receive an extra hour.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about this move is that you've taken the pressure off of that pawn. So white just has time to figure things out. Like, he shouldn't be too greedy about this pawn because we don't want to allow black in to get any counterplay. I mean, there is, of course, a lot of potential in the rook and bishop if you allow them to work together well. So yeah, I can see the point of this move, basically stopping all ideas of b4 by black, like if such existed, getting closer to promotion, right? And basically saying to black, like, okay, well, what do you want to do, right? Like if I threaten to go there next, yeah, or even there,
yeah,
you don't have that b4 move anymore. And I guess another thing, of course, rook d5. I mean, that's a big one. You can just go and try to take that pawn.
Yeah, a lot of promising options here for Hikaru. I think now it's important that he takes a little bit of time for his sake and for ours. It was a stressful time scramble. So I think we are going to take a quick break, but it's looking really, really good for Hikaru. It just needs to keep his cool. Now he's done. The hardest part is done. So now it's all about that conversion. So we're going to take a quick break and come back with the final parts of this game very shortly. So see you guys in a minute. Hello and welcome back to round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. And Irina, what a day it has been. If you're just joining us now, you missed out on a lot of emotions.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru, whose game we're following, of course, the most guys, he had a big chance earlier on. He missed it. It looked like he'd kind of blown the game, but somehow he kept a little bit of an edge, a little bit of a pressure in the end game, and Radjabov just blundered away a pawn on a6, and now Hikaru has very good chances to win this position. So let's see what he did after bishop g4. He had a long think, and he went for this move rook d5, which was definitely possible, and Radjabov answered with bishop c8. Right, and so this is the issue here, is that does white want to let black take the pawn? I think the answer is he really doesn't, right? It just seems like if you go for this pawn, they take, black gets their own counterplay. And despite white having an extra pawn and 3 connected passers, it's not actually that clear, because I think the h pawn can get go pretty fast. So
just one thing too, because in the chat I see a lot of people who were shouting blunder for rook d5 and then counter blunder for bishop c8. I think the reason bishop c8 is not good is that Hikaru can simply go back to d8, right?
Exactly, right. So Hikaru at this point probably needs to go back to d8, repeat the position, the same good move he already has, and then go for something different and not let that bishop kind of move back. Actually, bishop h3 is not a great square, because then you can't even take the pawn because of king g3. So the bishop sort of has to sit here, and that's why, one of the options here was this type of improving the pawn structure with b4, not really changing anything and seeing, what is black going to be doing here.
Yeah, so sometimes this can be a bit of a difficult moment, because Hikaru played rook d5, and psychologically it can be difficult just to understand that you need to go back to the same position and start looking over, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, game is not over yet. There's still a big technical phase, actually. So we shouldn't stop rooting for him, guys, because I think he still needs it to convert cleanly here. It's not all like going to be on a silver platter yet.
Yeah. I was wondering, is there any idea apart from going back to d8?
Any idea apart from going back? Well, the only, well, we can actually go back to this idea that we had, right? The knight f3 protecting the pawn, and then kind of using rook d4 as an idea. I would say that is possible, but what if they go here, and then we can't take the pawn because of rook f4? And that's a bit of a problem, right?
Yeah, and then we would have to move the knight again. So on this.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, I guess they can move their rook away somewhere. So the knight is on f3 instead of d4. It's not amazing. It's interesting that there's even some move like that, which in some way surprises me, because normally black doesn't want to trade the rooks, but here his king is getting so good, and his king's actually getting into d3, that maybe black can afford this. And if he goes knight d4, there's going to be b4. And this is why, we probably want like a pawn, I don't know, not to let this move happen. Although,
by the way, sorry to interrupt you, but Hikaru did play a move, and he went to c5.
He went to c5, attacking the bishop, and the bishop just moved to d7. So what is his point then? I thought the rook was pretty good on d5. Because there's only so many times you can like repeat the position before he walks into a repetition, right? Okay, so he's attacking the bishop in a different way. And so, okay, he doesn't have any of these squares. So he can either go back to g4, which is quite possible, or he can go to e8. which is maybe even more possible, right? Just kind of stay protecting the pawn and attacking this one. And that seems like not bad.
Yeah, and he's done that. So bishop e8 is on the board. And now, are we forced to go for this knight f3? Maybe.
You're kind of forced to, I think, go for this. I'm really not sure like why Hikaru wanted his rook on the C file instead of the D file. Maybe he wanted this bishop to be like more passive. The idea. And I would say, I mean, actually, we probably want to go C4. And if you take, maybe just take with the rook. Still not completely clear. Yeah, because it depends on like where this king gets to. Yeah. Like if we make, let's say we make a random move, right? We go like, let's say we make what's a random move? Like rook f4, c4, pawn takes, rook takes. So like, how do we evaluate this type of endgame? Because the bishop on one diagonal is actually guarding both pawns, right? So that's why a bishop is superior to a knight in these kinds of
okay, so if I give a check on d4, where are you gonna go?
I was thinking e4. E4 would be my guess. I'm gonna go somewhere.
Hoping for f5.
Yeah, and like if I go there, I'm not really threatening anything.
Hikaru has meanwhile gone knight f3.
So knight f3 on the board. No, I mean, I do think this is a big idea for white. He might even do it like and take, I mean, I suppose he can even take with the pawn. It's not out of the question to consider that, but rook takes is definitely the big question, right? Can white play the minor piece endgame up a pawn? And
I mean, this could be what Hikaru was calculating all this time ago. Maybe he was already looking at this ending.
Yeah, that's possible. So if white goes king e3, just not letting the black king in, and then let's say black goes king g4. How do we win this?
Run our pawns.
And then just like go knight d4 and that's it, right? Just give up this pawn. Wow. And look at this powerful move, keeping the king on the side of the board.
King f4 is very nice, actually.
Yeah, and then on king h3, I guess we go c6. Now, let's say, I don't know, let's say I go king g2. How does white win this?
So we have to bring the knight, I guess, to d6 or e7.
Yeah, so you don't have h4.
Yeah. Yeah, knight f5 is an important move there.
Yeah, you're in a kind of zugzwang because my other plan is actually to push up my a pawn, right? Yeah, this is actually a zugzwang position, right? You can't use this pawn, you can't use this pawn. My next move is a4. I'm probably not even going, you know, yet, although it should be winning too, but like just a4.
And then in the end, when the pawn gets to a5, if you go bishop c8, only then do you jump with the knight?
Yeah, you're asking me like, let's say you kind of stay here, and I go all the way to a5 and you go here, right? Yeah, so do I jump? So knight here, there, take there. Yeah, you see, I can actually promote this guy. Knight d6. I'm gonna promote this pawn.
That's nice.
Yeah, I trade the queens and I still have one more pawn that I can promote.
Very nice.
So I think, okay, I mean, it's a thin margin, right? It's kind of what it feels like. I wouldn't say it's like the most, overwhelming endgame advantage I've seen, And it's definitely like really move by move, right? That like white needs that precision. And I'm not even 100% sure we got everything right, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like when you see black coming in for your pawn, yeah, it's all move by move, basically. Knight d4, you give up that pawn, and then you have to have like that precise move, keeping the king cornered. I mean, it's very much possible to find, you know, but it's just that, you know, Hikaru has to calculate all of that from around this point, right? So there's some work, yeah, to be done, but I think he will certainly be looking at this idea because, to be honest, I think it's his main idea. Like, there's no a4, right? So now that the bishop is guarding that diagonal, he can't go a4. So this seems to be the main idea, and you can't move your knight anymore. So I think this is quite logical.
Ifix Fridge is asking, how do you rate Hikaru's chance of winning on a scale from 1 to 10?
7.
I think that's a good answer.
Yeah.
Measured.
Yeah, he has very decent chances to win, but it's not in the bag. Yeah.
Radjabov is thinking now. Is there a way for him to make a bad move here after knight f3?
A bad move. 1 second. I specialize in those. I don't know. Well, unfortunately, king f5 is even like none of that is actually bad. It's all playable, right? He can play king f5. And by the way, Hidden Genie subscribed for 6 months, so thank you very much. Yeah, we appreciate, guys. We're growing Hikaru's channel, right, Fiona?
We are. That's what we are doing. And you guys can also, there's something in it to win for you guys as well. If you type !Hawaii in the chat, you can download the Capital One extension, and it really is a win-win-win, because we're going to send one of you, if we get to 2,500 downloads, we'll send one of you to Hawaii for a full week with a person of your choice, all expenses covered. Or you can also, if you prefer, and the shirt, Irene, and let's not forget about the shirt.
Yeah, and the shirt, which you can gift to me.
Exactly. Or if you prefer, you can take 10K instead. So if we get to 2,500 downloads, we'll raffle away, we'll give away to one lucky person a trip to Hawaii, or the 10K. You can do a lot of things with 10K. And it's a win-win-win, because not only will the app help you save money, but it will also, for every download, $10 will be given away to charity. Can you take me to Hawaii? Yeah, well, we had this discussion earlier.
Yeah.
Irina said she was happy. I'll also be happy to come along. So make sure to download the extension. And it only works on desktop.
Yeah, I know. I think if we promise to go,
we'll come with you.
We're gonna get a lot more downloads, right?
Exactly.
It just takes a small promise to improve the download rate.
We're available for free holidays.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely enjoying my time on Hikaru's channel, and I just appreciate this opportunity, because I know Hikaru has built a big platform here, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you guys. Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's taken a lot of work to build the community.
No, for sure. And I think, Hikaru has been streaming so much, and it's always so much fun being here to cover his events when he's playing, because the community really rallies behind him, and it's a lot of fun being a part of the community, and being part of the hype and the copy pastas, and learning a thing or two about some online memes. So all in all, a great experience.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. You're all very sweet. And, just, yeah. Let's see. Can we take a look, Fiona, at what is going on? Because I think Report Furuzia is in some interesting part of the game. So we got those 2 rooks on the 7th. I mean, he's trying to mate him, I suppose. Okay, so this is the current position.
So I just see chess lovers comment, sorry, Fiona and Irina, I gotta take my wife. That's
Yeah.
okay. We'll forgive you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we understand. We understand.
But make sure you can take your wife, but the shirt you gotta give to Irina then.
Right. No, that's right. I do have claims on the shirt, guys, because I know you would all really enjoy watching me, wear a pineapple shirt, which I've never yet done in my life. In fact, Fiona, I don't own any of those.
So we need to change that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just saw in the chat inaccuracy, but in which? Oh, sorry, Irina. I know you've just taken us here to this rook ending, and we'll have a chance to come back. But Radjabov has played rook e6, which apparently is not the best.
Not the best. Okay, we'll take that. All right, so why did he go rook e6? What is the point? He just didn't really know what to do. Yeah, his bishop couldn't really move. And okay, rook e6. So why is it so bad, though? It's not obvious at all, I have to say. Hikaru just played rook a7 pretty quickly. Yeah, so far, okay, I get it. So he played there to go rook a6. Got it.
Okay.
You wanted to attack the pawn, right? Because otherwise Hikaru's move would make no sense. But now
But why was rook a7 not the best? So what did the engine want here? Yeah,
the engine wanted rook c8, holding down the rook to the bishop and maybe threatening knight d4, like rook e4, king f3. Yeah, something like that, I think.
Okay. They're both playing so fast now. I mean, Hikaru blitzed out rook a7, and
then Radjabov just played rook e4, and it's kind of weird because there was also this move rook c6, but I guess Hikaru can still kind of like go back to e7 and e3, right? Like if this rook goes here, we definitely want to save that pawn, and the only way to do it is through that tempo and back. Well, that's good because we don't want to trade pawns. It's an important rule, guys. When you're better, when you're up material, you don't want to trade pawns. You want to trade pieces, but not pawns. People often get that confused. The more pawns you trade, the closer you get to like drawn positions where one side has like an extra piece, but no pawns left and they can't win. Yeah.
Let me just to get back real quick to the real Andrew. How do I know if I entered the giveaway? If you're in the US, and I forgot to mention that, so you have to be in the US to do it. There might be workarounds, don't say I didn't say it, but you have to be in the US and you have to download it on desktop. You have to use our link, which has been spammed in the chat. And if you do all these things, you are entered. I don't know, maybe the mods can correct me. I don't know that there is a way, but if you followed the link, downloaded the extension, you will be automatically entered.
Yeah, it's interesting why the players are playing so fast. I think, maybe they're even a bit tired. Sometimes it's just been a really long, tense game. You get tired, you want to make some moves already. It is hard to maintain the same output of energy throughout. Like, they've been playing for, more than 4 hours, 4.5 hours now.
Yeah, I can imagine that the players are already eager to get to the first rest day.
Yeah,
which is coming up on Monday, because it's it's also the fact that it's so warm in Madrid. There's this extra tension at the start of the tournament. So yeah, let's see. So Hikaru goes rook a8.
So I think he's just basically maneuvering around, right? But I mean, it's not pointless because first of all, the rook is back to the d file. We kind of likes that rook on the d file, and he has those ideas of rook d4. Right, rook d4 and then maybe c4.
Yeah, I still like these ideas of getting the rooks off.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's say black goes bishop c6. We have to, ideally, let's kick the bishop back somewhere. So now what?
Okay, so let's try rook d4.
So rook d4. Yeah, let's try our luck. Like that. It's a little hard to improve the position, right?
Yeah. Also, just one final thing about the Hawaii trip. I saw another comment, mobile users REP. Don't worry. I mean, if you're on mobile today, but you have a laptop or a computer, you can enter throughout the whole tournament. So it's not a today only. You still got plenty of time. Okay, so yeah, rook e6, and how do we make progress here?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, let's try c4. I mean, I know this is not the favorite move of the computer, but I really want to try it because it seems to give us two connected passed pawns, or not, right? There's a little trick. Oops. And now we're not going to have two connected passed pawns. We're going to have something quite different. We don't want anything like this, guys, because this starts getting out of control. Like once our pawns are separated and we're forced to defend them passively. Yeah, like, you know, their bishop can always come here. This is no longer clear. So I guess I got my question answered, why I can't go c4. And this is always an annoying idea for black. So let's say we go there. You just go back. Yeah, I'm really like struggling here, Fiona, to get something convincing for Hikaru.
Yeah.
Like I see, you know, there's a nice little evaluation for him, but it's not really translating into concrete lines.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a comment in the chat, is this just a fortress? I think it's not a fortress. There's still too many pawn breaks and too much going on, but it is a position that's difficult to break for sure.
So Hikaru played rook here, here, and here. Bishop c6 actually is on the board, right? So we looked at that, and he brought it back, right? Oh, and all of this is happening. Oh, wait, no, this is my analysis, I think. Wait, is this the analysis or is this the actual current position? Okay.
No, it's the analysis. So rook d8.
Yeah. We're waiting to see if Radjabov will play bishop c6, which is one of his possible moves. You know, black doesn't really have a big strategy here, Fiona. Black strategy is like not to let white improve. That's it, right? This is what you do in these kinds of bad positions where you just got to hold on. Is it's not so much about what you want to do, it's about not letting white do comfortably what white wants, which is really to get these pawns going.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we have to get the pawns rolling without them getting ideally disconnected.
Yeah, so definitely I feel like, you know, this is harder than I thought it would be, you know, when we first entered this endgame, like back when white just won this pawn for the first time, right? Let's just show how that happened. Like I was, I don't know, extremely optimistic when this double attack happened on the bishop and pawn, and white just wound up taking it. It just seemed great, but then
thank you, Mr. Chestad.
Yeah, Mr. Chestad sounds, that's a nice name. Chestad means maybe you got daughters you're going to teach chess to.
Yeah, that would be good.
Rook d6, bishop c8, rook d8. Yeah, and so we've been like trying to chase down this pawn without losing the h4 pawn, right? That's what's been happening, but somehow this bishop got back onto this diagonal protecting the pawn, so it was like really hard to win it. Like our knight went to deal with this guy, and we basically, you know, just moving around and not making much progress. I'm always like, here we go, this is our current position. So rook a8, king f7, and rook d8. Wait.
Yeah, I think there's some weird.
It's always I'm always like going into my analysis, right?
Yeah, but I don't know, it jumps to the start of the game and the moves, which is weird. Okay, you know what, Irina, maybe earlier I took you back from there. Maybe we have the chance to take a very quick look at report now, because I'm reading in the chat that report apparently just blew it.
Okay. King e4. There, okay, we're chasing down their king. How do we win? Whoa, whoa. Is this how we win?
Yeah, how do we win? Not like this. The answer.
It wasn't very obvious, right? So like, what is going on? If they go there and here.
I think it was already very tough at this point. I had a quick look during the break. I think Richard, maybe we can go back there. I think he missed his chance before the time, just before the time control around move 38 or so. With this move when he played King E4. I think we were having a brief look at it earlier.
Yeah, so right around this point, was this before?
Yeah, just here. So after Rook H3.
You were saying that, yeah, we were looking at this, yeah. Let's say you go King H8.
But maybe even this is not as easy.
This is not obvious either, right? It's like here, you take, I take. Take. It looks nice for white, but nice doesn't mean winning when the king comes back. And you're just in time.
Yeah.
That's not very clear what's going on.
No.
So he went for King E4 instead.
Yeah, no, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe because I just quickly looked at it with the engine. Maybe the engine just doesn't understand.
Yeah, I mean these rooks look really dangerous, but
yeah, I mean,
organize a checkmate here.
Because Black Cork is saying, how does a GM lose +9? I mean, that's what I also like. First of all, he's not going to lose. But second of all, I also saw this +9 evaluation, but whenever you follow the lines, you play a couple of moves, the computer the evaluation goes down. So I think it wasn't as easy as the evaluations made it sound.
Yeah. Definitely. So rook takes G6, and are we on our way to a draw? Like you're not threatening that much, but still okay. So like if rook E2.
Why is I see the engine? Why is rook E2 the only?
Yeah, because why is it
rook
E2
is the only? Then surely things are not that easy.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you're like, I don't know why it's much better than this. I guess the idea is, okay, first of all, we should actually ask ourselves, why can't you just go D3? That's a big question. Like, why can't you go there? And if I take, you go there. But I guess you're gonna give up your rook. That's why.
I can go rook F2, right?
Yeah, you can go. Yeah, rook F2 is really good. You're gonna checkmate me, aren't you? But I was gonna say that even this position, I'm pretty sure, is pretty easily winning for white.
Yeah. With the king cut off.
Yeah, terrible king cut off over here. So you can't push the pawn. So the idea of moving the rook is to kind of, I think, get the pawn going. Why it's better than this move? I mean, okay, I mean, I can say it attacks the pawn, but that's sort of the obvious. And rook E1, rook F6. So what is this? I mean, are we trying to go rook D6? Could that be the idea? I think it actually is the idea. It has nothing to do with a check because the checks don't lead anywhere, but it's about stopping the pawn. So I guess, yeah, you want the rook there for the tempo on that pawn. Got it. It's just in case, like, because, you know, this is still worse, right? For black and the pawn's going nowhere and you might just lose a single rook endgame. Right. I mean, you can definitely lose it. Like, for example, like if you go for my pawn, say I go for your pawn here. And now, okay, guys, let's check. How are your rook endgames? Okay, we got a quiz coming up.
Sorry, I need to toilet for a second. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll work.
No, I'm joking. I'm just terrible. I'm just terrible at rook endings.
All right. So what is the one winning move for white guys? This is actually super instructive about, you know, rook endgames. It's a very important idea that we use a lot in rook endgames to win. Okay. Getting some ideas from you guys. Yeah, I see we got I see we got Irina's oblivious to any kind of sarcasm. That's funny. Yeah, I see we got some endgame experts here. You guys know all about cutting the king. Very good. Did Hikaru teach you that one, guys? Because very useful idea. Look at that. Cut the king, super important. Make him just stay on the side of the board uselessly, and then you're going to move up your king and pawn. And just so you know, for those of you who didn't realize about this move, like we had some ideas about king f5. Right. Well, the problem is now their king gets in. And it's a lot harder to promote your pawn when their king is nearby, right? Like it might look promising to you. Like you might be like, well, I'm going to like push that king to the back rank, and now I'm over here. And this is actually, you know, you're threatening checkmate on one. It looks pretty good. It's too late for black to do a Philidor defense with that move because we're already moving our pawn to block the check. But black, if they know what they're doing, they're going to give this check from the back so they don't get mated. And when you take cover behind the pawn, there's a few different ways they can hold this position, guys. I like the following. See how excited I am to share this rook endgame knowledge. Yeah, I like this one. This is called rook behind the pawn, right? Why is the rook going behind this pawn? Well, it's actually because we know they're going to give us a check, try to force us out, and now they can't move up their king. Super important, right? They're tied down to that pawn. And then when they go here trying to push the pawn, we just come in. And basically they can't get that pawn going. You know, if they go back, we just go back. Yeah, standing in front of their passed pawn is always a good strategy as long as we're not getting mated. If they go here, I mean, we can just stay. Oh, well, yeah, I guess we can do a little tactic to just go into a completely drawn king, you know, king versus king.
Irina, I hate to interrupt your flow.
Yeah, right.
We've had some moves in the Hikaru game.
All right. So let's go back, guys. Let's see if Hikaru is making any progress here. So rook e7, yeah, rook d2. So what's the point? What does he want? I don't really know. You know, I think, you know, sometimes they just kind of feeling each other out, right? Like trying to tire out the other person, just lots of maneuvering. And Hikaru is good at that.
I was just going to say that. I mean, first of all, he is used to streaming for so many hours, just grinding out, and he's so tricky. Like, I still think that Hikaru is a favorite to win this, rather than it being a draw. I mean,
yeah. I mean, you know, this is what you do, guys. You're trying to torture your opponent and wear them down. Like, you know, like it's kind of like when you're hunting your prey, right? Like sometimes you just stalk them for like a really long time just to tire them out. And that's a strategy for these kinds of long games. You know, like, is he really threatening something? Not really. You know, they've been moving around their rooks like for a while now. But to be honest, it adds to the fatigue. It adds to the fatigue, just making your opponent stay at the board. And at some point, you will start some more decisive measures, and hopefully that your opponent's going to be more tired by that point.
I think this could very easily be one of these very long games, you know, like 7 hours, just take it down all the way to the wire, because basically Radjabov will never be able to force a draw. Unless Hikaru misses something, he can always, you know, okay, at some point he'll have to push a pawn, but this can go on for a very, very long time. Yeah, and I see someone mentioned some lectures I did for the St. Louis Chess Club on like evaluating positions and creating a plan some years ago, and they recommended that. Thank you very much. Yeah, those I had some people say that they enjoyed those lectures that I did at the St. Louis Chess Club. And like, you know, even years after I did them, I mean, they're still online and available for free, guys. So go ahead and check them out if you would like. I did some fundamental questions, you know, how to, you know, evaluate positions, make plans, like which pieces to trade, like some really big questions that face all chess players. I will check them out for sure. I really liked your enthusiasm in our rook ending lesson right there. There's a lot of people in the chat actually who I see who have seen them. Legend is asking, is it on YouTube? So I think you're on the St. Louis.
Yeah, it should be on YouTube. Yeah, the search like Irina Crush lecture, and I think those things will come up.
Yeah. There is another question in the chat. Why can't we go rook? Why couldn't we go rook d5 to attack h5? And just before I let you answer that, Irina, I want to let the chat know that we have more exciting news. We talked earlier about the trip to Hawaii that we're all planning already. Irina and I are ready for our invites, but we have more exciting stuff coming up very shortly. We'll be doing a charity giveaway. So yesterday, for those of you who were here, we did a couple of giveaways already, but we continue our effort today to raise funds for Games for Love, where I'll tell you a bit more about the charity in just a second. But very shortly, the giveaway will start. You'll have 10 minutes to donate to enter the giveaway. We'll be giving away a PS5 as well as a Chess House Yugoslav Staunton set. So get ready. You'll have 10 minutes to enter the giveaway. And Irina, while we get that all set up, why couldn't Hikaru play rook d5?
Yeah, I think he could. He certainly could. There's probably a number of ways to defend it. I mean, I would say just king g6 is the simplest, right? I don't see anything particular happening after king g6. Seems like a reasonable move. I mean, yeah, everything's sort of the same. And this is the difficulty of the position that, you know, white needs to change something in order to win, but it's hard to change without also giving black counterplay with either, you know, rook a7 or rook e4 against that pawn. Like, these seem to be the three main targets that black can go after. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. How do we enter the giveaway? Just give us a second, guys. Very shortly, we'll put up the banner where you see how much money you guys have donated already, how much has been raised already. So when the banner comes up, very shortly, we'll start a 10-minute countdown. So hold it for a second. Just wait until we start the giveaway.
Yeah, you can go and get your wallets ready, guys.
Get your wallets, exactly. So we're just waiting for the overlay to come up. Get ready, and very soon. So there it is. Okay, are we ready? I think we're ready. We're ready to start the 10 minutes countdown.
Oh, we got some donors already. We got $100 coming in twice. I saw. Thank you
from yesterday, I think.
Oh, is that from yesterday? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Don't worry, but we can thank them anyway.
Nice. We raised 5,500 yesterday. That is really good.
Guys and girls, it started. You have 10 minutes. Very quickly, we're going to have a look at a video to see what it is that Games for Love do, but you can start donating already, and I'll keep an eye on it. Remember, PS5 to win. Let's have a quick look at the video.
Do you remember your first time going to the hospital? I can. It's a pretty scary experience as a kid. Imagine if that same hospital wouldn't treat you if you didn't have money in hand at the time that you needed that help. That's exactly the reason why we created One Up Life Bridge. In many developing countries, you can't receive medical help without having money in hand up front before the actual need or procedure. And that leaves a lot of children susceptible to pass of completely treatable and unnecessary reasons. The cost to help either save or prolong a child's life, it might be less than you could expect. It could be as little as a cup of coffee for an IV drip, which dehydration is one of the leading causes of death of children in developing countries. Come partner with us and be a part of One Up Life Bridge and help us save the lives of children.
So Games for Love, working predominantly with children in hospital, a very worthwhile cause, but that's not the only things they do. They also work saving lives in third world countries, supporting life-saving financial support, creating sustainable futures for children. There are things like scholarships, and Games for Love are impacting more than 1 million children each year. So a very worthwhile charity, but there's something in it for you as well. The Zagreb Stonton chess set, as well as a PS5. Let me just see some of the donations that have come in already. I need to refresh my browser because I lost. Maybe if someone right.
Okay. Cope Phobia just donated $100. Thank you very much. I just saw someone donate 25. And I'm sorry, the name already slipped my mind, but thank you. Kuba.
They're coming in too fast.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's hard to keep track. But thank you guys. We have definitely raised a lot of money yesterday. Beelzebub, thank you for the $5 donation.
Also, just important to remember, unlike the extension, this one you can donate from anywhere. You can enter the giveaway from anywhere. Also, for donations over $25, you double your entries. So up to $25, you get one entry per dollar donated, but over 25, you get double, and you can enter from anywhere. Emir Gunner, that's a name I recognize from my own channel. Emir, so good to see you here. Thank you so much for the $25. And they're just coming in nonstop. Wow, 9090, bless all. Thank you so much for the $25. I'm working on getting the list back so that I can see all the donations. Relic with the $25 as well. And it just keeps going.
Yeah, hopefully, guys, we're going to do good things for charity today, and we're gonna have Hikaru on the stream after he grinds out this end game, and it's just gonna be a good day overall. So thank you, SMO, for the $25.
6 minutes to go. We're almost halfway to the limit. Merlin's Knee with the $25 as well. Let's go, Hikaru. Of course, the Hikaru game is still our main focus. We'll give it our full attention in just 5 minutes and 40. Happy Gunnar. Good luck to our Lord and Savior. Lord and Savior is a good one. I like it. And Arsenal back with the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so remember, guys, we are donating to Games for Love, who is giving this to 200 hospitals around the world and working with kids. So yeah, it's a pretty great cause, and it's very nice to see Hikaru use this platform to give back so much to organizations around the world.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I now have access, I think, to everyone who donated today. So let me just read out some of the early ones. Neon Argon with the 25, Minda C, 25, a front under with the $50. Thank you so much. Pounderhound 25. Cope Phobia with the $100. Thank you so much. Kuba Grab, Beelzebub, Kashaf, Ranjango, Emir, Wow, Relic, Feels Okay. I'll just go through the whole list. Thank you so much to everyone. SMO, Merlin's Knee. I think some of those we got. Happy Gunnar, Arsenal back, Texas Mudbug with the 100 as well. Thank you so much for the generous donation, Texas Mudbug. GB Mids, 4 minutes to go, by the way. Jeremy, too awesome. Viver, sorry, Irina, I'm almost done. Costa Verde.
Keep going.
Costa Verde with the 26, Jeffy with the 25, Racer, I like this message, with the 25. Happy early Father's Day to myself. Indeed, happy Father's Day, early Father's Day to you, Racer. Farah War 25 as well. Thank you so much. Kashuni, Zacchaeus with the 50 and the heart. Thank you so much. Much love to you. Stu 42, Stu, a big name in the chat. I see people always go on about Stu with the 25. No worries at all with the 25. Hydratic with the 50. Thank you so much. Be More with the $30. G Shaper $100. Thank you so much for the generous donation. They're coming in so fast. G 25. Amjaman, thank you so much for the 25. Pikia Polis 25. Martin, thank you so much. Vit Trevensek, Neil with the 25. I think I've just caught up. You've got 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes to go. The winner gets a Zagreb chess set and a PS5. Aussie with the 25. Thank you so much. Wade in Games with the $5. Thank you. If this doesn't make Hikaru crack Radjabov, I don't know what will. Clown Basket with the 25. Dank Pawn with the $100. Thank you so much for the generous donation. You guys are incredible. What the hell did just happen? GM Wall donated 25. Deadlift more, but an anonymous mod just donated $1,000. Incredible.
Wow.
Saying all the love to the kids. Thank you so much for the incredible donation. Mikkel with the 25. Bernard saying, Sam, mod and a dear friend of mine from my own channel. Sam, thank you so much for your donation. Big thanks to Hateful with the $50, to Pammy G with the 25, to Pawn Moose with the $5. Let's go, Hikaru, dominate the candidates and Ruth Magnus. That's what we're all hoping for. We're up to $8,000 donated, by the way. So you guys have been simply incredible. Final push, a minute and a half to go. $25 from Be Fair, $25 from Rafnan. Thank you so much. A minute 20. After this, I need to make some tea or something.
Yeah, no, you're doing great, Fiona. I don't want to stop you. You just like, you got the flow right now. And
oh my God.
All I can say is this is like donation blitz, right? We got to reach the time control, guys. Let's try to make like a donation every couple of seconds until
they keep coming in. They keep coming in. 1 minute to go. Jay Valverde with the 25. Dr. Toonbear with the 10. Happy Father's Day to chess dads everywhere that have gotten used to losing. I love that message. $10 from C4 Explosive. $100 from X Factor 13. Thank you so much. FC Cool with the 25. Brower Chase Rush with the 10. Thank you so much. Jibber Ollie, thank you. GC Cash with the 25. 25 seconds to go. Also, this is your last chance to enter the giveaway. Mr. Mrs. with the 25. 15 seconds to go. Last push. We've crossed 8,000 euros. Who's gonna get a final donation in before the timer ends? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the winner is
last time in the last drawing yesterday, the winner was someone who donated like at the last minute.
Yeah, Mrs. Mr.
He was one of the last ones, right?
He was one of the last ones. Congratulations to Mrs. Mr. who wins the Zagreb chess set as well as the PS5. Congratulations. Nice. Thank you so much for all your incredible donations. We are now past the 8K mark. We have a big goal of 100K. There will be plenty more giveaways in the future. Thank you so much for supporting this super worthwhile cause of Games for Love. All the money is going to the children in hospital, children who are ill. So thank you. And Irina, back to you.
Yeah. All right. Now, guys, I know we had a question in the chat about the recent move that Hikaru just played. And we were asked about the move Rook D3. Now they've played, wait, where are they now? We've been chasing this around. Okay, Rook D. Okay, maybe you meant Rook D2. Can I explain Rook D2? Can I explain this move? Oh, or can I explain Rook D3, right? I see the engine wanted to play this move. Is there some substantial difference? Honestly, I don't think so. I mean, that was kind of the issue, that I wasn't seeing exactly what these moves are supposed to be doing. All right, but here it is. So the rook is back here. How has that helped us? Well, we're attacking the pawn. Yeah, that was an idea that we had from a while back. And there is this interesting move, bishop c6. It's like a trap because you can't take the pawn because of rook f4, winning the knight, right? So you would have to go here, and then the bishop would be forced to change his diagonal. Actually, you can no longer go back because I take the pawn. So now you change diagonals. I don't know if that's helped us or hurt us. You're still threatening rook f4. You still can't take your pawn on b5. So I'm still not even sure
what
to say about this. I mean, of course, I can keep chasing your bishop down, but we've already been through that rodeo show. So okay, what else can happen? So other than bishop c6, I think it's a reasonable move for black. He's thinking right now, like, is it such a bad idea? Like, I've always been kind of an advocate for this simple move, right? And I suppose you can do it like that. Yeah, I suppose you can also do this move and just let the bishop do the heavy lifting on the e8 square.
So let's see.
Still
It's a nice little spot the bishop has found, defending both pawns.
Yeah, the rook stays active, the bishop does the defending, and the king is just okay, right? So that is black's stance in this position. I really think, you know what he needs to do? Okay, I get it. Like, the point is to, like, just run Radjabov out of time. I think this is the strategy. He just needs to play long enough. He already has like twice as much time as him. He needs to just keep the game going and not repeat the position accidentally, and then use his famous like blitz skills to win. That's my recommendation.
I think most of the time the defending side ends up cracking, especially when they are the ones that are lower on time.
I thought this was a hilarious question in the chat. It was like, how much does Hikaru pay these women? I mean, it sounds like you're asking about something different, honestly, you know? So
I don't know what you're talking about, Irina.
Well, this is the kind of question you normally hear in like a chess stream, but yeah, that was pretty funny. So well, he better make some good money in the candidates. Okay. All right.
Moving on.
Moving on. Yeah.
So Irina.
Yeah, what Irina pays attention to in the chat. Yeah. Irina is feminist. Oh, this is a good one. Should I even go? Should I go there? I don't know.
Luck.
Yeah, good luck on any of these. I'm always so interested to answer these difficult questions. I don't know. It depends. I don't know. How would you define feminist? Go ahead. You guys tackle that one, and I'll get back to you. All right. So
you've gotten yourself into. I think this is where your streamer experience is lacking.
Is lacking, right? I'm not supposed to get into actual conversations, right? Yeah. I get it.
You're putting yourself in tricky stuff.
Yeah, it's because I like to have fun. That's the problem.
Okay. Did we have another move? We had him. So Radjabov went for your move, King G6.
King G6. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know. I guess the king may be a bit worse there than on E7, but we still haven't seen Hikaru really make progress. But wait, he does have this idea he can go back to Rook C5, and then like try the C4 stuff, right? So that's the thing that is still on the board for him to try.
Yeah, at some point he's going to have to, right? Just push one of these pawns.
Yeah. Okay.
And how does black wait here? Like
bishop D7, yeah.
Bishop D7, okay. And now. And now.
Yeah, and now, okay, should we look at this one again? Yeah, let's look at that. And what did we decide about this endgame? We decided that we had chances to win, but it was kind of close. This looks like almost the exact same position that we looked at like an hour ago, right?
Yeah, this looks very, very familiar.
Is there any difference? Like if I go here, you go here, I go C5. And so maybe this
It feels like the king is a bit more active, right?
But this is very similar, right? Like this is literally the same thing, like there and a C6 and king F4 and we win. I mean, I think Hikaru will at some point play this move C4, but really they're just like maneuvering. Let's see for a second what is going on in the Furuzia game.
Nothing. I mean, we had almost no moves there, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I think the players have just. I think you mistakenly flipped the board.
Oh, I flipped the board.
Instead.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can fix that. Yeah. So okay, he went rookie too. Yeah, found that move. So that made this plan kind of irrelevant because that pawn was hanging. Okay, so now I suppose you can't take because I go there and win. So you got to keep an eye on that. Wants to win the pawn, wants to put his pawn. And it seems like, yeah, he's probably just going to give perpetual. Okay, that's where we're going. So we're going.
There's nothing White can try here, right?
Not really, right? So we're going for 3 draws and Hikaru winning. Like that.
If Hikaru, actually, I was thinking that during our last break, Irina. If Hikaru wins, I'll get a perfect prediction. I did on the vote chat.
Yeah. That's really good. That is really good, Fiona.
Well
done,
no,
pat on the back. I mean, I didn't even do any prediction.
But so now we need Hikaru. Now we really need him to win.
Yeah. What does it mean, hyper pogo? Yeah. Irina and Fiona commentary. Wow, hyper pogo. What does that mean?
Well, if you had BTTV, then you would see a face that's going all crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how to describe it. It's a guy, he's red, his eyes are lighting up, and he's like shaking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna install that thing. I really want to be able to communicate with you guys in your language, in your native tongue.
It means someone has complimented themselves seriously. That one makes sense, though. It looks good.
Irina I see Irina is a boomer. Is that
that's a good thing, don't worry.
Is it like you mean like I thought that was pretty funny. It's like, does that mean like I'm like really old wait? Oh, there's so many things in the chat. I can't keep track of them all. But that's all right.
We're all boomers here, Irina, at least in the commentaries. So you're in good company.
Yeah. No, I feel very comfortable with that.
So this game probably about to end in a draw. And in the Hikaru, did we have any? Hikaru went for A3. So there has been a pawn push.
Yeah, well, well, what can we say about that? Yeah, they can't go bishop F7. It hangs the pawn.
One thing that, sorry.
Oh yeah, don't worry, I wasn't saying anything important.
No, I was just gonna say that I don't think at this point that we need to look at the eval bar too much anymore, because even all the moves that had higher evaluation were kind of just circling, like we were struggling to make progress in any of them. So I think this game anyway will be decided a lot on stamina, on nerves, and on just not making mistakes, basically. And the pressure is still very much on Radjabov, regardless of whether this is plus 0.5 or plus 1. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. The only thing with this move A3 that changes is that this pawn becomes a little harder to protect. Right. So there is this idea of pulling the rook back to either of these squares and then just kind of going around. Now you're not going to have rook D2 anymore. So that's That's a little bit of an issue, isn't that, Fiona? Because like, how are you guarding this pawn actually? Because I mean, we know that on knight d4, the rook just comes back.
But okay, let's see this. And so knight d4, if the rook comes back,
we can try knight d2, maybe. You mean, okay, you want to try this one?
Yeah, I guess we still cannot take b5 here. Nothing has changed really. What can we try?
Yeah, I mean, you take it. I guess I take on h4. I don't really know why we need to introduce that check, but I mean, we could. We could introduce it and then take.
Now, which pawn do I want to run? I'm tempted to just run the a pawn because that's where the open path is. What are you? I lost Irina.
I know. I'm thinking back to that question. I actually have a way to answer that question. Is Irina a feminist? I think I would say that I don't really like to label myself in a narrow way like that. So probably I wouldn't use that word simply for that reason. Not so much into like fixed labels. But okay.
What happened to that line? I wanted to go a4 in the end, but the feminism interrupted us.
Yeah. So, well, can we look for a second at a3, and if I pull back the rook, and this knight d2 was interesting because there was a line here like with rook a6 and c4, and this one was kind of interesting. Yeah, but the problem is takes, and there's this tricky move bishop f7, and I unfortunately don't have rook a5 because you're going to take my knight and you're going to capture back with the bishop and just be up a piece. So this move allows you to trade my knight and win this pawn, which is just basically a problem. Although I have
but rook d3.
Yeah, maybe there's still a chance because my rook can get like right here behind the pawn. This is actually still playable, isn't it? I mean, like, I don't know if white's winning, but it seems like white has decent chances. Let's see, you activate your king. I activate my king, you go here. Yeah, well, okay, let's try c5. Now you're gonna cut me, huh? Gonna cut me off. Rook c3, king d4, rook c1. I mean, it still looks nice for white, to be honest. So like none of the computer evals mean much here. It definitely looks nice for white. Like look at this line. Like you have to be so precise to play for something like this as black. Like I would be super scared to go into this position as black. Like you can easily lose with this outside pass pawn.
It looks terrifying.
Yeah, right. But like the computer is like, no, this is still a draw because I guess you probably make it back in time. Just yeah. By like you do actually have a cushy. Well,
not so cushy.
Not so cushy. It's like right in time, just in the nick of time, back to the fade by one move, right? But I mean, that means, you know, in order to make everything work by one move and make sure you're getting into the corner, and you have to see all of that from like a way back, like that's not easy. So I would say, you know, even this rook endgame looks pretty unpleasant.
Sorry, Irina, we should get back to the game because we have some moves coming in.
So after a3, rook e7, right? So he is going for that. Knight d4. So is Hikaru going to go back and try this knight d2 move, or is he
okay, so
like rush into this?
Yeah, we never got to look at this. So I was saying earlier, if we take and you threw in the check and we went to, I don't know, is e3, because I saw the bar went down a bit when we went to e3. I have no idea why. It looks like the most natural square. Okay, let's say King Hikaru has captured on b5. Okay. So where do we go? Let's just play the stupid computer move, rook e1.
Yeah.
Oh, and it doesn't matter because Radjabov has taken on h4.
Yeah, which, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, who knows why this check may or may not have been a little bit better. He just decides to leave the king alone and take the pawn. So here we are. I mean, was the king better? Was it better to give the check to get the king out of that good position? I mean, I agree that the king is well placed here, right? Just in general, like, you're not worried about that check. And if the king were there and you tried to pull back your knight, the check would be a bit annoying. Your king would have to go all the way there, and then the pawn starts to go. So, I mean, I do think that, there was a point in that sort of intermediate move. But you also needed to calculate king g3 and figure out what happens after this. Because right now white holds on to the pawn. And yeah, like there would be all this kind of play against the king. Probably white wouldn't go there, but in any case, he decided not to bother with the intermediate check. He just went for rook h4. And Hikaru went knight d4. Okay, good. Pulling the knight back to stable square. And I suppose like we really just want to push the a pawn.
I mean, I would be so terrified here as black, like stopping these 3 connected passed pawns.
Yeah, and this bishop is not very good. I mean, can't even move anywhere on that diagonal. So that is helpful. On the other hand, I suppose he just wants to like go with the h pawn.
So how do you do that? Where do you put your rook?
So like, let's say you improve the bishop a bit. I don't know where the rook is going to go. She's got a lot of moves she can make. So let's just go here. And then rook to g4. Try to push the pawn.
Okay, if we start, okay, bring the knight back.
It's a very interesting line, but like, I mean, it gives up the b3 pawn. Like, I don't know if
we have some moves coming in. Let's maybe just go back again to the board.
Yeah, let the players just
do
the work for us, right? Like, okay, so rook h2. So that is instead of bishop f7, and that's instead of the rook g4 plan. Slightly different idea. Also,
maybe rook g2 h2 helps us because now the king gets to g3, and it's not so easy to push the h pawn.
Right, so you go to g3. He'll definitely do that because, like, how can we resist the tempo on the rook? And now, where is this rook supposed to go?
I think it's suddenly looking very promising again.
Yeah, because the pawns don't seem to be going anywhere and the bishop's still remaining passive, right? So what is the beauty of this move? The beauty is to threaten that, right? So we don't want to lose those pawns. I have to say, yeah, I wonder if we go a4, they're going to give us a check. And I was thinking like here, but he might go h4. He might not even take that pawn, which he can also do. But this get this going, kind of using the pin. Our knight can't go back here. Not very clear, right? So we have to make a good move here.
What is this good move? I mean, I don't envy the players having to play this afterwards. It's now 5.5 hours. Where do we go?
Yeah. It's been a long game, and they have another time control coming up after this. So it's a real...
Yes. Speaking of the time control, there were a couple of questions in the chat. Do the players get increment? So at the moment, they don't get increment. We're currently on move 55. So they have the time that you can see on screen, 9 minutes for Radjabov, 28 for Hikaru. That's the time they have to make it to move 60. And on move 60, they will get an extra 15 minutes, but they also get from that moment onwards, a 30-second increment per move.
Yeah. So he went for rook d2. So this is a threat on the board. I suppose this is the most obvious move, trying to save the pawn. Yeah, you're not really in a pin because your rook is protected. So your knight is good. And when they check you, the question is where your king goes. And the problem with going there is that the pawn is allowed to move. So we should go there. Luckily, there's no like sneaky checkmate idea. We're not threatening their pawn, but what are we threatening here?
But we kind of stopped black, right? It's not so easy for black to push anything any longer.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if they go bishop f7, it doesn't even really succeed in making their bishop any better, right? We just kind of like go somewhere and bishop is still stuck doing nothing. That is an issue for black, right? That their bishop is just not very, very good here.
There's a question from Chidok. Does knight c6 work? In which position? So maybe after.
I'll tell you one thing I have in common with Radjabov. Do you want to know?
What is the question?
One thing I have in common with Radjabov.
Okay.
I noticed, I went on his Twitter at some point and I was like, oh man, this guy surprisingly is into crypto. Yeah. Did you know that, Fiona?
I knew that.
You knew that, right?
Yeah.
I was like, this guy is really into crypto. Like he posts about it quite a bit.
He's been into it for a long time, actually.
So tell me, what do you know about this subject? Fiona, tell me all.
I mean, I know about crypto, and I know some people who are into crypto, but I'm not into crypto myself. I hope
in the chess world, Fiona, is it like, do you know a lot of chess players who?
I think I think there's a lot of similarities. I mean, the chat is going crazy now.
Yeah. Well, I was. It's something that I started looking into in the last half a year, and really spent quite a lot of time on. So I was just a kind of happily surprised to see that we shared that interest. Yes. And yeah, guys, now are, tough days in all the markets, including the crypto market, right? So if you wanted to pick up your Bitcoin for under 20K, it's a good time. But maybe you can just wait, I think. So,
will you tell us when the good moment is?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Although I'm supposed to say this, I'm always supposed to say it's not financial advice. That's right. Because so I'll tell you something else really cool, Fiona. I know there's a few really popular crypto, let's say educators, right? Or, edutainment people who are into chess. Yes. And I love this. Now I'm going to ask you guys, the chat, let's see, we're going to test your crypto IQ. This, well-known YouTube video creator, right? He recently posted just yesterday on Twitter. There was the following tweet. He was like, who's watching the candidates? Because he's into chess. That's also one of the reasons I like him, because not only is he like really smart with regards to crypto and he's got a background in like physics and all of that, but he's also an avid chess fan. And so he likes to make these comments about chess. And so that is the question. Oh man, you got it. I just saw the right answer. Very good. Very good. All right, Ben Cohen. Yeah, isn't that pretty cool? How you guys know that? I don't know. Is he? I guess he's quite well known when you start looking into crypto. But I didn't know you guys were going to be able to.
I think. I think so many people are into crypto these days. I'm laughing because I thought you were going elsewhere with this, and I was just sitting here like, no, don't go there. But I don't know if you, Vanine, know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't think I know.
Knows.
No. Yeah.
No, when you were talking about chess and crypto, I mean, there's been some famous crossover / podcasts.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. That one.
Yeah,
Right. Now I know. Yeah, that one was pretty cool. And I'll tell you one other thing. Someone mentioned James Altucher in the chat, and that's actually someone who is a chess master. And I know that I think he maybe when he was talking to Jennifer in some interview, he mentioned that he played me when I was a kid, right? So it's pretty funny because obviously I don't remember that game. I was just too young. But he's quite a good player, and he also posts. I think he just posted something about going to the National Open, playing a blitz game with Ilya Nizhnik. I was just checking out his Twitter yesterday, and of course, James Altucher is also someone. He has this very cool podcast, brings on a lot of smart people, and one of his fields of interest is crypto. So I've also watched some of his stuff on that. So yeah, there's interesting intersections.
There is for sure. Okay, let's get back to the chess for a second. Okay, so
yeah. That's right. So someone mentioned Andrea Botez. Yeah, well, I gotta tell you, I was excited to see, Do Kwon go on the Botez.
Irina, that's literally where I said let's not. I thought I said let's
not go
there.
Okay. All right. But anyway, this is
back to the game,
guys.
So we had a couple of moves, so let's get back to the game.
Yeah, so where are we in the game? So he gave a check to Hikaru, and we're just basically waiting for Hikaru to figure out where to move his king. And we're expecting king h4.
Yeah, so king h4. What are the alternatives? It looks like there's quite a few candidate moves here.
All right, so king h4, and then black has to decide what to do. Okay, so what is our plan? Like, do we want to push this pawn? We can't really push it further, right? Because we're going to be captured. I suppose we could do something like that and then start pushing, because then if they take our pawn, our knight can take. And also we're basically getting rid of their bishop. So like, let's say they just go here. This is what I'm curious about, like a move like that. So do we go c5 or do we go a4? Go a4 is a pretty safe move, I would say. Maybe like it's pretty hard to stop that pawn. And if they give it checks, king g3 or g1, king f2. And then just keep going, just a5. Or if we don't want to go a5, what else can we do? I mean, I guess, okay, so this one is possible, and then there's c5, right? So let's try that and see if it's faster to run up this pawn.
Okay, so if that pawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking promising for Hikaru, I gotta say. Like overall, I mean, it's like the only issue is like which way he wants to go.
I think he's just played king h4, right?
Yeah, he has just played king h4, yeah. So I think.
Sorry, by the way, Irina, to interrupt you, but we've just had another big donation come in, a donation for $900, and that donation is actually on behalf of all of you guys. That's everyone who has already downloaded the extension of the Capital One shopping. So we know that it is working. And Irina, let's just emphasize one last time towards the end of the show that Everyone can be a part of this. This is a win-win-win. If you guys get the extension and it comes at no cost to you, they do not sell your data, it will help you save money. So per install, $10 will be donated to the charity. On top of that, it is all free. You have to be on desktop though. You have to be in the US. You get entered into a raffle, which we will do once we get to 2,500 installations. So at 2.5K extension downloads, we will have a raffle and the winner will get either the trip to Hawaii that we have talked about plenty already and the shirt, or 10K. And I was wondering, Irina, what would you do with 10K? And what would you guys in the chat, what would you do with the 10K if you wanted?
All right. So Fiona, you totally read my mind. I was going to ask you the same question.
Please
don't
say crypto.
Well, no.
Just kidding. Moving on.
Yeah. I mean, let's see what you guys would do. Let's read what you guys would do, and then I'll share what I would do. Okay, buy crypto, talk about the game.
I'd buy stocks.
Easy advice, but don't buy crypto. If I pay my bank and bills and stock my
I like this one. A flight to Madrid to steal Radja's work.
to steal Rencha's work.
Radja, Timur's work.
Oh, okay. Let's see what else. I buy an NFT of Fiona saying don't go there. That's funny. Hire Fiona as my chess coach for a month. Nice. Pay rent since I'm an unpaid intern. Let's see what else we got. Why buy crypto? You have to put your whole what is that? You have to put your whole face into some website. Okay, I don't know exactly what that means.
Let's just update the game. Let's just put the latest games, the latest moves on the board.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, guys, the idea is that if we get to those 2,500 installations, we can really address this question of how to spend your $10,000. Yeah, we'll be happy to give. I'll be happy to give my advice.
Someone was talking about buying an air conditioner. I could use some of that. Let's just update. Let's get the latest moves on the big board. I could use an air conditioner. There's a bit of I'm sure all you Europeans feel me. There's a bit of a heat wave. And yeah, let's just get the moves.
Okay. Yeah. So he's played Rook D1. Right here, Rook D1 and Hikaru and just played Rook D8. Right, so let me refresh that and go back to so after King H4, Rook D1, Rook D8. Okay, so he put the Rook on D8 because
the evaluation bar has jumped up a lot after this Bishop F7 move.
So the computer didn't like this Bishop F7 very much, huh?
Not at all.
Is it because the bishop is trapped, Fiona? Like can't move at all. And yeah, actually white just wants to maybe push up the A pawn now. How is he going to stop it? How about A4? Yeah, let's do that. He just did it.
He did it. I mean, those pawns are rolling now.
Yeah. Wow, it looks like he's going to be able to put this away. And by the way, Radjabov, well, he has enough time to get to the third time control to get that extra 15 minutes, but it's still going to be uncomfortable for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so 2 moves to make for Timur to reach the final time control, but maybe it's not a time problem anymore. Maybe it's just a position problem at this point. And yeah, just to get back, someone was asking, is the giveaway for NA only? So to download the extension, you have to have a US IP address. So only those that have been able to download the extension in the US or with a US IP will be entered into the giveaway. And the giveaway will do at 2,500 downloads. So do the download, donate money to charity at no cost for yourselves, enter the giveaway, win, and save money. Canada also works, should have said. So Canada as well. US and Canada. Download the extension for Hikaru. Let's go. Okay, H4. Now, where do we go, Irina?
Yeah, H4. So I'm thinking King F4 looks good. I mean, the idea is that when that pawn keeps going, it looks like you're going to have to come back for it, right? With your king. And then, again, the black is playing without that bishop. I mean, that really is the key point here, right? That the rook and the pawn can only do so much together. I mean, you can get the pawn here, but then that's it. You're going to actually just lose it. And white has everything protected.
Yeah. So, once the H pawn drops, that really is it. There's no more chances.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose I don't know, King G4. It's probably just no points, like allowing F5, like Knight F5, Bishop E6. I mean, maybe you can do it, but it just kind of gives black some extra ideas. Also, there's Rook G1 and Bishop E6. Like, we don't really need that. So I think King F4, stay on dark squares, right? It's always a good policy when your opponent has a certain bishop, you stay out of his way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miss Crush, where were you on January 6th? That's really funny. That's a good one there. Should I go there, Fiona? I was home and I was home, relaxed,
I don't know what happened on January 6th, so I'm not sure if we should go there.
Let's see.
Chat is saying no. Okay, probably we shouldn't go. Probably the safe answer is no.
There's another question. Something. Have I played Magnus in a tournament? Yeah, I have. I have.
Actually, I just remembered.
She was home. That's it. I mean, do I really look like the kind of person, that's going to go into a big crowd and start breaking into a building? Do you think that's how I spend my time? No, not likely.
Not likely. What was the other question? Something chess.
About playing
Magnus.
Playing against Magnus. Yeah, I played Magnus only once in a tournament game, like in Norway. It was a round robin in 2007. And that was also a tournament. I played my one and only game against Lajos Portish. Lajos Portish. That was, of course, an honor, to play a player from who was one of the top players in the world in the 1960s, and he was still quite good in 2007. Yeah. I love how you guys give me so much credit for all these things going on, right? Like, I orchestrated the whole thing. I'm the mastermind here. Yes. I plan it all while I'm doing these streams. I know why. I saw that video of President Biden falling off the bicycle. I saw that one, Carter, and I was like, oh man, it's so sad. I mean, when I saw that.
What isn't sad? You were so sad earlier, but Hikaru now is making progress. Let's just update the big board. It's almost updated, but Hikaru is thinking where to put his king after h4 check. By the way, that was move 60 from black. So as you can see, the two players have now had 15 minutes added to the clock. They also have a 30-second increment. There's a lot of questions. Is the Firouzja game a draw? We can very quickly maybe have a look at the position there. And I think that is indeed a draw. Not finished yet, but probably a draw.
Yeah, I had more good jokes for you guys. I'm just wondering how much I'm allowed to joke around about, Biden's bicycle. I was going to say, here's my joke. I wouldn't put any spokes in Biden's bicycle tires, but there's another person I would consider. That's up to you. You want to guess?
Is that a threat?
No, it's not. It's more like a joke, but give the chat something to think about. All right.
I was saying, shall we very quickly just see the Firouzja game for 1 second, just to see Oh, although I see that, oh no, now the move, okay, let's stay here because Hikaru has just played King G2 and the chat is not liking it.
Ooh, he played King G2. Okay, let's go back. I don't know that it's such a bad move. Why is it so bad? I mean, it's a little more passive, but I mean, does it really make such a big difference? Strange, right? I mean, I can't like tell why this move is so horrible. I mean, does it, I guess my only answer would be that there's King G5 in some moments, right?
Mm-hmm.
That could be the
So
problem.
what's the problem?
Yeah, I think that is the problem, that you're allowing Black's king to activate. And in this position, this king is kind of kept in its cage until the pawn moves forward and gets too close to the white king. So King G2 is a little unfortunate. Okay, I think we got to start with the rhymes again, guys. But
so let's see. So Rook B1 is the only move, yeah, for Black.
And who knows why? We're going to try to figure it out, but it's not obvious either why Rook B1, as opposed to other moves like, I don't know, like Rook D1. I mean, if this is the only move, I'm still pretty optimistic about Hikaru's position, because I can't tell at all why that would be the only move. And so if I can't tell, I mean, yes, he has a lot of time, but like, yeah, it's not like that obvious, right? So there is an opportunity.
Okay, let's just make the move Rook A1, for example, to see why would that be bad.
Yeah, let's try to figure it out. Let's see. So if the rook goes there, what is our plan? Oh, I think I have an idea. Maybe it's to stop C5, right? Like maybe you're going Rook B1, and so that on C5 you can actually take the pawn. Maybe
that's simple. And if I go A5?
Yeah, because if you go here, yeah, we can actually take this guy. And it's not so clear. I mean, white's pawn is dangerous, but wow, you can like stop it like this.
I mean, that's not easy to see.
No, it's not. It's really hard psychologically to let that pawn get that far ahead, and then you're
even
lucky.
Then what you take and you play Rook B4.
Yeah, and then you're lucky because you also pick up the last remaining white pawn.
Mm-hmm. And just for the chat, for those of you who might not be sure, if you have Rook and Knight versus Rook, that's just a draw. So if Hikaru loses his last pawn, it will just be a draw. But why not A5 here?
Yeah, A5, right. And now they start activating it. This is a little annoying. You see the annoyance of that king coming in? Ooh, I don't like that. Man, because that
okay, so let's see, King F4?
Yeah, right now.
Sorry, King G5, if I keep pushing, A6?
If we keep pushing, right, yeah, pushing, and I guess King F4. A7. Okay, then so we have to stop you from going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Stop the pawn in its tracks. The problem is, yeah, like you're not going anywhere fast enough. And I don't think these moves. Can I win that pawn, or is it just? I think it's too dangerous.
Okay, but I like this Rook D6, no?
Yeah.
Defending the pawn, attacking F6.
You're gonna go Knight D2 or something, right? Or no? Wow. Oh, you're gonna go King H3.
Incredible.
Okay, yeah, not the most obvious, but all right. You can leave your knight hanging. And
okay. It looks so scary, all we're doing, but it looks like we don't get mated.
Yeah. But no, I mean, of course, Rook King G2 was not optimal, right? Because we really didn't want to let that king come in. But what I'm thinking, Fiona, is Rook B1 is just not that obvious. It's really easy to miss that move. And so basically, like, okay, let's try again another move. Like, so we go, let's say Rook A1.
Actually, Irina, maybe just before we have a look at that, maybe we can, I wasn't gonna pull up Firusha report for 1 second before the game ended, but it has just ended, so there's no need to go back there. But that has ended in a draw, so a big chance blown by Richard report today.
Yeah, I like that. It's like someone is like, guys, please don't type in chat unless you're high elo, 900 plus. I mean, it's quite the requirement. It's like, you got to be over 18, to vote. So you got to be over 900 to write anything in the chat. No, it makes sense.
I like it. And I'm sure they will all adhere to the new rules.
What does it mean? Someone is saying, what is your MMR? What does that mean? Like, they're not asking about like the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, are they? What does MMR mean in Twitch language?
I don't know. I do not know.
Oh, MMR is ELO. Ah, ELO. Yes. Well,
matchmaking ranking.
Oh, matchmaking rating. Like matchmaking. Like, you mean like how good am I at matchmaking? Is that what you want me to evaluate? I haven't yet done any matchmaking, guys. I have to admit, I haven't yet opened my matchmaking business.
I mean, I hope I'll do more like 7th-hour commentary with you.
Yeah, I know, Fiona. We have a lot of fun together.
Discovering a new side of you today.
Oh yeah. You realize I don't only want to talk about
the first few hours. It's all like, then there's this line, that line. Then the 5th hour, there's a bit of a lull, and then after that, it's like, okay, guys.
Yeah. Well, when you're in this kind of position, when you're like following one game and it's kind of slow moving, right? It definitely gives you more opportunities to kind of just chat about other things, keep things a little more lighthearted. So Rook A1, and so here we're going to go C5, right? That's basically the point, so that this pawn is not hanging. Yeah, and so now if you come back for it, well, it's too late. It's too late because we can just go either C6 or probably even B4, and we just keep going with the pawns. And I guess, I don't know, it looks impressive when you come in, but you come in, it's very impressive.
That took me way too. I didn't see it until you put it on the board. I was just sort of staring.
Yeah. All right. So let's
also, one thing to note that's quite important is that Radjabov now only has 11 minutes, and yes, he gets 30 seconds per move. But if he goes down, I mean, those 10 minutes are going to go down so fast. And then to defend this position on just a 30-second increment, even if he plays Rook B1, is not going to be easy.
Yeah. Thank you to Equal Depth for subscribing for 21 months. Yay.
Thank you so much. And yeah, I mean, the game at this point has lasted almost 6 hours. So the players for sure are getting tired, especially I think for team, it's of course so much more tiring to be on the defending side. I'm not saying it isn't, of course it's also tiring for Hikaru, but on the defending side, you kind of know every single move,
Yeah. Rook B1 is just a very tricky move to find here. I mean, I don't think it's impossible that he'll find it, but it's also not like the most obvious thing, right? It's a very strange square for the rook, whose only idea of going there is like this prophylaxis against white moving this pawn, right?
And I mean, if Rook B1 was obvious, Hikaru would never have played King G2 to start with.
That's right. Yeah, it's not obvious for either player, So, okay, for the engine, this stuff is obvious. For human, not so much. And then you also have to understand, like, you're like letting this pawn go, right? Like, why would that be a good idea? Let's try that again. I think we looked at this line, and then this is where they start coming in. So yeah, that's the thing. You actually have to let white's pawn go pretty far, right? Which is not an easy thing to do. And then you're like, hey, now I'm gonna go after it. Like, it makes so little intuitive sense, actually, that I would be really surprised if he played this move. I mean, maybe, I mean, the only way to find it is like out of desperation. Like if you're sure that all the other moves are losing, I mean, you can try this one, but I just think that like allowing all of this to happen.
It's crazy. He spent 10 minutes here already, which is more than half of his remaining time.
So I guess you're basically saying, okay, like your pawn on a6, not really that dangerous. I'm still stopping it. Now you got to defend it. And
this is very sweet. A sweet message in the chat from Lee Senpai saying, "At Irina, I was watching the stream on my TV, but I had to come to the chat to say I'm loving your commentary."
Thank you, Lee. That I mean, that of course is great to hear, and I'm glad you guys are, engaging with us and making it more fun, for us to be commentating for. It's close to 6 hours now.
Yeah, today I think it's gonna be. I think we could come very close to the 7-hour mark today.
Yeah, Irina Twitch stream when? Well, the thing is, Irina is so lazy about this that I really think your best bet, guys, is to like just convince Hikaru to like invite me on the stream. Yeah.
Have you ever considered making your own channel?
Yeah. I mean, I even made my own channel. I have something like, my own channel is twitch.com/ikrush, IKRUSH 83. And I have like streamed, a couple of times, but somehow I just haven't gotten into it like on a regular basis. Like, cause I know you got to be very, very disciplined about it. You got to make a schedule and all of that. And I've been quite busy. So I just haven't gotten to it yet, but am I commentating?
People make sure to follow the channel. When she's ready, you'll get notified.
That's right, guys. Just go ahead and subscribe to that iCrush 83. And when I got like, 5 subscribers, I'm going to be motivated to start.
Let's see, how many do you have actually? And did we have a move? We've had a move. What is it? Irina?
Yeah, Irina for president. I love that. Yeah.
What's the move?
The problem is that I would have to get into politics, guys. And that is such a, it's not like chess. It's not the thing.
Irina, paging Irina. Yeah. We've had a move.
Okay. Rook C1. Okay, yes. You see, it was a little too complicated to find Rook B1. So he went Rook C1, which we know is not as good of a move for the Rook. Very natural. He's trying to like stop the pawn from moving. I mean, who would have thought that this was better? But wait, actually, why? What is the difference, Fiona? Hold on. Like, does this even make any sense? Like, the computer was saying this was the best, so that on A5 we can go Rook A1. No, that wasn't what he was saying. It was King G5, right? It was King G5 and then A6 Rook A1. But what's the big difference, actually? So if Rook C1, so if A5, so what if King G5 anyway? Yeah, what if King G5?
So what if
I fail to see the big difference actually for now.
Could it be that they're on C1, the rook is more prone to forks if the king comes to F4 or something like that?
That's actually true. That is true. But I mean, is that like, how relevant is that for the moment? I mean, if you go A6, we're literally in the same position, right?
Mm-hmm.
And A6 is kind of the natural move. So what else? I mean, King F2, like, really, it doesn't look very convincing.
No, I mean, we want to keep the pawns going.
Yeah, how about Knight F3? Knight F3, I rather think needs to be checked out, right? Because there's Rook D4. Trying to win that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
King F4. So someone would have to explain to me why we can't just win this pawn.
Let's have a look. I don't understand either.
I mean, I suppose your king is going all the way to E3, right? It's getting super active. Wow. Like that, huh? I mean, you also have this move, which just kind of wins that pawn. But then this. Look at that harmony that Black is building up. That coordination. Yeah, no, this is not really what we want, because our pawns aren't really going anywhere, and we're like facing some big problems. Yeah, this is where we see the problem of the move king g2, that this king f4 move, which is keeping out that king. But it was kind of hard to foresee, right?
I have a question, Irina.
Yeah.
Do you know how many followers you had before today? Oh, and by the way, we have the players back on camera, so you can see our warlord under the board there. Do you know how many you had before today?
Honestly, like maybe a handful, like 10.
Because now you have 1K.
Really? Are you serious, guys? I saw that in the chat. I thought you were just kidding with me.
No, I also saw it, so I thought, let me go and double check before I announce it.
Very cool. Thank you, guys. That's awesome. I think I will start streaming. The thing is, right now I have to get ready for the Olympiad.
Yeah.
And the one thing I had this idea, like, of making some videos, like Irina prepares for the Olympiad, and like me kind of showing you, going over some things that I'd like been trying to solve, positions I'm solving, and the more instructive ones, and then just kind of explaining like where I struggled, or like what I got right. So how does that sound to you guys? Let me know if that sounds interesting, because
I think it would be very interesting.
Yeah, because it's something kind of like timely, right? It's like the Olympiad is coming up next month. And it's a big event. Hopefully you guys will be rooting for the US team. And Team
Luxembourg.
Yeah. Are you going to be there, Fiona?
I'll be playing on the open Luxembourg team.
Oh, nice.
So don't forget to cheer for Team Luxembourg as well.
Are you like who is the best player in Luxembourg? Is it you?
No, among women, you mean?
Well, hold on one second. If I'm thinking,
we're bad. We're bad, but not that bad.
Alberto David from Luxembourg?
Yeah, he used to play, but he switched to Italy. He will be our coach, actually, which
really?
I'm very excited about. No, there's the couple. You might know Elvira Berendt. Like, she's our top. Elvira Berendt.
Yeah, I do know.
She was called Sakhatova from Kazakhstan before. So her and her husband. Anyway, I'm seeing in the chat that Timur blundered. So let's get back. They'll both be playing, so they will be our top two boards.
Oh, Timur blundered, you said?
Yeah.
Wait. Interesting. But H4. Wait. How did he blunder? Did he blunder? Because we're seeing that rook.
Wait, there hasn't been a move.
Yeah, there hasn't been a move, right? So
so we got baited.
Yeah. A video on YouTube might be better. Yeah, like I mean, the combination of these two things, I think, would be, of course, good to do, like doing the YouTube channel and doing some streaming. Yeah, I know. It would be cool to start something like that.
But I know what you mean. I mean, it's quite daunting, because to stream sometimes is very fun, but if you want to do it more seriously, it's very time consuming.
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, I know like Hikaru has like a schedule where he's streaming like all the time. I'm actually going to write my channel name, I think, for anyone who's missed it. It's something like this.
You can just type !hosts.
Oh yeah? Oh,
yeah, okay. Because also your message gets auto deleted.
Oh yeah, !hosts. Does that work?
There you go. Make sure to give us a follow.
There we go.
Rush 83 and Fioncata.
Nice. So hear my story. First time I saw you was you and Hammer commentating, and I thought it was crazy nicknames, Crush and Hammer. Yeah. Yeah, Hikaru is a streaming machine. Yeah, that's right. And that's the thing. I don't really see myself as like a streaming machine,
But I mean, as long as you're not planning to make a living, let's say, out of it, I think you will have fun just streaming, every now and then.
Irina,
I like this. Is this like your a clock or something?
Oh yeah, well, it's a church bell, Fiona.
Oh,
it's a church bell. It's like, it's not even that close by, but it's quite loud. Yeah. And Like it's a few blocks away.
Really? Yeah, because earlier I heard it. I literally thought it was in your apartment. That's how clearly we can.
Oh yeah,
we can hear it. Yeah.
Yeah. So Day Trader says crypto and chess stream. Yeah, that's right. You got that right. Yeah.
Okay, so what's Hikaru going to do? What should he do even? Should go a5?
Yeah, I think he needs to go a5, right? So a5, and what did we say? We said king g5. Right, king g5 is the most likely, because wait, what happens if they go rook? If they go rook a1, it's also a move, right? But then
It
there's
does make sense to get behind the pawn.
Yeah, there's some kind of like way to get these pawns moving. Do we get to promote? On rook c5, there's like b4. c5, b4, and then like, where are we moving out of check? Or maybe can we take the bishop? Oh, that's a funny one. That is a funny one. I mean, maybe we shouldn't take the bishop, but like this line I should just show because it's pretty funny.
I have a question. How easily do you think Hikaru would win queen versus rook?
Yeah, well, I honestly don't know.
Because some very strong players, like then either Yakovenko or Morozevich, I think it was the two playing each other. One of them failed to win it.
Yeah, Morozevich. Yeah, right. He didn't win with the queen versus the rook. And here you still actually have to get past this pawn. I don't know how much of a different. Well,
a5 has been played, by the way, which is fantastic news. By the way, someone, Curiosity Frequencies, was asking if we will be playing each other tonight after this match is over. I don't know about Irina, but I will not be playing any chess whatsoever tonight.
Yeah, I'll tell you something really funny, guys. Tonight, I was scheduled to do more commentary on the match Carissa Yip versus Hao Yifan on chess.com tonight at like 9 p.m.
Oh my God.
But unfortunately, there was some logistical issues. So it had to be postponed, right? And that means I'm not going to be doing.
Did you say unfortunately?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be doing 9 hours of commentary today, right? It's really sad. However, there also has its positive sides, like I might survive to another day. And, there's going to be lots of these women's speed chess championship matches coming up this month and next on chess.com, guys. And I will be, I think, commentating on a lot of them. So just keep your eye on that. And I was definitely looking forward to Carissa Yip versus Hao Yifan.
That's going to be a very exciting matchup.
Yeah, Carissa is going to be my teammate on the U.S. women's team next month. And it's going to be her first time playing in the Olympiad. So, it's really cool to see her playing against the top rated female player in the world. So yeah, those are my plans. So I'm going to be doing commentary here on Hikaru's channel and also some of these women's speed chess matches.
Fantastic. I might have to excuse myself for 1 second. It's been a while. Actually, I can't believe it's been 2 hours since our last break because time flew. We have some moves. I'll be back, Irina, in 1 minute.
No problem. I'll just be hanging out with the chat. Yeah.
Don't say anything I wouldn't say while I'm gone.
I know. I should just keep my mouth shut, right, Fiona? How many Olympiads have I played in? I think I've played in 10 Olympiads now, actually, guys, right? So I am one of those ancient breeds of dinosaur that have been around for a while. I played my first Olympiad in '98 in Elista, and I've played every year since, except in 2000. And I missed that Olympiad in Istanbul. I played all the Olympiads also, except, the 2020 Olympiad, since that one was just canceled, right? It was supposed to be in Moscow in 2020. All right. Does Hikaru need a win? Yeah. Oh, such good questions. Irina, what are your thoughts on religion? Look at that. Well, I can tell you guys, because this is not a secret, but if you want to know, yeah, I was I kind of grew up in a not very religious household, right? Like as many immigrants from the Soviet Union, which was a communist country without any kind of allowed religion, right? So we kind of came here, but about how long ago was it? More than 10 years ago now. It's been like 11 years. Yeah, I came to Christianity, and yeah, I'm a regular church goer, and that's an important part of my life. So I was very unexpected, I would say, development in my life, because there was nothing really that that could have, let's say, predicted that, I would say, in my life up to that point. And yeah, so there you go, answered your question on that. And I'm sure Fiona will be like, Irina, how much have you revealed in this?
Irina, how much
2 minutes that I've been gone?
How much have you revealed in these 2 minutes I've been gone?
Yeah.
Okay, let's put the current position on the board. Irina?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm just listening to more questions. But all right. So let's take a look where we are in the current position, guys. So reload the board. Let's go to the current position. So A5, King H5. All right, so that surprised us a little bit, right? A little bit. King H5, and what were we expecting? I guess we were expecting, well, we were looking at either Rook A1 or King G5, but he went King H5. Okay, it's kind of similar. I guess he's trying to get into G4. So should we just keep going with the pawn?
I think so.
Or we're going to get stopped. I mean, they're going to play Rook A1, right? I'm going to go Rook A1, and our pawn is stopped in its tracks. And that king is still coming in. So it's not super clear. Actually, you know what kind of move is interesting here? Rook F8. Like, what if we tried to just win that pawn? Right, it looks, but you know, you could activate. You could just completely abandon that pawn and be like, look, here's my bishop. It's back to life.
It's unbelievable how much counterplay you can generate with only 2 pieces.
Back from the dead.
And we have to, I mean, I'm even scared to go to F2.
Yeah, because that pawn is running, you know? Yeah, well, we shouldn't allow that bishop to become so powerful. Yeah, you got the joke. That's right, the Lazarus bishop. Okay. So
okay, so
so maybe not A6. Yeah, I mean, what is the point? What is the point of going here? Well, we know we've wanted our king to be active. Yeah, this is not a problem because the pawn's protected. So we could try this move. Doesn't really do anything though. Like, what if they go here and then threaten that?
Fortirex is saying there is a Zugzwang for black. Where is this Zugzwang you're talking about?
Yeah.
Sanju is saying Hikaru is thinking about Rook F8. Tickle, tickle. Hey, what is Rook F8? Is Rook F8 an option?
Is Rook F8 an option? Where?
I think in the current.
After King H5? And after A5, King H5, Rook F8. Yeah, aren't we looking at that? Or what did we look at? King F3 first, right? We also, oh, okay.
I think we didn't look at Rook F8.
We didn't look at Rook F8 here, okay. Yeah, so the thing is, I'm kind of, oh wow, there's ideas like this. Like you can't save, you can't hold the pawn on a5.
So this is one idea, right? That Hikaru always needs to watch out for, is that he should make sure he can hold on to one pawn. That Radjabov doesn't manage to eliminate all the pawns.
Yeah, so what's going on here? Like you can't take my knight because I go a7 and rook h8. I guess I'm winning here, right? Because I'm going to go a7 and rook check somewhere anyway. So this one I don't think works, but it is a really important idea that black will want to eliminate these pawns. But I'm always like more tempted by this move. Like once we've seen that, I'm like really worried about that activation of the bishop. So I'm not actually sure. Yeah, I'm not sure why we would want to attack the bishop just to like help him get to this square. Right. I mean, yeah, I don't think Hikaru is going to be like interested in these lines too much.
Yeah, I mean, also, you know, in the current position that we have on the board, I think the computer evaluations are just hugely exaggerated again. Because I think in the current position, it says something like plus, okay, we've had a move, king f2.
Yeah, I'm reading some of our chat. Yeah. Alrighty.
So king f2 played.
King f2 played. So okay. Instead of rook f8. Yeah, instead of rook f8. Wait. Let me just update the board.
Yeah.
There we go. King f2. Okay.
Which apparently people are saying was the computer move.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of computer moves, right? There's a lot of them.
Yeah. I mean, it could be that people have better engines than us, or deeper depth. Because I always think if chat is happy, that's a good thing.
If chat is happy, it's a good thing. Yes. Well, there's that idea, but it's not working in the same way, right? Bishop g6. Why not? Is there some rook?
So let's see. If bishop g6.
It's actually a possible move. It's not completely dumb.
And now what? The engine wants to drop the knight back, hit h4.
Yeah, threaten like rook h8.
Rook
Okay.
h8.
So let's just push. Okay, you're not going anywhere. And also what I'm interested in is like, if I go king g3, you're doing that, huh? I mean, it's annoying. But here we go. Like, I actually like this line. Yeah, this one I think we can do. Trying to win the pawn. And this one, it looks like we just won the pawn. Is it enough? I don't know.
I mean,
but you know what's cool? Yeah, you know what's cool is that when you go there and I go there, you can't take my pawn. That's the cool part. And
that's very nice.
Yeah, that means the white wins this line, but of course black can try to play better and go after the right pawn. We can't just push and defend everything.
And now our pawns have all been saved. Our king will come to f4 if black doesn't stop us. So maybe black has to go king f5 to at least stop our king from activating. 4 minutes, by the way, for Timo Radjabov. And look at him. What do you make of his body language, actually?
Well, yeah, he's deep in thought. Yeah, he's working hard at the board right now. How much time does he have? He has he basically has just less than 4 minutes for the whole game, right? He's in the third time control. They are definitely in the last phase of the game here, guys. So I imagine this game will be over in, the next half an hour.
Yeah, I see Spart is saying, Fiona, the time is wrong, but I don't see why it should be wrong because we've been following it all this time. And it's been a while since they made the final time control, so I don't think the time is wrong.
So apparently this move, maybe not so good because of Rook F8. Right, so we're actually, every time you think the computer is giving you a reasonable move, then you're like, maybe not. But okay, trying to win the F6 pawn makes sense. Like, let's check out this line again. Again, is it enough for white to win with that pawn? Can I actually just push? Which I think I can.
Yeah.
Again, same concept. Give up the knight, promote the pawn. I think I'm just in time to do it. And actually, I have to go to A8. Wow. And then on
it's also nice that black cannot take. Maybe we can just show why black is not in time to take the knight.
Because when I go here, you can simultaneously bring back your rook and shield your king from the check.
Yeah, so
you can only do one or the other. Yeah, you can do one or the other, but then I get the tempo I need to promote the pawns. So what if you go H3?
By the way, Irina, Hikaru has found Rook F8. Rook F8 is on the board.
Nice. He's making us happy.
Yeah. So Rook F8. So let's go back to the position after Rook F8 and see if there are any alternatives for Timur to taking on C4, because this line seems to lose for black, right?
Yeah, just to make sure. So I want to see after H3, how do we win? Because we're able to just stop that pawn with the king. Yeah. That's how we win. Okay, that makes sense. So the current position is after Rook F8. So he did that move. And yeah, so we just checked out this line, which I think is a relevance line. So basically it means that, I'm sure black will also wonder about, can I give up my bishop just to try to
2.5 minutes for Radjabov, by the way. He is probably wondering about that, but time is really running out now for him.
Yeah, we just got like a delivery of pineapples.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, Mayumi. We were just getting, a little hungry.
But pineapple on pizza for me is a no-no. So actually, all for you, Irina.
Okay, if he doesn't want to take on C4, what can he do? He doesn't have any checks. He can't go with the pawn, so he needs to just like move the bishop. But that's definite progress, right? We're taking the pawn with a tempo. Yeah, we know that's not the most important thing. You can go bishop E4. Do I have any tricks? I have a trick. I finally have a trick, Fiona. Knight D2. Knight E2.
And now we understand why Rook C1 was not so good.
Yeah, right. We finally found a knight fork. But wow, he just played H3. Okay, so he didn't even move the bishop. I thought, can he do this? Okay. H3. So if we take the bishop and the pawn goes, we can't stop it. We can go Rook H7, give up the rook. We don't know what's going on there. And if we go Rook G7, try to push the king to the H file. Wow, wait, hold on. You're going to go to F4. And my knight can get to G3, right?
It's still knight E2.
Still the points that my knight can get to G3. And I think I just win. Wait, do I? Yeah, I do, because on Rook G1, I go.
Last prediction now. Does Hikaru win this game? Yes. Oh my God, please. Oh no, not this time.
Yeah.
This is your last
He's gonna
chance.
Win. Oh, he's going to win. Let me help you out with that, guys. He's going to play Rook F7. And I think, wait, is it all of this is like on the board?
This on the board, yeah.
Let's go on the board. And so, yeah, this whole position is right, exactly it. He just played Knight G3, and this is going to be kind of the problem is after, okay, so Rook C2, is in check. Where should his king go? Oh, yeah, he needs to go, oh, king here and king here, right? Like that. He needs to keep his eye on this pawn. He'll lose one pawn, but he's still going to win because he's going to get his pawn to a7. So I would say
he's going to hold on to the extra knight as well. So king f3
yeah,
looks
just go
good.
king d2 so that they can't like sack their rook to promote. And even after rook b3, you're saving the a pawn. That's so important. Yeah, Hikaru is going to get a really hard fought victory. I mean,
what a game. I mean, let's not celebrate too soon, but it is looking like we're close now.
Yeah, I think we're ready to get the champagne out. Yeah, it's being kept cold in the fridge, but
so let's see what's on the board. King f3 is on the board. Let's maybe update just update the board one time.
Yeah. Yeah, here it is, and this is where a6 is going to happen.
Yeah, and we see the players there on the camera. We expect a6 any moment. This is gonna be it. a6, Irina, there it is.
Yeah, because we can always take this pawn later. There is no rush, but really nice to get that pawn to a7 to totally tie down the black rook. And then, you know, if they attack your pawn here, you could even like use, well, depends on the situation. Yeah, you don't want to necessarily let them ever have this trick of rook takes g3. You need to be ready to take with the rook. So we can see, like, for example, rook a3, yeah, a7, king d4. And now we need to make sure, hold on, we need to make sure we're not losing this pawn, right? And I don't want this king to come. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet.
So here, can I get my knight in?
So knight e4 or knight f5, which square?
Yeah, maybe I can go to e4. And if you go to b5, I can go to d6, I think. And then I go to c8, and I have defended. Oh yeah, I know I keep blundering like the forks, guys, but this move wins too. You know, like I've succeeded in guarding my pawn.
And I think we'll see this on the board because king d4 has been played.
Yeah, what other moves does he have? I mean, it's nice. It's nice to get rid of the pawn.
Yeah.
I think the move makes a lot of sense. And then he just got to calculate like how to save this pawn, how to get his knight.
But this, what you showed, looked convincing, no? This knight e4.
Yeah, I think it looked convincing. I'm just wondering if there is other things too. I mean, knight e4 is like really a very human type of move, right? Just like going for.
And look at Hikaru just looking at the ceiling there for a second.
Oh, that's a good sign, right?
That is a good sign.
Yeah. He's visualizing the win. Just like what was her name in the Queen's Gambit?
Beth Harmon.
Beth Harmon. Yeah, that's it. He's having his Beth Harmon moment.
So maybe there are a couple of ways. I mean, knight e4 looked good. Maybe knight e5, knight f5 does the same exact thing of going to d6. So either of those moves seem good to us.
Yeah, although here, what do you do exactly? Like, how are you stopping me?
Oh, wait, yeah, how do I?
Yeah, I think, wait, no, yeah, this is like, so here you can't go to c5. Now,
but if I go to d5?
I mean, now I'm going to grab the pawn. I assume I can grab the pawn. I mean, maybe.
But there is also this nice tactic, actually, with knight c3. I'm not sure.
Knight c3, and you go king c6, and I do what?
Yeah, no, sorry. I thought I was getting to b5.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it works. I'm just, I mean, I guess this isn't really a threat. It's like the point.
Okay.
Well, let's just do it. Like, so we went knight e4. Oh, wait. It's on the board. So he didn't take the pawn. Okay. He played knight f5. Okay. Yeah, that was actually very precise. He's not in a hurry to take the pawn. And now he might even just go rook b7, right? Just cutting the king. Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good option. So the point of this, so you cut the king. And then when the king comes closer and wants to get even closer, you say, no, can't get here. And now the winning plan is just knight c8, protects pawn, rook b8, pawn,
and queen.
Yeah.
I like it, Irina.
Yeah, he found it. Yeah. He is setting up exactly this with rook b7, cutting the king. That was a theme we covered earlier in our rook endgame conversation. And yeah, nice. So he didn't even bother taking this pawn because it's harmless.
Yeah.
The rook ever goes there, I mean, you can always even like put your king in front.
What an insane game this has been. I mean, this is really, really the end now. Rook b7. Hikaru has figured it all out. Well, we've had no moves. Let's maybe just update the board again just to get the live position on the big board as well. But maybe we won't even see another move. Maybe Timo will just resign.
Yeah. You see, guys, you came here to support Hikaru. All your support, your donations, everything made it happen today. And Hikaru is doing something really difficult, guys, coming back from a tough loss yesterday. And, you know, Benjamin was saying that he thought this game was going to be really important for Hikaru. And it was not an easy game. And it took a lot of perseverance, a lot of determination to grind this out. He's been playing for more than 6 hours, 6.5 hours. That is a really long time, guys. And, you know, we're just really proud of him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you say, bouncing back from a first round loss is never easy. And the determination today to just keep grinding. I mean, there were so many ups and downs. You know, he was doing so well out of the opening, and then he was doing so well in this middle game. And Radjabov also defended very resiliently. But to just keep asking questions, you know, just, yeah, very, very impressive performance.
I think, you know, it's interesting. The chat is commenting that Hikaru does streams longer than 6 hours. And that, you know, I think that definitely requires a stamina for sure. But it's a different kind of stamina than required to, you know, beat the top players in the world. Yeah. So these are two different things, guys. How are these pro players losing to a Twitch streamer? I don't know. Maybe he's not a pro player. Maybe he's like a professional crypto trader. We don't know, right, guys? So does Irina stream on Twitch outside of this? Well, yeah. So to answer that question, guys, I haven't done a lot of streaming, although I have been doing a lot of events on chess.com recently. So that's one place you can find me. Streamer beats crypto trader. It's like the headline. Streamer beats crypto trader in the World Chess Candidates tournaments. I think that sounds really good, guys. And it makes chess a lot more interesting, doesn't it? You get like, you know, these random kind of professional roles in the candidates tournaments. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this really, like, we are joking here, but look at poor Timur. I mean, for Timur, of course, we're so happy for Hikaru. For Timur, I mean, these kind of losses are just so tough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was under pressure from the opening. It's been a rough game for him for sure. Trying to think back where he could have played better. Well, he kind of gave up that pawn in the time trouble, right? He actually was rather close to a draw and made a really big mistake and then had to like really suffer for a long time. So,
I mean, even in the end, he was almost back in it. Like, we still don't understand why this rook b1 was needed. Like, I think even there, even if he played rook b1, I think from a practical point of view, Hikaru was always a huge favorite because the time is going to keep ticking down. You're going to have to keep defending. And yeah, we just have a couple of moves coming in. So after rook b7, oh, he resigned. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what a day.
Yeah, now
What
they're
a
discussing the
freaking
game.
day.
Yeah.
Let's just show the last couple of moves. So after rook b7.
That was the last move, Fiona? Yeah. Basically, why did he resign here? Well, because his king can't approach. And on the next turn, he's just going to go knight c8, protecting the pawn. Like, let's say black makes like a random move like f5, right? So I don't think we want to be bothered taking that pawn, because then king c6 is actually kind of a big problem. So we go knight c8. Let's say you keep going, and I go rook b8. Yeah. And you keep going, and I take the pawn, and unfortunately your pawn is just like not able to get anywhere. You know, this you don't have that move. I mean, for many reasons. I can go rook b1 or just king f1, and then ultimately the white pawn promotes, and this is why Radjabov resigned. Yeah, really big win for Hikaru. So I guess we'll see if he would like to join our chat today for like a very brief interview. I mean,
yeah, it's gonna be, of course, we hope he will be joining us. I think it's gonna be a quick one, because of course he will still have to do at least one interview on site. So it could take a little while until he's even here, and then it's gonna be 10 p.m. Madrid time. There will be some dinner to be had, some preparations, maybe a recap video. It's gonna be a busy evening, but let's hope he joins us for a short while. We'll just have to wait to find out. But until we do, first of all, a big thank you to you guys. Don't leave us yet, because we're gonna stick around, hoping that Hikaru joins us. And yeah, just wanted to say you guys have been incredible throughout the day. You guys were spamming all the stuff. You came up with some good poetry, some good inspiration. You asked Irina some good questions.
Yeah, we had fun, guys, and it's great just to see Hikaru make a comeback from yesterday. And I think this completely, it's going to put him on a clean slate. He needs to play one more good game, then he's going to get a free day.
Yeah.
Also,
now suddenly it's good news that Fabiano didn't win, at least for the Hikaru fans. It means that Hikaru is just half a point behind the leaders.
Yeah. And we're going to take a short break, guys. We really hope that we're going to get to bring you Hikaru in a couple of minutes. So stay put, and we'll see you on the other side of this short break.
Hello and welcome back for the final time tonight. If you've been here this whole time, congratulations. You guys are crazy, but we're very happy to have had you. It's been 7 hours. We have exciting news. Hikaru will be here in just a minute or two. Until he comes, let's make one final push to get one of you guys to Hawaii, either to Hawaii or to win $10,000. All you have to do is 2 clicks to have the potential not only to win either the trip to Hawaii or the 10K, but also every single download will donate $10 to charity. We had a big push earlier for our fantastic charity Games for Love. If you cannot afford to donate or if you want to help in any way, shape, or form, this is a free donation to no cost of your own. You have to be either in the US or in Canada. And all you have to do, it's 2 clicks. It's an extension. And on top of that, on top of the chance to enter the raffle, it will save you money because it is a coupon extension, which will save you money. So what's there not to like, Irina?
Yeah, it sounds like a win-win situation, guys. And we need 2,500 of those downloads to open up the trip to Hawaii or the chance for $10,000 for one of you. So if you're interested in saving yourself a little bit of money on your online shopping, this extension for your browser, the Capital One shopping extension, it's quite helpful. And I actually have it installed as well. So I also noticed, Fiona, there's an amazing rhyme in the chat. It goes like this: Biano outdated, Ferruzia overrated, long time we've waited, Hikaru dominated, Radjabov checkmated. That's amazing.
Absolutely. What's also amazing, Irina, is that Hikaru is here with us now. So let's everyone give a very warm welcome to Hikaru, who's in the chat. We're just getting him set up here on Zoom. I think we can see him already.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Hey, welcome, Hikaru. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
You look, I have to say, you look very fresh considering you've just played a 7-hour game. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good. Obviously, it was a very tough game. I mean, there could have possibly been a draw at several different points, but when all is said and done, Timur he made the last blunder. He cracked under the pressure, so it's a very, very good result, especially after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, how did you bounce back? I mean, what did you do last night? I saw you came on the stream, you did the YouTube recap. Apart from that, was it just your usual routine, or did you do anything special?
Yeah, I mean, not really. I ate some dinner and I went to bed and I prepared something. I mean, I wasn't really sure what to do today, obviously, against Timur, but I saw there was this game in the Speed Chess Championship between Jan and Levon, which we followed up until, I think, Rookie 8 probably. But at any rate, I wasn't sure if Timur would know the line, and he played this Queen C6 move, which isn't so great, just like Levon did. And I mean, I was probably just a little bit better, nothing special. I mean, at some point, I thought after Queen C4, I missed something when we got to this end game. But I was very surprised that after I played this Rook D5 move, if you keep going, yeah.
Oh, so Hikaru, in this position, did you consider like Rook D1?
I thought Rook D1, Rook F5 was quite scary, actually. That's why I didn't play it.
Okay, because of this.
Yeah, I thought Rook F5 was scary. I don't really know what the valuation is.
Right.
I guess I have something like, do I have B3 here or something? I mean, I don't remember exactly what I was looking at.
Yeah, I see the computer showing this one.
Oh, I have Rook D4. Yeah, this one I didn't see. Okay, so actually, what? And white's just much better after Rook D4, or it's still?
It's actually interesting because. Wow, like it's not that simple, right? Because you have to go for Rook C7 and then you have to go for D6. So it's actually, it's quite a line to calculate that you even have that at the end.
Yeah, I didn't see Rook D4 at all. I only saw like B3 there or Queen G3, but that's why I played D6.
Did you see this line, Hikaru, like with Queen A2, Knight D3 in this position?
Yeah, and don't I have some trick with I thought I had a trick here. I don't remember what I saw, but I thought there was some play at least, like e4 or something.
Exactly.
I wasn't sure.
This is the winning move. Yeah, and it's kind of
okay. Yeah, I mean, I felt like there were going to be tricks. Actually, I did see this because there's queen d8 and knight d7 at the end. But I just knew there would be tricks. I was very disappointed, of course, when Timur didn't go for this because what he did should have just been a quick draw if he had gone. I mean, I thought after queen d5, rook d1 trade, rook e3, rook d5. I mean, I thought if Timur goes king f8, I mean, I thought it would have been a draw. I didn't really know what I was supposed to do there. So I was very happy to see f6 on the board because after f6 rook c5, it's still very much a game.
And after king f8, it doesn't have this, right? Because I guess, what's the difference?
Yeah, bishop c6, and now, yeah, I don't have the rook c6 trick, and if I go knight e5, I assume that somehow I thought that I thought that some king e8 and rook e2 had to be a draw here. Maybe I'm crazy, but I was sure there was something here. I wasn't sure what exactly it was, but I thought there was something.
Got it. So you thought king f8 was better.
Well, it felt like he had something better than what he did in the game, because once we get this position with the knight on d4, actually he made a big mistake. Actually, if you go forward here, keep going. Oh, am I soft, you guys, or sound?
Oh yeah, we hear you well.
Fine.
So. Okay. Someone in chat said it wasn't good. Yeah, so I thought h5 was a huge mistake. I thought if he goes g5, he just draws the game, I think. Because he can go g5, h5, h4, and the pawns are on the dark squares, and my pawns are on h3 and g2. I thought if he played this, I thought it would be a draw very, very soon. I mean, when he played h5, h4, I actually started to get very optimistic, because even though I think it's still a draw, the pawns are all on dark squares now, so there's no kingside counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of uncomfortable for him to play this position, right?
Yeah, and then, of course, to make matters worse, because FIDE, in their infinite wisdom, decided for this event there's no increment. Timur, obviously, when he was low on time here, he had to just move because there's no increment at all.
Did you feel it influenced your decisions a little bit, or were you able to keep a cool head when he was so low on time?
Well, I think a better way of putting it is like yesterday also, I think I made a couple decisions in hastiness because there was no increment. And it's very tricky to play when that's the case, because of course every tournament we play, there's increment, and then suddenly for this event there's no increment, and it changes the sort of the dynamics of the game completely relative to what we're all used to. So it wasn't so easy, but luckily for me, I have easy moves. I mean, my moves, I can just play them in like 5 seconds. Although here I started dilly-dallying like for no reason. I mean, probably this whole thing, I should have just gone into this end game at the start, rather than like, just dilly-dallying for like 30 moves before we get into this end game. But somehow it was very tricky still, very, very tricky to play. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I played it correctly.
When did you feel was his final mistake? Because as you said, there was so many back and forths.
I thought rook d1 was better than rook c1, but I'm not actually sure. I thought, when he went rook c1, a5, king h5 around that point.
Yeah.
Oh, Hikaru, why didn't you like king f4 here?
I mean, it's not that I didn't like it. I just wasn't sure if it was winning. I thought king f4, he goes again like some rook c1, and then there maybe is some h3 trick. I mean, maybe this is just winning, of course, but it's always very, very tricky, very, very tricky to figure out. So. Yeah,
I mean, this rook c1, actually, the engines, we weren't sure why. The engines were saying that rook b1 was the only. But
why a5? If I play the same way as in the game?
It was very strange. I mean, the idea was basically like to not let you play c5 because they can take the pawn.
But can't I flank anyway with a5 here?
Yeah, and then king g5.
Oh, because he has rook b2, rook b. Oh, right. Yeah, there's rook b2, rook b1.
Yes.
That's pretty dang.
So simple, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually very nice, very nice. Yeah, I saw rook d1, rook c1, and of course it's rook b1, which is the one that draws.
Right.
But yeah,
we were thinking that this was just actually a very difficult move for anyone to find, right? That like it was unlikely that you'd seen it or Radjabov would see it.
Well, I mean, the problem is that basically you know what White's doing, which is White's going to push the pass pawn. So why are you putting the rook behind like one of the pawns that isn't like the pass pawn? Exactly. I mean, I'm not pushing the B pawn. So to put the rook behind the B pawn really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But I mean, typical computer, of course, proving that every position is always savable no matter what. But at any rate, I thought once I finally got this rook f8 in, I thought I was going to win the game, but it was still, it's not easy to play.
Yeah. We definitely were happy when you got that rook f8 move. That was important.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's, I think it's just lost here. I mean, I had to find this nice little tactic. But I actually, I thought it was just lost here. And then I realized that after King4, King e5, I still have to be a little bit precise here at the end. Because initially I just thought he blundered this knight e2, knight g3, but there's still a little bit of work. But I think what I did was good enough. I mean, it's not the only way to win, but just the idea of knight e7, knight c8, and rook b8, and that's it.
Yep. So how are you feeling now, Hikaru?
What's that?
How are you feeling now?
Oh, I feel great. I mean, obviously, after yesterday, to win the second game is pretty important. So. It's good to be in the hunt, and it's where I want to be, certainly. So just have to play good chess tomorrow. I forget who I play. I know I have 2 blacks in a row, but we'll see.
I see Hikaru, the chat. Everyone is asking. I haven't seen the clip yet. Why is Hikaru reaching for a mouse? No, you're just.
I haven't seen this clip. I mean.
It looks for a second like you're reaching for a mouse. How does it feel?
I see. Yeah. That's funny. That's a good one. Yeah. No, I mean, obviously, I feel pretty good. If this game had been a draw, I'd be feeling pretty terrible, to be honest, because when you play for like 6-7 hours and you don't get the result that you're hoping for, it's very draining mentally. But the fact that I was able to keep it together, win this game, I feel really, really good.
Yeah, chat is informing us that you're playing Alireza tomorrow. I don't know. Have you played Alireza in a classical game before?
No, I mean, I think I've only played. I've only played him like once, maybe I played him in the Rapid and Blitz. I forget if I played him in both of the events. But yeah, I mean, it's what it is. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I'm feeling pretty good, so can't complain.
Let me just ask you one final question. Almost 7 hours, an absolute mammoth game. Did you miss that about chess?
No, I mean, I didn't miss that, but I will say between yesterday and today, as I saw the clock going on, I was actually in my head doing some mathematical calculations to see how long the stream was going. So that was in the back of my mind. No, I mean, I think at the end of the day, you just try to play good moves, and you see how it goes. But it's not like I miss it or I don't miss it. It's just chess.
Okay, Hikaru, one more question. So we've had a discussion in the stream. What is more difficult? Like, what do you need more stamina for? 6 hours of streaming or 6 hours of playing in the candidates? And what's the
I would say that generally, I think that only for the candidates or a world championship match is probably more draining to play. I think any other chess tournament, I would say that streaming is harder. But for the candidates or the world championship match, I think certainly playing a 6 or 7 hour game is much more difficult.
Yeah, that's what we would have guessed.
Yeah.
Your job, Hikaru, is a little bit harder than ours.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just because the stakes are so much higher and there's so much more on the line. I mean, if this was a game in Berlin, for example, I mean, who cares? It's just another game of chess. But when there is so much on the line, obviously you do the energy. You feel that pressure much more. So it's definitely quite difficult. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's still chess. It's still a game that I've played a lot. So just you keep going.
Hikaru, I think we're gonna let you go. It's been a long day. Can you reveal? Can we look forward to another video recap? Have you?
Yeah. I'll do a recap of the game, of course. So yeah, people will see the recap on YouTube.
Fantastic. Well, once again, congratulations. Thank you so much for jumping on, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, Hikaru, good luck tomorrow, and keep going.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good one, you guys.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.